2016 NSL 炉石国际大师赛震撼开启，12位国内外炉石顶尖大神将为了荣誉一决高下。而本次大赛的赛制可谓让观众惊喜又惊讶，让选手惊悚又惊恐。那么接下来，我们一起来剖析如机密文件般的神奇赛制吧。本次小组赛12位选手将被分成2个小组进行单循环比赛，将会有为期5轮的密集赛事等着他们。每轮都会有不同的赛制，锻炼这些炉石大师们对于游戏的独特理解。第1轮赛制将采用9职业 KOF 标准模式，第2轮赛制将采用9职业 KOF 标准模式，但此轮会单独加入纳克萨马斯冒险模式卡牌。第3轮赛制将采用9职业 KOF 标准模式，但此轮会单独加入地精与侏儒扩充包套牌。第4轮赛制将采用9职业 KOF 狂野模式。前4轮比赛，一方必须全部击败对手的9个职业方能获胜。而到第5轮赛制升级，比赛将完全采用标准模式，9职业征服赛制，即一方必须使用9个职业都击败对手后，方能获得比赛的最终胜利。本次小组赛胜场多者在前，如若胜场一样，按照局数的小分胜负比；如若再出现同分，则进入加赛。2个小组将分别选出前4名的选手，进入到下一阶段的赛事中。观众们，炉石盛宴即将开始，你们准备好了吗？
Hello and welcome to the Celestial Invitational, an international contest. Hermes, are you with me? Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, welcome to the
just a little
Celestial.
earlier, just a little bit earlier.
Okay.
Yeah,
Might have pulled the trigger a little bit early there. All right.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, my apologies. Welcome to the Celestial Invitational, an international contest between some of the world's most popular streamers and high-quality players. And I am Abar Hearthstone, jumping the gun a little bit early on you. And joining me today is Hermes.
Yeah, feeling pretty good today. How do you feel? Like going through this wild format with GVG? You haven't been casting this week, right?
Yeah, I cast it earlier this week, but the format has changed since then. For those of you who are tuning in for the first time today, previously we were casting with the wild format, but we had Naxxramas cards in the format, and Goblins vs. Gnome cards were not actually included. And this week, or rather today, in the last couple of days, the Goblins vs. Gnome cards are in, and to the delight of Twitch chat, I'm sure Naxx is actually out. So format is going to look a little bit different today, even though we are still playing within the wild format. And we are bringing you Zhangbo versus Breath as our first match of the day, and that will be followed by Lovelychook versus Thijs a few hours down the road.
Yep, definitely. So very good matches today. Breath, also known as one of the better players in China too. Notably, even going to Blizz. Oh well, like in the World Championships, qualifying for it. So very close, very close. And here we do see the score. We do see Breath being all the way at the bottom too, -6, and not looking too hot at the moment.
Breath struggling at the time being. It's unlikely that he actually makes it out of the group stages unless perhaps Zixo and RDU proceed to struggle within the next couple of rounds to come. But, you know, he's still fighting the good fight. There's still a chance that he ends up making it through, so I'm sure he will bring his best today and do his team proud. He is, of course, on Team Celestial himself, so has to represent the brand here while we're on the big stage.
Yeah. Yeah, Breath having a very, very low win rate. At least he has a pretty good win rate with Shaman. Shaman always looked like a very, very strong class. As we've seen that in this last year's standing format, regardless if it's either wild or standard, Shaman is performing quite effectively. Especially yesterday, we have seen some interesting type of Shaman decks, like the Mech Shaman, for instance.
Yeah, indeed, and Breath has struggled so far, but like we mentioned, this is a completely new format. We're working with a different card pool, so who knows, maybe he's come up with something a little bit more innovative, or maybe just better decks across the board this time around, and could be a totally different ballgame today.
Yeah, and we also see Zhangbo is slightly favored in the Chinese community, having 53%, where Breath having 47%. This might be because maybe Breath is always playing Freeze Mage when you might actually have the better pick. Always sticking with Freeze Mage. Breath actually is a true dedicator to the Freeze Mage, always playing it regardless of the format.
Yeah, it could very well be. Sometimes loyalty to one particular archetype can cost you in the long run, even if you are an absolute subject matter in it. So we'll go ahead and assume that we're going to see some Freeze Mage out of Breath today, but for the time being, we have Breath on the Druid, and it looks like a tokens, fairly typical ramp druid perhaps, versus Zhangbo here, who appears to be on a Dragon Warrior.
Yeah, very interesting picking out the Dragon Warrior. As we seen yesterday, there's a lot of people playing the Patron Warrior, and or even Temple Warrior, and it seems highly favored. Very interesting to see Zhangbo actually bring the Dragon Warrior this time around. Not saying it's a bad deck, it's very consistent as we see in the current standard right now.
Yeah, pretty solid hand here on Breath's side. He's going to have to determine when exactly he wants to use these different pieces of ramp, but having the Innervate and one of the 4 drops to gain value out of, accelerating it out is a big deal here in Violet Teacher. And on Zhangbo's side, hitting the 2-drop is a very big deal for the Dragon Warrior deck in general, and Fairy Dragon is an excellent one because it can't be targeted by something like the Living Roots that you see come off the top of Breath's deck.
Definitely. This helps really well in terms of contesting this Fairy Dragon, especially when you can't really target it too. Might be a little bit annoying for Breath. At least this forces Zhangbo to actually just force and react to this.
So 3 options here on Zhangbo's side, and it looks like he is going to take the Execute. Doesn't want that Violet Teacher to get out of hand. That is certainly a card in the Druid archetype that can amass a lot of value in a very short amount of time, and looks like the decision ends up getting rewarded as Breath does pick up a Call of the Wild off the top. Now has to cast it as just a 2-mana 3/2 on his turn 3, whereas it could have been worth a lot if there were a board of small tokens.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's been forced to use Power of the Wild just because you definitely need board against the Dragon Warrior, and especially for Druids, once they're behind the board, it's really, really difficult to come back. They need a combination of a Spell Power and another removal to gain the board back into favor, then potentially using the Arcane Giants to actually gain back the board, or if looking for a power turn with another Violet Teacher and Power of the Wild.
And on Zhangbo's side, you're seeing the impact of the addition of these Goblins versus Gnomes card with the infamous Piloted Shredder, perhaps the best 4-drop in the history of Hearthstone. I'm looking forward to being reintroduced to the Shredder Doomsayer combo that I've missed so much since the transition to Standard.
Do you miss the Pilot Shredder? I missed it just a little bit, just how strong of a 4-drop it was, but definitely not the Doomsayer part of it though. Definitely not the Doomsayer.
That is quite the card, but it certainly had its ups and downs here. Heads up play by Breath to actually go out and play that 3/2 on his turn 3, just because it does challenge the Piloted Shredder, and you're going to see that players over the course of this tournament are aware that that's something that can be expected on turn 4. And you see Breath pick up a Shredder of his own here. He has a couple of options. He could be swiping the Blackwing Corruptor, perhaps ramping with his own Mire Keeper, trying to get more value out of it over the next couple of turns with the additional Mana Crystal, or he could just develop the Piloted Shredder of his own as it trades very effectively into the Blackwing Corruptor.
Yeah, I feel Pilot Shredder is kind of a better kind of pick. It does contest the Corruptor pretty well, and following it up, you do have a lot of removal just in case you do lose in terms of board, but he actually decides to swipe here and developing 2/1/1s, which is also okay, at least you have something on board.
Yeah, it's a heads-up play. If he can dodge the Whirlwind effect, then it looks like he can get a lot of value out of this Call of the Wild the next turn. As we see on Zhangbo's side that he does have the Ravaging Ghoul, but given that Breath appears to be a tokens deck, at some point this game that card's kind of just going to get him. So I don't mind running out this Tempo Living Roots here, and I do expect to see 2/3 drops out of Zhangbo, but maybe he opts for a 2 and a 4. I just don't see that without a dragon in hand to activate this Twilight Guardian.
I'm really interested to see what Zhangbo really does here. He can go with the Berserker and the Ravaging Ghoul, gaining a lot of attack and forcing Breath to actually remove this. And since you already seen one swipe, you definitely might actually play out the Berserker with a high attack total from the Ravaging Ghoul. Because even with Pharaoh Rage, Breath does take a reasonable amount of damage doing that as well.
Yeah, the card in Zhangbo's mind here, and the reason that he's sequencing it the way he is with these 2/3 drops is that it's very possible that Breath could be holding a Wrath in his hand, in which case he doesn't want to reduce. Oh, and there is the Wrath right off the top, so perhaps rewarded for keeping his Frothing Berserker at a 2/4 rather than, an X3. I think it would have been a 5/3, so this certainly limits Breath's options in terms of reacting to the board state, but Frothing does line up pretty effectively with what's going on. Piloted Shredder perhaps could challenge it, though. A few different options here from Breath. We'll see how he navigates this turn.
True. He has a lot of combination of kind of cards. He can use two of the spells like the Pharaoh Rage and the Wrath to remove the whole board, or he can actually just develop the Pilot Shredder and just use Wrath to remove the 3/3 if he wants to. This allow the Pilot Shredder trades into the Berserker really nicely, and you also have something on board to react to whatever is left on Zhangbo's board. But yeah, I see there's actually a lot of good plays that he has at the moment.
I do think I like the Piloted Shredder Wrath play that I think he's about to go for. It looks like he disagrees, actually. He's just going to run out the Tempo Call of the Wild here to challenge the board as much as possible without actually using these removal spells in his hand. And that's a pretty big pickup in the second Twilight Guardian here for Zhangbo. Activates the other Twilight Guardian in his hand, and now these dragons are sort of starting to chain one into another, whereas there are times in Dragon Warrior where you just run out of dragons in hand and lose these synergy opportunities.
Yeah, this is a little tough for Breath right now, having the Berserker actually protected by so many taunts, and he doesn't have a clear remover for it. And this Berserker might do a lot of work, but Vandro is picked up, and having the Wrath deal 4 damage, just enough to take care of this Berserker, and not taking too much damage from it.
Yeah, the 4 damage Wrath is a huge deal here, as Pharaoh Rage was no longer on the table. You mentioned that as a removal option he had available to him last turn, and it wasn't in this turn given the amount of taunt that Zhangbo put up. A 4/1 in the One-Eyed... what is the name of that card? I honestly don't remember the name of that 4/1. One-Eyed Cheat. There we go. Yeah. Is a decent pull here, actually, given that there are no 1-damage effects from Zhangbo's side, so it's actually going to be able to contest this 3/3 Twilight Guardian pretty effectively, but Zhangbo going to go ahead and develop another Shredder of his own, and there you see Dr. Boom right off the top. This was one of the defining cards in Goblins vs. Gnomes, and in this format, there is no longer a 3-mana big game hunter to challenge it, so you're going to see that card go relatively untested a lot of the time today.
Yeah, most of the time when Dr. Boom is played, the 7/7 doesn't matter all too much. It's the Boom bot, just because it can theoretically clear your whole board. But we do see it perfectly handled with the Ravaging Ghoul, so it's not too annoying for Zhangbo to actually handle. And Explosive Sheep! Interesting. Wow,
yeah, that was relatively the Boombot outcomes weren't too bad there for Zhangbo. That was something that could have been much worse here and buried him in advantage, but it turns out they both hit the Piloted Shredder, which is a Death Rattle minion, of course, anyway, so not too bad of an outcome, but Explosive Sheep, definitely not the 2-drop that he was looking for. Could have been something more impactful, but as it turns out, he is going to lose the remainder of his board. He's behind on cards, and you are seeing the impact of the Dr. Boom. It looks like, unless maybe there's something like Deathwing, and clearly there is not, as Zhangbo just concedes the game right then and there. Dr. Boom putting in the work we certainly expected it to.
Yeah, very interesting cards that Breath is running too. I do see Soul of the Forge, which is run in Token Druid, but it normally isn't just because of how slow it is. But we can see how dominant it can actually be when he actually played it in a couple turns later. So definitely Zhangbo was actually really behind there.
And so a very quick game, I would say, in general, in terms of the Druid versus Warrior matchup. That one has a tendency to grind out a little bit longer than it did there, but we talked about how Naxxramas was in a few days ago, and now we're seeing the impact of GVG cards, and the GVG cards tend to accelerate the games, whereas the Naxxramas cards are full with low power but sticky death rattle minions that tend to develop board tension a little bit more effectively here. So if you're just now tuning in for the first time to the Celestial Invitational, this different stretch of Wild is going to have a bit more of a fast pace.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see a Zoo matchup right here. What do you think about this matchup? Most of the time, we actually do see Zoo being a little bit favored against the Druid. But just because when Zoo really starts to put up its board, really difficult for Druids to sometimes actually bring back the board in their kind of favor. They sort of have to cheat the curve just a little bit and putting out this big minions like the Arcane Giant just for the Zoo to handle and react to.
Zoo typically thought to be the favorite in this particular matchup, but look at the discrepancy in the quality of these hands. We see a turn 1 Violet Teacher here from Breath with a Living Roots to back it up, either to make 3 1/1s or to be used as a removal spell and make a 1/1. And on Zhangbo's side, this hand is terrible for Zoo. He is going to go ahead and pick up a 1-drop to use on turn 2. Going to opt to tap anyway, though, as it doesn't really even offer that much board presence. At this point, if I was in Breath's chair, I would be putting Zhangbo on Reno Lock.
Yep, definitely. But what we see, it's not really Reno Lock. It's just Zhangbo having a very terrible type of hand. And if Breath really considers this to be Reno Lock, he might actually not go all in with the Violet Teacher here with the Living Roots. But he definitely does do that. Never doubt going with all the 1/1s.
Yeah, you definitely could have seen him play what looked like an awkward turn, possibly, from the viewer's perspective, as he could have been thinking to play around Demon Wrath. Again, not putting Zhangbo on Zoo, but he does go ahead and expand his board presence here. Call of the Wild would be ridiculous if he can find one. Wrath, not too bad either.
Yeah. What we see from Zhangbo's hand right now is that there is 2 Silverware Golems. Is he able to empty his hand and singling out the 2 Silverware Golems while playing the Doom Guard? He can potentially gain back this board, but we're going to see a lot of 1/1s on the board already, and I'm not sure if Zhangbo actually has the time to actually gain back the board that way, though.
Yeah, this is just a ridiculous curve on Breath's side here. He's got a Shredder on 4 to follow it up, a Drake on 5 if he so chooses, a ton of value, and then it looks like that Boom is going to be coming down on 7 here, so Breath in a commanding position, and Zoo is just terrible at playing catch-up. You never want to be in this behind state, especially against Druid.
Yep, definitely. We're going to see a very, very efficient type of trade into the Councilman, while the Teacher is also alive, and Breath taking initiative, playing the piloted Shredder. Very, very good, especially against Zeus, since you can trade efficiently while also have a minion on board to trade off the others low curve type of minions that Zhangbo's going to put up eventually later on.
At Breath, not going to take the turn off here to use his hero power and clear the Flame Imp, so he is going to lose his Violet Teacher. This is huge.
Ooh,
okay.
Not bad.
We do hit 1 Silverware Golem out of 2. It could have been better, but also could have been a lot worse, and Zhangbo at least needed that here on curve. That's a significant amount of board presence for a turn 5 play.
Yeah, not bad. Especially when he has the Argus, which he can potentially use later, where Breath actually has to start reacting and try to remove like a pretty big Doom Guard eventually later on. So it's definitely not bad for Zhangbo keeping those like the Argus and potentially the Abusive as well.
The Fandral and the Raven Idol have nice synergy here if Breath chooses to run out those 2 cards. He could also just go for the Drake, not wanting to lose his Fandral to the Doomguard. Fandral is a very high value card the more mana crystals you have before you start to play it. So I do suspect we see a Drake here. Could even be something like Nourish, but a Drake is going to be the option, and I assume this Shredder is getting traded, and it is not. Okay. Shredder going directly to the face. Breath knows the place.
Yep. I kind of knew that he was going to face when he played the Drake, just because he didn't play around the Doomsayer. Because if you're going to trade, you probably maybe want to trade first, then play the Drake, just in case the Doomsayer comes out. Little things that we forgot, but yeah, I definitely like the ordering with the Pilot Shredder. I forgot the moments that those trades actually happens.
Although, if he traded first, there is the 2 mana 1/4 Nerubian that makes Battle Cries cost 2 more mana, and then he wouldn't have been able to cast his Drake at all.
True. Just depends what you actually value a little bit more, but we do see a Whirling Zip-O-Matic here. Oh, the swipe pickup. Interesting.
That swipe is huge here, and, Zoo, as resilient as it is, was able to reestablish a board presence here, so these removal spells coming in just on time. But it looks like we're actually going to go for the Violet Teacher and potentially look to go face once and then trade into the Doomguard with this Whirling Zap-O-Matic. Second swipe here definitely could end up being a huge deal. Or, you know what, maybe we just keep going to the face now that we have 8 damage in hand, but Breath does opt to trade on that second attack here.
Yeah, he's very, very close to lethal, having 2 swipes in hand. Looking at Zhangbo's hand, it's actually quite decent, especially when he can use the Argus, but probably wants to remove the teacher as fast as possible since it just poses such a big threat, since the 1/1 can generate so much to trade off the whole board, and that's exactly what he's going to do with the Argus and the pieces.
Yeah, you mentioned just how big of a deal that Argus could have been. It was really important that the Doomguard didn't actually discard the Argus on the turn that it was cast, but looks like Dr. Boom is coming down on curve as expected, going to do a pretty effective job of challenging this board, and if these boom bots actually hit the face, that's not even a bad outcome, as there is 8 damage in Breath's hand that we see in the form of these 2 swipes.
Yep, and the boom bots definitely helps a lot in terms of counteracting this kind of board as well. We're going to see trades into the Dr. Boom, or actually, the trading is actually quite interesting here, though. It depends. Alright.
Let's see the outcome of this.
Yep.
Okay, that was a pretty favorable outcome from Zhangbo's perspective here. Let's see. Second Argus, definitely going to help cement the board presence. It's going to taunt up the 1/1 first, and going to lose it anyway. Perhaps trying to trade with that minion without losing it, but the Boombot is going to go ahead and take that out here, which is not necessarily a bad outcome whatsoever from Zhangbo, and I believe that was a first BM emote of the day, as Zhangbo miraculously is actually pulling ahead in this game, and it looks like Breath is actually going to have to do some damage control with these swipes, despite not being that far off of lethal with them, if he perhaps could have gotten Zhangbo to tap one more time here.
Yeah, using 2 swipes already clears out the whole board. This actually allows Breath to really stabilize too, especially at such a high health, and Zhangbo recognizes that and concedes the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like the double swipe to the minions was enough to draw out lethal damage anyway. We didn't actually see lethal from Breath in that situation. Perhaps there was a way that Zhangbo could have come back. Maybe a little bit of an early concede. There was still 1 Doomguard in his deck that can do a lot of work against Druid, so I'm somewhat surprised to see him concede there, but I can also imagine just getting double swiped in that situation after you had such a poor start, being a little bit tilting and wanting to just be done with that game altogether.
Yeah, definitely. It was really hard for him to actually come back with the Zoo after seeing the double swipe. I definitely agree with that. So, you know, Zoo, one of the best decks in the format, is down. So, but Druid is considered pretty strong as well. What do you think Zhangbo would actually put up to actually counteract this deck? Oh, but we do see the Shaman, very similar to the Zoo, especially when it can develop a very big board. Very hard for the Druid to deal with most of the time, especially with its removals.
And we see another strong Druid hand here from Breath, and Druid is definitely one of the classes that can go on a run in Last Hero Standing, even though it does have unfortunate matchups. Even those matchups will struggle against, you know, some of these nutty ramp draws here, and we might be seeing that again.
Yep, definitely. Very good early kind of curve for Zhangbo, especially when he has the 1-drop and the 2-drop. I would maybe assume him playing the Totem Golem out, just because it's just so hard for Druids to deal with them most of the time, since they do need the Pharaoh Rage. Something like a Wrath wouldn't really be able to actually remove it, and then you can also follow up with the coin into the Pharaoh Spirit later on. But he decides to play the 1-drop and the 2-drop this turn.
Yeah, it makes sense using all of its mana here nice and cleanly. This does, as you mentioned, cost him the opportunity to develop the Feral Spirits the next turn, but just looking to apply damage now as quickly as possible. And there could have been some situations maybe where Breath runs out of Living Roots and you could get some value out of this Maelstrom portal, or just any minion really. The portal could help you trade more effectively, and so this isn't necessarily a dead turn for his mana. Let's see if he wants to use one of them now, although it doesn't really help with your trades all that effectively in this situation unless you happen to roll Stone Tusk Boar.
Yeah, 100% guarantee that this would be, like, the Violet Teacher wouldn't be living this turn, or else Breath would have a lot to put out the next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do suspect that we see the trades here which Zhangbo is going to make. Even though he is very clearly the aggressor in this matchup, you just can't leave that Violet Teacher up. And he gets rewarded for his decision because Breath is holding nothing but removal spells and utility spells here.
Yeah, I guess Zhangbo did really want to decide if he wants to be aggressive or not, since in this matchup it's kind of okay to go aggressive against Druid, but just Violet Teacher is way too powerful against a lot of matchups that require board control, especially like Zood and Shaman, for instance. Need to clear that right away or it would be snowballing like crazy.
For sure, and we are going to see the full clear here from Breath's side, potentially setting himself up for a Drake plus a Raven Idol next turn, if he even chooses to use the Raven Idol. Maybe not clear what he wants yet. From Zhangbo, we're going to go with the Barnes, and ooh, that is not the Dr. Boom you're looking for. You would have taken a Boombot here, actually, but Dr. Boom itself, not a good find off of Barnes.
Yeah, I definitely heard the Dr. Boom, but definitely not what you want, especially being a 1-1. But at least your opponent at least Breath knows that his opponent is playing Dr. Boom, but who wouldn't, right? Since it's such a strong card so far.
Right, of course. And Drake and Living Roots with the spell damage do have synergy here, but unfortunately that isn't relevant when your opponent has a 3-4 and a 1-1. So personally, I kind of expect to see the Idol here, potentially looking for something like a Swipe that could clear up this board or a board to come in the near future, but maybe he's going to Living Roots for creatures. It looks like he is hovering over that. I don't expect that he uses it to kill the 1-1. Is going to go ahead and make some tokens here, which is going to play into the Maelstrom portal pretty poorly for his side.
Yeah, most of the time it's kind of weird to actually play 1-1s actually against the Shaman, just because they have so many efficient ways to remove it, such as the Spirit Claws and also the Maelstrom portal. But playing into it, we see a very efficient trade to remove the whole board completely.
And Runic Egg, not necessarily the best role against a class that doesn't play a lot of 2 damage removal, but in conjunction with the Flame Tongue, it actually could have done some work there. So Druid of the Claw is going to come in cat form and charge to take down the Flame Tongue totem, mitigate that potential value that could have been gained from this egg.
Right now, we can potentially see kind of like a full board clear, but Spell Totem is definitely one of them. Or you can just start developing the Fire Elemental, which is also not bad. You're developing a really big creature, removing the Jungle Panther and some stuff off the board, allowing you to play aggressively.
At Fire Elemental, a lot of board presence here. It does let this cat trade into the Barns very effectively, but as we can see in Zhangbo's hand, there is, of course, the 1-mana Notorious Weapon in the Shaman class that'll let him clear up the cat next turn if he so chooses. So what do you think? Are we going to see a big token turn here? We have a lot of cards that would point us in that direction.
I definitely like the big token turn, especially when you can actually do it this turn, and you're not really ahead on board, and this really allows you to set up for a big turn and dealing a lot of efficient trades the following one as well.
So he's going to go ahead and make the 3-2 here with the Call of the Wild, as opposed to potentially increasing the strength of his board before upgrading it with the Soul of the Forest. But on Zhangbo's side, you did have that reaction, which was drawn out by the Blood Mage Thalnos, which works quite well in conjunction with the weapon that we mentioned. And perhaps we see those two and maybe a Feral Spirits as well. There's a Maelstrom Portal that lines up pretty well with this board. Definitely a lot of options this turn.
Yeah, definitely. It really depends how he actually trades out, which is really the most efficient. I would assume if he wants to clear as much as possible, a 2 Soul of the Forest token would be the only thing that spawns at the moment, when in addition to using the Spirit Claws, the Maelstrom Portals, and the Thalnos this turn. So he can actually start trading in the Fire Elemental into 3-2 if he wants to, or even trade into 1-1. It depends what he really wants to remove. But you're probably trading the 6-5 into the 1-1, using the Spirit Claw into one of the 1-1 tokens as well, and probably just Maelstrom Portal with the Thalnos. But he actually does not decide to do that, but developing a little bit more of a board. I like this a lot more just because it forces Breath to trade into those taunts and sets up for a better Maelstrom Portal the next turn, since it does seem kind of inefficient to deal with it right now.
Yeah, and Zhangbo gonna go ahead and use his life total as a resource, but doesn't look like his life total will be in threat anytime soon. We're gonna see a Violet Teacher and a Raven Idol from Breath here, and wow, Tree of Life could have potentially been relevant, but unfortunately the Shaman matchup is more about maintaining control of the board as opposed to actually raising your life total. Not quite the face Shamans that we were accustomed to seeing not too long ago.
Alright, we do see all the death rattles being popped, and a lightning storm is also picked up, especially when. Oh man, the Maelstrom portal, inclusion with the Spirit Claw is gonna clear everything.
Yeah, that was huge, because now he actually gets to save the Lightning Storm, whereas the portal, A, was lower value, and B, creates another 1-drop, which is a little bit of additional board presence here. Spell damage roll, also activating the Spirit Claws. That was a huge turn from Zhangbo, and Sylvanas is going to come down and try and challenge this board a little bit, but doesn't actually do that effectively, given how small and scattered the board state is on Zhangbo's side.
Yeah, especially on Zhangbo's side, we do see the Hex, which might actually come down this turn, and most likely is because that's one of the only minions that Brett has right now, and he's really out of steam at the moment, consistently pushing the damage, waiting for potentially a Thunderbolt Valiant, or even if he's running Bloodlust to finish off the game. Really stacked board right now. Brett must have a hard time actually moving this board.
Yeah, and as much as he's going to have a hard time removing it, a quick scan will tell you there's actually only 2 power on Zhangbo's side, so unless something like a Thunderbluff Valiant is drawn potentially here, it's not necessarily threatening yet. It needs something to activate it, maybe a Bloodlust as well. Second Lightning Storm, not exactly what you're looking for, but the first one here is going to do a nice bit of work.
Yeah, this Lightning Storm definitely allows him to protect his board, and like it's definitely not bad. Picking up the second one also is kind of like a contingency plan just in case you're really behind on board. But then again, Brev is probably gonna play 1 mini at a time, and they're probably gonna be very big. And then as you said, the second Lightning Storm is probably not that good. Probably just use it on this board is most effective so far.
Yeah, first copy of Lightning Storm is coming down here. Interestingly, from Zhangbo's side, you could have seen the Blood Mage Thalnos cycled there, reducing the 3-3 down to a 2-2, and then the Lightning Storm, of course, is still guaranteed to clear off his board. Zhangbo is a little bit low on resources, so I think I actually might have liked to see that on his side. But he is just going to go ahead and keep the Thalnos on the board for additional pressure. It is dealing 1 point of damage each turn on its own right until it gets answered here, so gonna go ahead and take that more aggressive line.
Yeah, slowly but surely, Zhangbo is definitely putting out that chip damage, and Brett's hand is actually not looking that good. Consistently drawing blanks. Pilot Shredder not really helping too much, but he's probably got to heal up for 8 here. Yeah, with the Fear Ray, just in case his whole board actually, Zhangbo's whole board actually puts out lethal damage.
Yeah, Pharaoh Rage is going to go ahead and gain 8 points of armor here, but relatively inconsequential. Piloted Shredder going to need to do some work. We see a Shredder on Zhangbo's side of his own, which will definitely accelerate the clock that we have going here. Now it looks like we're going to see the trade of that Blood Mage Thalnos.
Yeah, definitely. Just to see what he gets, he definitely needs to put up the pressure. So the Pilot Shredder is definitely not a bad pick. Let's see what else he gets. A Lightning Bolt. This definitely helps with the burst damage that he can actually deal to Breath. Definitely not a bad pickup, especially with the spell totem essentially doing 4. But yeah, using the Lightning Storm, putting a little bit more damage onto the Tunnel Trog, and putting Breath on a clock, especially when he can't deal with the board now. We might even see the Lightning Bolt onto the phase just to push a lot more damage to the Tunnel Trog, and Spirit Claw as well.
Yeah, Breath can't actually deal with this Thunder. Oh, okay. Well, it looks like we are pushing face as well with the Feral Spirit. So yeah, we're definitely threatening lethal here, but can't actually deal with the Tunnel Trog, that is, except now we picked up the Mulch, but that's not going to quite be enough unless there is a Doomsayer off of the Shredder. Breath is going for the Hail Mary here. Let's see if he is rewarded.
Ooh.
And
Doomsayer!
The Doomsayer!
The Doomsayer!
Okay. Okay, we mentioned this possibility. All right. This isn't the end of the world. So we're gonna cycle our Runic Egg, and we did pick up a nice creature off the Mulch. I believe that is Skeletal Knight. The golden of it has me. Okay, now there's all sorts of gas here in Zhangbo's hand, so this still looks decisively in his favor, but that was the only way he possibly got out of that situation.
Yeah, that was amazing. So the 6-drop in Zhangbo's hand is the Skeleton Knight. Apparently, the first time when I saw it, apparently this is like a Chinese kind of exclusive where bones isn't really allowed on images in China, and that's why Skeleton Knight looks like that, if you guys are confused.
Yeah, that's interesting. I have not seen that one before. We do see a Dr. Boom here from Breath, but too little, too late. Zhangbo still with plenty of value there to close out that game. And gonna go ahead and take his first game of the day is Zhangbo.
Yep, Zhangbo. Oh man. The Doomsayer really caught me off guard. Oh man, I haven't seen that since a long time. I'm glad I don't see it anymore.
Yeah, we talked about it in the pregame cast, so that is definitely a possibility of happening. Thankfully, or unfortunately, depending on your perspective, it wasn't game-defining this particular time around. So, maybe we got it out of the way early, and we'll have some more reasonable Hearthstone games down the stretch here. But we're quickly moving to Game 4. Both of these players moving at a fairly rapid pace, I must say. And on Zhangbo's side, we do see a Tunnel Trog, and I expect, both of the other cards to get mulligan. Breath for the first time, not happy with his opening hand. Going to be working with something a little bit slower here. Looks like he's bringing the Reno Lock.
Ooh, I'm very interested. Oh, they could also be Malagos, kind of lock deck, just because ooh, okay. Never mind then. Never mind. We do see the Leroy Jenkins, so we might actually see Reno out of this deck as well. With a little bit of a dragon variant.
Add Tunnel Trog into Totem Golem, of course, the dream here for Zhangbo. And it looks like we're going to be seeing a tap on Breath's side, so unless a Reno is actually found relatively quickly, this damage is going to pile up at a rapid pace.
Yeah, very, very rapid plays. It doesn't look like Brev has too much removals on something like this. Right now, there is Dark Bomb in the deck, I believe. The Shadow Bolt might be played, but Shadow Bolt is probably one of the most efficient ways of actually clearing out the Totem Golem. But with the addition of Dark Bomb, not 100% sure if Breath would actually include in this deck.
And right now, Breath has actually nothing to deal with this board. He's going to run out the Tempo Bran. Doesn't even have a dragon to activate the Twilight Guardian, so that's not going to be much of a play. Potentially a Coin Blackwing for him on his turn 4, but it's a shaky start at best on Breath's side, and an excellent one on Zhangbo's as we see another Totem Golem picked up off the top here. Zhangbo's got a few options, and pretty much all of them are good right now.
Yep, definitely developing a really, really good board. It also plays around the potential Hellfire as well, so Brev must be pretty behind right now. I'm very worried at the same time, since something like Twisting Nether is going to come down 8 turns, like a couple turns later, which is probably a little bit too late. So he probably will be looking forward to that Corruptor turn where he can actually stop the bleeding just a little bit.
I'm going to go ahead and play out the Totem Golem here, use the Spirit Claws to clear up the brand. Certainly don't want to let your opponent start a fresh turn with that one on the board here. And alright, we do have a Dragon picked up off the top on Breath's side, activating this Twilight Guardian, so maybe that is the way he can get himself back into this game, but right back at him off the top is the Hex for Zhangbo, and that minion is going to get out of the way and let Zhangbo push 9 more damage here. He needs a Reno quickly.
Yeah, very, very quickly. Oh, Earthen Ring Farseer, just a little short, like, doesn't heal that much, but we're probably gonna see the Corruptor here just to stop the bleeding just a little bit, and hope that Zhangbo doesn't actually roll a spell totem. But what we see from Zhangbo, there is spell power in his hand, and this is going to be lethal for Zhangbo, dealing lethal damage with the Spirit Claws.
Yeah, just like that, 4 games are in the books already in this tournament, and wow, I talked about how, Naxx being out and GVG being in would accelerate the wild format, but I didn't expect it quite this quickly. We're seeing a lot of games end before the players even get to 10 mana crystals. Looks like Breath perhaps suffering from some carpal tunnel there as he's looking at his wrist, wondering what failed him in that game.
And believe it or not, Breath is actually considered one of the fastest player in China too. Like, everything is just so snappy and fast compared to all the other Chinese players. So very different from yesterday where it was pretty slow, I believe. But today is going to be a lot faster just because Breath is in the best of 17 at the moment.
It's interesting to see that Breath brings a Reno Lock and uses that as a Shaman counter when not too long ago Zoo would have thought to have been the best Shaman counter, but oh how the meta has changed, and we're right back into game 5 here, and it looks like it's going to be Priest versus Shaman this time around.
Yep, Shaman against Priest against Shaman. I'm not 100% sure how this would actually pan out, just because previously, before Standard, Priest had all these taunts like the Death Lords and the Belcher to slow down the game, where they can actually get the removals to clear most of the Shaman kind of board. So I'm really curious to see how Brev will actually play this out. Is he able to slow down the early aggression that the Shaman puts out? But looking at Zhangbo's hand, not looking too hot.
Yeah, it's going to take some time to develop, and on Breath's side, we see an Alkanite Soul Priest. Alkanite plus Circle, and that combination is very, very effective against the shamans in general. So if he can pick up a circle, that would be a big deal. But for now, it looks like both players are off to a little bit of a slower start here.
Yeah. Zhangbo, looking down into this injured Blade Master, might be a little bit annoying for him just because Breath can heal it next turn just to trade off a lot of things, especially when he can actually abuse a lot of cards such as the Light of Naru, generating another minion while healing the injured Blade Master, or even healing it up with his own hero power at the same time, making a very, very sticky minion. So Zhangbo definitely has to figure out a way how to remove this, and he does opt to use the Hex, which is really interesting because he has a Flame Tongue Totem in his disposal.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen the Flame Tongue Totem coin and hero power that turn, which curves nicely into the turn 4 Shredder, turn 5 hero power plus thing, and then a little bit down the line you have some totems on your board for this Thunderbluff Valiant, but is going to use the Hex, which could come back to bite him. For all we know, this could be a N'Zoth variant of Priest.
Yeah, I guess he is maybe trying to save the Flame Tongue Totem for something, but we're going to see another Hex being used onto the Oknai. So if Brev decides to play Ysera later on, there will be no Hex in Zhangbo's disposal, since Priest might be running something very powerful in the late game, such as the Ragnaros, for instance, as well.
Ragnaros Sylvanas is a card that you often see in these control priests. He's going to go ahead and coin out the hero power this time around. Very reactive game plan here from Zhangbo, I would say. It'll be interesting to see how this develops, given just now that his hand is essentially a pile of minions, even when his spells are more minions.
Yeah, that's definitely very interesting. Well, I kind of understand the removal of the Oknai very quickly, just because with the Oknai, with the hero power, you can definitely, for the Priest's hero power, to actually ping off a lot of the minions to gain board control, and they do have cards like Light of the Naru now, and also Circle of Healing to gain back board control, so I understand the instant removal, but the earlier Hex, or the Injured Blade Master, I'm not 100% too sure, since there's an efficient trade with the Flame Tongue Totem, and didn't really need to use that kind of resource.
Yeah, looks like he's going for the Flame Tongue Totem now, which is going to offer a nice value trade with the Hero Power Totem into the Wild Pyromancer, and I think I saw him hover over the Hero Power again, but yeah, it has to be Thing from Below here. Nice tempo, 3 mana 5/5 to fill out the curve. Might even demand a Entomb from Breath, given that it's presenting 7 damage, but we do also see this Cabal Shadow Priest, which could take this Flame Tongue Totem and significantly slow down the aggression. He's going to go for the Entomb, though.
Yeah, I definitely like the Entomb here. You can actually stall the game until around like turn 8, where you can actually have a big tempo turn with the Shrinkmeister and the Cabal Shadow Priest if you really want to. But unfortunately, the Pilot Shredder is not for attack, where you can't actually utilize the Shrinkmeister and the Cabal Shadow Priest combo, so he might actually take the Flame Tongue Totem later on, but he actually decides to Entomb it now. Maybe he does want to go with the Cabal Shadow Priest a lot earlier next turn.
And this is the struggle with Priest that we're seeing right now, right? Is Zhangbo develops a 3-mana threat in the form of Thing from Below, and Breath spends 6 mana answering it, and then Zhangbo plays a 4-mana Shredder, and Breath spends 6 mana answering it. All the while, Zhangbo is filling his board with totems, and that means a lot of damage right now as a Thunderbluff Valiant comes down. Zhangbo is going to push with everything, and even threaten lethal here just from a hero power, but Holy Nova is a big draw.
Very, very big draw, especially with the Pyromancer too, removing most of the totems, so Zhangbo can't actually utilize the Thunderbolt Valiant's attack damage right away with the totem. So, and then it also clears the Flame Tongue Totem, so Shrinkmeister and Cabal Shadow Priest can actually steal the Thunderbolt Valiant next turn, which is really, really good turn for Breath right now. But he opts to use the comp with he doesn't use the Holy Nova this turn because he has enough to actually clear most of the board anyways with the spell in hand.
Yeah, just decides he doesn't actually even need to, especially given that he just picked up that Acolyte of Pain, which makes the Light of the Naru Wild Pyromancer synergy much more effective. Just figuring he doesn't actually need to deal with the Flame Tongue Totem in particular this turn. He's going to go ahead and let that one stick. Doesn't mind if the Thunderbluff pushes more face damage, and doesn't really trade any better due to its increased points of power here. So on Zhangbo's side, we see a lot of AoE spells that normally wouldn't be ideal in this matchup, but they're actually looking good right here.
Yeah, especially when there's a lot of threats on board, especially such as the Pyromancer, and also the Light Warden too. When you leave it up, there's actually potential punish with the Circle of Healing, but even with the Pyromancer, to do tons of damage if this Taunt Totem actually gets removed. Breath looks like he's struggling a little bit right now, but the Light Ball pickup, just in time, just because Breath is really pressured right now, playing the North Shower Cleric just so that he gets that damage off with the Light Bomb and healing it back up just to get additional draws.
Zhangbo actually getting punished there for having a Thunder Bluff next to a Flame Tongue, whereas normally that would be a minion that survives Light Bomb pretty effectively, but Flame Tongue pumping up Thunder Bluff's power actually causes it to die to the Light Bomb.
Yeah, I can understand why, because I guess Zhangbo does realize that the Priest does have the Shrinkmeister and the Cabal Shadow Priest at his disposal. So trying to play around that, but he can't play around both cards at this, like both kind of combos at the same time. He has to choose the light between Light Bomb or the Shrinkmeister Cabal combo. But I guess like with the Flame Tongue onto the Thunderbelt Valiant pushes the most damage overall.
That's the nature of playing against priests in general. They have just a pile of situational removal spells, and impossible to know exactly which ones to play around when unless you get specific reads, but looks like Zhangbo is just going to play around nothing here and push as much face damage as possible. I like it. The Holy Nova not really going to deal with this board too effectively, but we could see a trade Nova here, killing off 2 of these minions and drawing an extra card, maybe even picking up a second AoE spell. Looks like he's going to develop the Northshire first and go for 2 cards rather than the 1 extra mana crystal.
Yeah, I definitely like Zhangbo's play of the double Pharaoh Spirits. He recognized that Breath doesn't have the Excavated Evil, or he wouldn't have wasted so many resources clearing the board with the Pyromancer early on in the game. So I definitely like this play from Zhangbo right here. And looking at peeling back to 7 health from Breath, but we do see lethal from Zhangbo's side with the Spirit Totem, but not even. Just more than enough with the Flame Tongue Totem.
Yeah, might as well make your opponent think that you ripped it right off the top of your deck here. You see Breath shaking his head and just a little bit of extra tilt value there potentially. And we see Zhangbo actually with a little bit of a smirk, I think, there. I'm pretty sure he knows what he was doing with which card he chose to actually end the game there. So shockingly, Priest is going to go down here, and we're going to have to see a new deck from Breath. But pretty soon here, we're going to head to a break, actually. Tied up, I would say, in the series.
Yep, and we do see some sort of Tempo Mage Flame Canyon. Haven't seen that for a long time. I gotta admit, this Flame Canyon is one of the cards I actually don't miss. The amount of times that that RNG kind of tilted me is quite a bit.
Yeah, we're going to see a handful of nothing but spells here from Breath, and you definitely are looking for the early game minions out of the Tempo Mage to synergize and really take advantage of all the reactive cards in the Tempo Mage build. And on Zhangbo's side, we see 2 piloted Shredders, which are both minions that require multiple removal spells to be taken off of the board entirely, so yeah, this draw could line up particularly poorly on Breath's side with what Zhangbo is going to present over the next few turns.
I guess Flame Canyon is actually really good in this meta, especially represented right now. It's easily removing the Totem Golem that a lot of decks have trouble actually removing, and then we do see the Esportal, I believe that's what it's called.
Yeah, more or less a minion there drawn from Breath, and we're going to see what he finds, if he can potentially take advantage of it over the next few turns. And a 2-mana 5/6 is certainly a big deal. I expect to see that hit the board next turn.
Yeah, especially when you can actually combo it off with a Frostbolt. It's actually really good for tempo. You can definitely do that now. See what pops up from the Shredder. Alright.
Yeah, this time around is checking for the Doomsayer first, as might be a little bit more on his mind at this point since we've already seen that once here today. But back to Zhangbo's side, it could be a hero power and a thing from below perhaps. I expect Loot Hoarder takes out one of these mirror images along the way.
Yeah, you can start developing the Spirit Claw, but I definitely like the hero power into the thing from below. But ooh, he actually shows more of a stickier kind of route. I guess like he's afraid of losing tempo. I guess Tempo Mage in general does have a lot of removals, and just playing that thing from below, getting instantly removed, putting him behind on board.
Yeah, you can see the impact of mirror images here, because if the mirror images weren't on the board, then the thing from below would have been a better development here, letting your Spirit Claws finish off the then 5/1 after it trades into the thing. But as it turns out, your weapon isn't going to be able to attack into it when there are 2 mirror images on the board, so he has to go with the piloted Shredder here instead, which is a bit less efficient.
Yeah, I guess Breath is slowing it down really great, really well, I mean, and then just curving it out pretty well for the next couple of turns, especially we're going to see probably Dr. Tribune on turn 7, but on Zhangbo's side, we do see the Pharaoh Spirit being picked up, definitely not bad, helps over with a lot of board, but we're probably going to possibly see the thing from below, I believe.
Yeah, this could be the time from the thing, and Breath notably started out with the all-spell hand and has picked up a series of minions to fill out his curve since, so everything's kind of coming together for him. You mentioned, of course, the Dr. Boom as well, which looks like it's going to come down on curve, and currently there are no answers on Zhangbo's side, so next couple of turns looking like they might be strong here from Breath, and the Bloodlust in Zhangbo's hand is not going to be what he's looking for in this situation, but maybe he'll be able to develop enough of a board where he can get some value trades out of it, perhaps.
I guess like there is a consideration for Pharaoh Spirit's last turn, just because this 5/6 does trade into the thing from below very, very efficiently. Or on Breath's side, we do see a Barnes in his hand, and we could see a very mana efficient type of play, playing the Barnes and probably picking out the Loot Hoarder and using the 5/6 to trade it with into the thing from below. Very efficient type of play, but he does decide to use a Fireball instead, keeping his health up for his 5/6.
Yeah, I think I like this. Maximize your board presence going into your Dr. Boom turn to get full value out of that card. We do see a Hex picked up by Zhangbo here, which could potentially deal with the 7/7 body, or he might use it right here and now to take care of the 5/6, which he does. I'm going to go ahead and Spirit Claws down the Frog and punch in for 4 damage.
Yeah, Flame Tongue Totem definitely really good here, and we're going to possibly see Dr. Boom this turn. Since you are kind of behind on board, and Dr. Boom does that, putting down 3 minions on board, potentially clearing out everything. I guess Brett is worried about it just that his 7/7, or I mean like the Dr. Boom itself, is going to get removed quite efficiently with just the minions on board.
Yeah, and I mentioned Bloodlust might not be too impactful, but all of a sudden, as Shaman does, seems to be taking initiative on the board presence here. He could use it right now and punch 19 damage and set himself up for a lethal in the near future with this weapon in hand and maybe some burn off the top. Could see him opt for Feral Spirits, perhaps setting himself up for a guaranteed lethal Bloodlust a couple turns down the road. But that, of course, exposes yourself to the potential of losing minions to the boom bots, so it's a pretty pivotal turn here from Zhangbo.
Yeah, if the boom bots were the thing, I'd definitely go all in with the Bloodlust, but the boom bots just can potentially punish you just so much, especially when cards like the Flamewaker can actually potentially clear the board too, since you are playing against Tempo Mage. So there are a couple of punishes and not leaving you a single shred of minions on the board when it comes to Breath's turn next turn.
You see Zhangbo here reaching for the Feral Spirits to begin with, which makes me think maybe he's going Spirits plus Storm plus the weapon, but now he is going to go with the value Bloodlust here, push the 19 damage, and I expect a Feral Spirits as well to fill out the curve. Or he's going to go Weapon plus Hero Power. He does notably whiff on the spell damage, which could have been huge here, theoretically presenting a 2-turn lethal.
I kind of like the Pharaoh Spirits there. There's nothing really going on in your hand, and you're also providing more bodies on the board, potentially protecting other minions too from the boom bots. But we're going to see the Flamewaker here doing a little bit of the fireworks. Let's see where it hits and if it can potentially clear the whole board. But with the additions of the boom bots, I definitely feel most of the board would be cleared with addition to so many spells in Breath's hand.
I think maybe a little bit of missequencing there. You could have seen him start with the Arcane Intellect and figure out what to do with the rest of the spells after that, but ends up being entirely inconsequential as it didn't change anything that Breath would have done with his turn there. Breath is essentially looking to present lethal himself this turn. Obviously, he saw what Zhangbo took last turn in terms of his line and is aware that lethal could be just around the corner, even from just a spell damage totem roll.
Yeah, he might actually be saving his last charge of the Spirit Claw until he gets a spell totem, but ooh, picking up the torch, is that highly relevant? It is kind of relevant just because it can clear the Flame Tongue Totem right away, allowing you to do Dr. Boom to not take as much damage, and potentially the boom bots can actually clear out everything too, so not bad to pick up there.
A quick scan of this hand here, it looks like there's no way that Breath can cast 3 spells this turn, so you might see something like Drake first, but looks like we're going to start with the trades.
Ooh,
okay, that was
beautiful.
a pretty favorable outcome there, and maybe now we torch down the Feral Spirit and clear off the Flame Tongue, or what other options are you seeing here?
Yeah, I definitely like the torch here with the onto the Feral Spirit and just developing a lot more minions, clearing off the Flame Tongue. But we're gonna see what Barnes gets him. Another Flamewaker! Wow.
Oh, that is a huge deal as we're getting a few extra pings and not gonna quite be lethal, but alright, he is still gonna have to trade with the Dr. Boom here. I think he was looking to be able to connect that Dr. Boom to the face was one of the goals there, but unfortunately, oh, there's the lightning bolt! There's the lightning bolt!
Doesn't even need the spell totem. Amazing.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, I would have gone for the Spell Totem first because, again, there's that little bit of extra tilt value here if you just slam the 25% chance. But looks like Breath is frustrated enough. No need for that. Let's just rip the Lightning Bolt and end another relatively quick game here.
Yeah, very, very quick games. I guess either options, either bringing out the Spell Totem or top decking the Lightning Bolt tilts you easily either kind of way, as we see that Breath is actually pretty baffled right now. As a Breath player, as a Freeze Mage player, I'm actually surprised that he didn't go back to his roots and just play Freeze Mage, but I guess Tempo Mage is just too strong, but didn't really get him the win.
Yeah, you mentioned that Breath is known for his Freeze Mage in particular, but perhaps the fact that he does have that reputation is the reason that he brought the Tempo Mage. He doesn't want to give that information away to Zhangbo when we've already seen from Reynad, for example, just recently, people jamming a lot of Eater of Secrets in their decks in these wild tournaments.
Yeah, I like this pick from Brett, picking up the Shaman against the Shaman. If you can't beat them, you kind of join them. So we're gonna see how this mirror matchup actually goes off. And from Zhangbo's side, we see a very, very beautiful curve. Lots of early minions, double totem going, especially with the Tunnel Trog, especially what you want, and with the Lightning Bolt for tempo plays as well.
Yeah, I think if you got to pick the first 5 spells that came into your hand, it might look exactly like what Zhangbo's holding. Potentially could want to fit a spell damage minion in there somewhere, but all in all, I don't think he is complaining about the draw he's been given, just trying to figure out how to sequence them, and it has to be Coin Totem Golem here. If he leads with the Tunnel Trog, I'm not particularly a fan of this one. I think I would have liked the Totem Golem leading into the Spirit Claws, which gives you a very clean trade if your opponent has Totem Golem.
Yeah, I definitely like the Totem Golem too. You know that most of the time, kind of the early minions that Shaman plays is a Totem Golem, and this Tunnel Trog doesn't really do well against it, but I guess he gets a clean trade here with the Spirit Claws.
Yeah, he does get the trade with the Spirit Claws, but has less power on the board now and had to use up the only removal spell in his hand. All in all, his hand was so fantastic that I don't think it'll have too much of an impact on the early game exchanges here, but you know, it's tough to say exactly. I think I would have played it a little bit differently, but regardless, Zhangbo is going to go ahead and start getting some Tunnel Golems on the board.
Yeah, very beautiful curse from Zhangbo here, just because he does have the coin, although he's overloaded by 1, it still allows him to play the Pilot Shredder on curve. And we do see Pilot Shredder being played by Breath right away, just contest the board very, very well, but we're probably going to see potentially a trade. I understand Zhangbo can actually ignore it if he does decide to play the Pilot Shredder, just because he is ahead on board and forcing Breath to react to it, so I can completely see why he would go face here.
Yeah, absolutely. Not sure why the green end turn button is still active here. I think we might be seeing that from Breath's side. Maybe a bit of a spectator bug, but we are on Zhangbo's turn here, and we are going to see more Totem Golems. I mistakenly said Tunnel Golem and gave myself nightmares on the last turn, as I can't really imagine the combination of Tunnel Trog and Totem Golem into one card. But regardless here, it looks like we are going to go ahead and see a trade, and alright, that's not too bad of an outcome for really either player, and the Healing Totem is going to do a little bit of work here, actually.
Yeah, we do see Breath picking up the Lightning Ball, which is really good for the tempo turns later on, but playing the Drake, see what kind of option he has. And we're probably going to see the Pilot Shredder being played here. Possibly just trading out the Drake, just because Spell Power is just so powerful, just such a strong utility for Shamans in general, due to the board plays and even Lightning Bolt in general.
Yeah, you don't want to risk getting wrecked by something like a Lightning Storm that just came off the top of Breath's deck. So Zhangbo certainly rewarded for that trade here. And here comes another Shredder moment. Let's see what we find. Ooh! That is the literal worst possible option, I would say. Outside of maybe the Doomsayer could have been worse, but not exactly what you want to see in the Captain's Parrot, which is a card that is in Wild that many of you at home may have forgotten about, given its low impact, but on Zhangbo's side here, we see a Hex potentially to clear off this Flame, or he could potentially just drop the Fire Elemental of his own.
Yeah, I definitely like the drop for Fire Elemental here. You do know Shaman does play something like Thunder Buffet, which is a harder kind of removal, and also Ragnaros is a card too, and Breath is really close in terms of approaching turn 8, so that is also a source of removal for those kind of cards. I like saving the Hex here and developing a big minion that Breath has to take care of later on in the game.
That's Zhangbo showing you just how little life totals matter in this matchup in comparison to board control, as he willingly takes 6 damage to the face here with his weapon to clear that fire elemental, and Drake could be huge here off of the Barnes. Do we see a lightning storm, or do we hold that for later?
I don't really mind holding it for later, just because you do have a Thalnos in hand, and most likely Zhangbo is probably gonna do some kind of efficient tradings the next turn, and you can probably follow up the lightning storm to have a better setup for the lightning storm next turn. So I definitely like holding it here, possibly just toteming up, or even playing the totem golem isn't bad either.
Yeah, and even though the Drake perhaps doesn't have an impact on this turn, it's still very much going to impact the board going into Zhangbo's next turn, as he does legitimately have to make a trade into that now, even though it's just a 1-1, because he is out of his Spirit Claws here. And a totem makes it, the Taunt Totem in particular, makes it so that the Drake might actually stick anyway.
Yeah, definitely like removing it right away, and the Taunt Totem, very, very relevant, protects most of the board, and we're probably possibly gonna see a Shredder coming down, wouldn't be too bad. And I guess like he does have also Thalnos in his arsenal. He can actually try using the Thalnos with a Lightning Bolt if he so decides to. I definitely like this play a little bit more with the Thalnos using the Lightning Bolt, clear off the 3-4, and also developing the Shredder. A very, very sticky type of board. You're leaving kind of the spell power up, but you're having a very sticky board that isn't that kind of relevant if Lightning Storm actually comes down. Well, it's kind of relevant, it removes most of the board, but there's a chance that you have a board after the Lightning Storm.
Yeah, and we do see a Blood Mage Thalnos in Breath's hand, so there's a chance we get a double spell damage Lightning Storm here, but like you said, when your board state is primarily consisting of Death Rattle minions, it's not actually the end of the world if it all gets removed, but a lot of that could also come down to what comes out of this Shredder here. I saw Breath reaching for the Lightning Storm. Looks like he decides it is time. This is a very relevant roll here on the Fire Elemental. Let's see what we hit.
Oh, the
4. Okay, so Zhangbo preserves his 6-1. That's going to cost Breath the Azure Drake here.
Yeah, the low roll, unfortunately, but Lightning Storm himself possibly not going to be played this turn. Yeah, just toteming up, possibly not even the Flame Totem as well, just because you want to protect it a little bit and have a better turn to use your minions for more efficient type of trading. Mana Tide Totem being picked up, that's actually really relevant, especially when your opponent actually have a chance of not actually removing this. So using a Flame Totem, trading off the 3-2, developing the Thing from below, possibly even developing the Totem Golem as well. Very, very sturdy board, protecting the Mana Time Totem, getting tons of value out of it.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Zhangbo's lack of late game, given that he just had all of the minions you're looking for in the early... Oh my gosh, and there is a Dr. Boom to contest this board.
Yep, Dr. Boom coming down just in time. Although this also looks like a pretty awkward board for Dr. Boom, just because there are minions on board, and then I guess Dr. Boom gets traded out pretty efficiently with the Thing from below. But the Boom bots does help pretty effectively in terms of clearing the board. Sometimes, I guess, but it really depends on what the roles of the Boom bots are. So I'm really excited to see what this Dr. Boom actually does in this turn.
And another 0 mana 5/5 picked up off the top for Breath here, alongside all of the Thunderblood value he is going to get this turn. That was just an insane draw because his mana was relatively locked into. Actually, that is just lethal with the Lightning Bolt. Never mind. The 0 mana 5/5 completely irrelevant, as Breath is going to push lethal damage here and approach tying things back up with the Shaman win of his own. Big win in the Shaman Mirror.
Yeah, although Dr. 7 was being played, when you're dropping it down without reacting onto the board, it's really easy for Zhangbo to take advantage of that and just go face and just straight up ignore it. So, very fast game so far. I believe this is about the 7th game, I believe, but very, very fast in this best of 17. Notably very, very fast player, so Breath not looking too hot in these couple of games, losing quite a bit against the Shaman deck.
Yeah, now it looks like we're going to find out what Zhangbo's mid-range Shaman counter is on his side. Could have potentially brought the Freeze Mage of his own. Of course, notably, now that we've switched to Goblins versus Gnomes instead of Naxxramas, that would not include a Mad Scientist. So it looks like we do see a Mage, but it's going to be a Mech Mage, it appears, instead of the Freeze version.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Gonna see how Mech Mage handles the Shaman, especially Mech Mage was very, very popular back in the days where GVG was in the format. So, or in the when it was still, when we get to use it.
Mech is notorious for having a flurry of early game, but also its weakness was always that it ran out of resources far too quickly. And what you see from Breath's side, a Totem Golem, a Tunnel Trog, and a Feral Spirits to contest the early game from Zhangbo. It looks like he might have a tough time securing the board in the early game and being able to take advantage of that rapid pace. But a Noyatron is going to slow down this Totem Golem quite nicely here.
Yeah, I kind of miss a Noyatron, although it does have a really weak body, but as its name stands, it is a little bit annoying. So, but Zhangbo is probably going to develop like the Snow Chugger and the Clockwork Gnome. The Snow Chugger is really beneficial against this matchup since Shaman does have weapons in his arsenal, such as the Spirit Claw and potentially Doom Hammers. But then Doom Hammers, we haven't seen Doom Hammers so far from Breath, so I'm pretty sure Spirit Claw is the only thing that the Snow Chugger is neglecting. But very uncurved from Zhangbo's side of the board.
And Zhangbo appears to be weighing his options here between using his hero power to clear off the Tunnel Trog this turn or developing the Snow Chugger. Looks like he is going to get that Tunnel Trog off the board. He's clearly thinking about it. Not sure about this tough decision. Obviously, the Tunnel Trog does have the ability to snowball. We do see the Feral Spirits in Breath's hands, so he's going to get rewarded for this decision to clear off the Tunnel Trog now, preserve more of his board presence over the long run, even though he's losing some damage from the Snow Chugger next turn.
Yeah, from Breath's side, we most likely will probably see a Lightning Storm here since it cleared most of the board. Feral Spirits is not bad either, but you do also have something on the board, so Lightning Storm doesn't feel too bad, but he is going for the more efficient type of play and using the Argent Horse Rider instead and just conserving his Lightning Storm for a better board.
Yeah, doesn't want to overload into his turn 4 unnecessarily, so that's a pretty unfortunate position for you from the Mech Mage side. If your opponent has what looks like a fairly juicy Lightning Storm and doesn't even need it because they're just so loaded with early game of their own. Tough spot here from Zhangbo. Maybe a Piloted Shredder could help him swing it back in his favor.
Yep, these Piloted Shredder looking pretty juicy, just playing it on curve, especially when you can actually play another one next turn. When you have Pilot Shredders back to back, it's actually a very, very sturdy board, and with against matches like against classes that relies heavily on board control, definitely very hard to deal with. Oh man, and we see the Patient Assassin, very, very relevant in this kind of matchup, especially you can clear things from below without any hesitation.
Yeah, Patient Assassin is essentially a 4-1 here, even though it has the 1-1 body, because it is able to trade up into that 3-4 Barnes. And you know what? Zhangbo's just going to go ahead and throw out another Shredder. The first one went fairly well for him. Let's see what this one can do.
Yeah, we're going to see an efficient trade from the Flame Telling Totem. Let's see what spawns from this. The Kindly Grandmother. Interesting. That's pretty good, I would say.
That is not an interaction we saw before Standard in the induction of Kindly Grandmother, but yeah, that is a fantastic 2-drop to find off of a Piloted Shredder. More value than tempo? Oh my goodness, that is a terrible, terrible unstable portal from Zhangbo. He was looking for a lot of value, was not looking for a 2-mana draw 1 card that isn't even guaranteed to get any value unless Breath chooses to clear it. Breath smirking a little bit, you can see in the bottom left corner of the screen. Looks like he's fairly happy, but he can't taunt up the egg.
Yeah, I guess like that's the only moment where Zhangbo can actually taunt up the Runic Egg and try to get some like value out of it. Drawing cards is definitely not bad for Mech Mage, just because, as you said before, they run out of resources pretty quickly, and Zhangbo is looking out the steam right now.
Yeah, but right now, resources are not his biggest problem so much as the fact that he is losing this board right now, and the Piloted Shredder going to help further secure that, and a thing from below, which will be coming down relatively quickly, going to be a problem in its own right, but we do see from Zhangbo's side that Dr. Boom there again on turn 7, and it's going to do some work.
I'm seeing a lot of the Dr. Booms playing on curve in this best of 17 match, so kind of nice to see. No, not really. Just kidding. But yeah, but Brett does have kind of a removal on this. He can trade in the Piloted Shredder into the Dr. Boom and just use the Lightning Storm for board clear. And his board might be cleared himself, but he doesn't feel too bad about it since he can develop the thing from below. But let's see how it rolls.
Okay. He lost the Flame Tongue, but didn't lose his entire board. That was, of course, at risk there. So I think overall he has to be fairly content with those Boombot triggers, but still, it looks like Zhangbo is going to be able to take back the board momentarily after those Boombots do some work here. But Breath has a Azure Drake and now a piloted Shredder to back it up, so not running out of resources as quickly as Zhangbo has.
Yeah, Zhangbo is trying to hang in there. At least he's at a very, very high life total, but he's just drawing small minions and small minions over and over again, so it's really hard for Zhangbo to actually try to get back into this game. And I guess Dr. Boom was one of his best bet to bring back the board, but didn't do him too much good.
Yeah, Mech Warper perhaps the best card in this Mech Mage deck. It's a big reason to play it, but it's not exactly what you're looking for off the top on turn 9. We're going to see the Drake Spell Power Synergy. A Zombie Chow is the one drop that he finds off the Maelstrom Portal. Very relevant in its own right. That's a nice body to fight off the aggressive minions from Zhangbo. Zhangbo going for the Doomsayer Hail Mary, doesn't find it, and that is going to be the end of our Game 8.
Game 8, going pretty fast so far. Oh man, Zhangbo really needs to figure out how he's actually gonna clear this Shaman deck away from Breath. So he can actually try the strategy that Breath tried, which is using the Priest. Have a lot of kind of board clears if you can get that Octanize Circle of Healing combo off early when the Shaman is developing a pretty sturdy counter board early in the game, and try to stabilize that way and potentially use your reactive cards such as a Shadow Word Death and also Entomb 1/1 later on and try to bring back the game. There's definitely a possibility there.
So 4 games apiece here for both players, and Zhangbo is still digging for a Shaman counter. It looks like he is going to try that Priest, as Breath did previously. Didn't work out quite so well for Breath, but maybe Zhangbo's got a little bit of a different Priest build in store, and it appears he does. We see elements of a Dragon Priest here.
Yep, Dragon Priest. I like it. Dragon Priest is really good at kind of contesting the board just because they do run a lot of the sticky minions, especially really kind of big taunts early in the game too, since we do see the Wormus Agent and potentially a Twilight Guardian later on. And Valen's Chosen, a card that we don't see all the time nowadays on Standard, but very good in terms of contesting the board at the same time, especially with the coin into it in the next turn from Zhangbo.
Yeah, it could definitely be relevant here. I do expect to see that, and there it is, the coin and the Velen's Chosen, which will set up an excellent trade directly into the Tunnel Trog here. Twilight Whelp actually a pretty big pickup in its own right last turn off the top, because even though it isn't able to be cast on curve, Zhangbo now has a dragon in hand to activate some of his other dragon enablers, and going to be able to fill out his curve nicely here, and all of a sudden, Breath is the one who needs to react already on turn 3 as the Shaman.
Yeah, I feel like removing this Northshire Cleric is very, very crucial for Breath, just because the Velen's Chosen itself has way too much value. Zhangbo can definitely abuse it just by healing back out, making it stickier, stick on the board longer, and also the draws is way too beneficial for Priest in general.
And Breath actually just has to Lightning Bolt here, which is going to deny him the turn 4 piloted Shredder. That, of course, has to be painful. And, you know, Zhangbo also has more early game in store here, so it's not exactly like he secured the board with that play. He's finding himself in a tough spot. A lot of suite of early game here from Zhangbo's Dragon Priest. And, ooh, do we take Deathwing here, or is it time for the safer pick in the Twilight Guardian?
Well, Zhangbo doesn't really have a very powerful kind of turn 4 kind of play. He does have the Wormus Agent and the Twilight Whelp, but he probably can only develop the Wormus Agent with the Power Word Shield. So it's kind of a pretty good taunt contesting Breath's kind of board, but it doesn't do well against a Pilot Shredder that Shamans normally be playing in this kind of format. But yeah, I'd definitely like to try Guardian. It's on curve, allows you to play your Whelp this turn, or maybe next turn.
Well, I'm actually going to go out and disagree with you here. I think I would have liked to have seen the Deathwing there, just because with the nature of Shaman, it almost feels like inevitably they take the board back eventually, and we did have that Power Word Shield to cycle, potentially find some drops for the next couple of turns, and Deathwing offers a ton of value in this matchup in the late game, so I think I might have gambled a little bit there myself, but can't obviously blame Zhangbo for going for the conservative, safe, guaranteed value play here, and looks like he is going to have that Guardian on 4 to fill out his curve, so probably getting rewarded here.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you with the Deathwing a little bit more that I think about it, because then the Shaman themselves kind of go out of steam later on in the game because their draw engines aren't actually that efficient other than Mana Tide Totem. If they're developing a board and they eventually overextend, Deathwing can bring back the game most of the time. I definitely agree with you on that.
We do see a Drake here on turn 5, which even though we missed our clean turn 4 curve development, Drake on 5 is an excellent curve filler in its own right. The spell damage is going to power up the Spirit Claws, and even though he can't deal with the Guardian this turn, he is going to go ahead and smack 3 damage into it now while he can, potentially setting up to get it off the board next turn. And interestingly, we see a Dragon Skin Sorcerer from Zhangbo's side, so perhaps more of these Power Word Shield and Velen's Chosen effects in store from the Priest.
Yeah, we don't see Dragon Skin's Dragon in current standard format is because we have something called the Power Tentacles, I believe it's called, and it's not really that efficient, and it comes after the Dragon Skin, and I guess like Velen's Chosen is really a lot more efficient. So that's why it's normally not being played at the moment, since the buff card just costs so much and not really worth playing.
Could even potentially signal something like an Inner Fire deck here from Zhangbo, an Inner Fire package within his Dragon Priest deck, perchance. But for the time being, it looks like Breath is going to go ahead and, as we discussed, secure this board presence back. The Shaman, given the Thing from Below draw especially, just so effective. And looks like headed into Zhangbo's turn, he is going to Shadow Word Death it and try and continue to secure the board in his own right.
Yeah, this is a really good turn for Zhangbo to actually heal up his Dragon Consortium with the North Shard Clerk just to get a value out of it. And as long as you have a lot of card advantage against Shaman most of the time, and especially when Dragon Priest does have a lot of board clears, such as the Holy Nova and Light Bomb, if you get that early enough, and when Breath overextends and you use those removals on the big boards that Breath actually puts out later on in the game and potentially stabilize that way, you're in a pretty good spot, especially later on in the game. You're probably smacking down bigger kind of minions than, like, bigger than Shaman can actually put out.
And a fantastic pickup in the Azure Drake here from Zhangbo's side. A, because it continues to allow him to progress and continue to develop resources given that it cycles itself. And B, it's going to activate the 2-drop in hand, which will most likely, as it tends to do, find a massive dragon in its own right. So now his late game is kind of activated. Let's see what he finds here. Ooh. Interesting options, and he goes for the Nefarian, the maximum value play, over the 6-drop to potentially fill out the curve a little more.
Yeah, I like the Nefarian there. You do get the awesome spells that Shaman has in his arsenal. You do see a lot of like board clears if you really need it, such as the Lightning Storm and even Elemental Destruction. Always nice to actually clear the board with the Shaman.
You can see Breath is visibly frustrated by his inability to find a spell damage totem, as he now has all 3 of the other ones assembled, probably looking to activate this Spirit Claws and cast a higher value Maelstrom Portal, but unfortunately for him, he's shaking his head in frustration, as it looks like that is not going to be an option this turn, potentially now looking at a Flame Tongue and a Shredder instead.
Yeah, Yeah, Breath really wants to clear this kind of board just because there's actually a high value type of minion such as the Dragonkin. I forget what it's called, but is it Dragonkin?
I am getting confirmation that it is a Dragonkin and not a Dragon Skin. So I honestly did not know that, but I learned something new. I've never actively read that card in my life before.
Yeah, that Dragonkin might be very threatening just because Velen's Chosen is a card. Also Power Word Shield, for instance. If you do get spell power onto it, very hard to remove the spell power from a Dragonkin, especially when you complement with something like Holy Nova, moving the whole board almost very, very efficiently.
I'm a little rusty on my Chinese here, I must say, but I imagine Breath just gave the "That's Incredible" emote here, as he does not have the spell damage he was looking for, of course. And now going into Zhangbo's turn, we see a couple of options here, an AoE perhaps, or just could cycle the Drake here and develop some taunt in the process. It looks like he's going to lead with the Twilight Guardian and play out all of the taunt bodies this turn.
Yeah, I like keeping the Drake, the Azure Drake here, just because you do want to combo that with it on turn 10 if you really need to, because that's kind of one of the most efficient board clears you can get out of the Dragon Priest. Because to be honest, he might not be running Light Bomb. The reason for that is because most of the time, since Dragon Priest really relies on board, and you don't really want to damage your own minions, making it weaker since they're just so healthy already. Something like Holy Nova really good for Dragon Priest is because it heals them out and remove board at the same time. So maybe that's why he's keeping the Zerd Drake with the Holy Nova for a better AoE board clear on turn 10.
Yeah, there are a lot of 3 toughness minions in the mid-range Shaman, Tunnel Trog being one of them that we see come down, Feral Spirits being another one, making the 2/2/3 minions. But looks like we're just going to go ahead and take the value trade with the Shredder this turn, pass it back to Zhangbo, and this feels like a critical turn. The game is clearly snowballing on him, and he has to find a solution to it fairly quickly here.
Yeah, Zhangbo is actually hovering over the Shrinkmeister. One thing Shrinkmeister really does well is efficient trades, and we do see kind of a high power type of minion such as a Pilot Shredder on board, but I'm not 100% sure if Zhangbo actually runs Cabal Shadow Priest, so he might actually save the Shrinkmeister for that and decides to use the Holy Nova this turn to completely clear the board, since it does look really good at the moment, since he does have the minions traded out, but he's planning to wait another turn just because Nefarian is so good. Oh, Totemic Might. Not
Totemic
really
Might.
You can even use it right now.
Stormcrack isn't, you could. Stormcrack isn't bad. He was probably looking for something more like Elemental Destruction or Lightning Storm in this spot, but Totemic Might obviously going to have no impact on this game. There could be some actual Wild Pyromancer shenanigans that go on with it, but you don't often see Wild Pyromancer and Dragon Priest. I'm probably just defending an absolute dead card right now.
Yeah, true. Yeah, well, the inclusion of the Shrinkmeister, and you do see a lot of the early drops, such as the Nether Spider Historian, and also Dragon Whelps, Wormus Agents. I find it really hard to actually include a Pyromancer, although it's pretty good board clear for priests in general. Ooh, a taunt that I don't really see all the time.
Yeah, we do see another Karazhan minion here come out from a piloted Shredder, so all sorts of interactions that we have not seen in the pre-standard era with the Shredders thus far. Breath seems a little bit frustrated by his inability to essentially cast anything this turn, and that Nefarian is obviously representing quite a bit of damage and board control in its own right. Zhangbo got some options here, and he's going to start out by drawing a card.
Yeah, let's see what he gets. Buffing him with the Dragonkin definitely always feels good, and we're probably going to see the Holy Nova for the entire board clear. You don't really feel too bad on using the Holy Nova now, since you're so ahead on board, especially with an 8/8, putting Breath on the clock, setting down lethal for the next turn. Breath really needs to pick up something like the Hex just to get rid of this Nefarian right here, but he doesn't get it. Taunt Totem doesn't even save him, and Breath losing the game. Yes,
Breath with head in hand, wondering, how did I just lose my Shaman to my opponent's Priest? That could certainly be, a game-defining loss there, even though, one game never necessarily decides a best of 17. That was a critical one here, as one of what is thought to be the weaker classes just took down one of what is thought to be potentially the best class in this format, and that game's going to cost him in the long run.
Yeah, if Dragon Priest is able to snowball, since we do know they have really high value type of minions, especially with Dragon Synergy, if they snowball like what we see from Zhangbo, it can really even take down the top tier decks of the meta right now, even though Dragon Priest in general is considered a weak class. And we do see Rogue against the Priest. What do you think about this matchup?
Rogue is notoriously nearly a hard counter to Priest. The matchup, I would put it as high as 90-10 in the Rogue's favor if it's a more controlling build of Priest. That being said, Zhangbo is working with the Dragon Priest, which can offer a little bit more of proactive board development and challenge what the Rogue has going on. So things here might be in a little bit better shape on the Priest side than we are accustomed to seeing in the battle between these two classes.
Yeah, a lot of the sticky minions, like a lot of the high value type of minions that the Priest actually plays early, such as the Blackwing Technician, or even the Worm's Agent alone, sticky enough that the Rogue can't really play efficiently early in the game, and especially when Blade Flare got nerfed, where you can't really make a really big kind of weapon to clear everything all at once. You're really looking for those Eviscerates and even the Shadow Strike to remove most of the board, but you're going to remove them one at a time, where Zhangbo is going to develop minions each and every turn, which puts you behind on board a lot.
Yeah, you see that Zhangbo hovered over the Wormrest agent there, perhaps hoping to pick up a dragon off the top from the Power Word shield so that he could coin it out and get a little bit more pressure on the board, but still hasn't found a dragon, which Wormrest agent is not exactly one of those cards you can run out for tempo in the situations that you don't have a dragon, so he's in a bit of an awkward spot of maybe not really having a play next turn unless he picks something up off the top here, and he finds... not a dragon, so the 2-mana 1/4 for tempo run out here. You see Breath nodding his head a little bit there. I've been a little bit animated over the course of this series, and for once he is approving of what's going on his opponent's side of the board.
Yeah, he is playing a 1/4, but most of the time you do speculate that on turn 4 it's when Rogue starts to develop minions such as a Tomb Pillager, and these minions does kind of get free trades off the Tomb Pillager. Like, the Tomb Pillager does get free trades off these minions alone just because how low attack they are, but he isn't really afraid of that just because he does have the Shadow Word Death as a contingency kind of plan, so that's why these two minions are going to stick on the board for quite a while, and really annoying for Brev just because this Northshire Cleric would probably get a lot of value if Brev tries to do anything, because it kind of denies the Fan of Knives just because you don't really want the Northshire Cleric consistently draw and get value out of it. So Brev is really stuck on actually playing cards.
Zhangbo debating here if he wants to coin out his Wormrest agent or not. If he does go for that, which it appears he will do to add some extra pressure to the board, denies him the option of coining out the Entomb next turn, which could let Breath sneak in something like the Edwin that we see in his hand currently. So definitely an opportunity cost there, but Zhangbo understanding that he is really the one who is burdened to reduce his life total, his opponent's life total, as quickly as possible, or auctioneer shenanigans may ensue.
Yeah, pretty kind of awkward turn for Breath this turn. He can kind of make a really big Van Cleave. It really depends if he wants to use his Eviscerate or not. One thing he can do is he can probably sap the Northshire Cleric if he really wants to. Yeah, and backstab. Oh, but he's just going for the full clear for the Wormrest agent instead. So we're probably going to see a Van Cleave with just the backstab, Shiv, and Daggering up, and making, I believe, a 6/6 Van Cleave.
Yeah, nice 6/6 Edwin here, and he got it down without having to use his coin whatsoever here. Healbot, an interesting inclusion on the Rogue side. Rogue known for not having options in terms of healing, but in this case he does, because it's the wild format, and you do have access to a card like Healbot.
Yeah, Zhangbo emoted there just because he's a little annoyed. Just missing 1 damage off to clear this Van Cleave, because I believe this is a 5 damage in total with the Corruptor, and he probably doesn't really feel like playing the Corruptor either, and maybe just possibly pass, but maybe you don't. It's just because maybe you do want to develop a minion, because even if the Van Cleave does trade into one of those 1-attack minions, you do have a Holy Nova to follow up in the next turn, so it's not a guaranteed loss. You don't lose too much value from that.
I do like the development from Zhangbo's side here. Obviously, Edwin being a 3-drop and Blackwing being a 5-drop, and those two cards trading 1-for-1 potentially here. Not exactly where you want to be from Zhangbo's side, but he can't be too proud. You can only play with the hand he's been dealt here, and I do think that the Blackwing development was the correct play here. Let's see if Breath opts to potentially clear off this Northshire, or it looks like he's going to start with the Fan leading into the SI, I assume? Or, no, it looks like it's going to be the Eviscerate. This makes sense. This makes sense. Clear off the Blackwing, get off that Northshire Cleric as well.
Yeah, need to get rid of the Northshire Cleric. Breath understands that early in the game, Zhangbo's hand didn't look too good just because he did lose out on the Dragon Synergy early. Zhangbo's hand probably doesn't look too hot, so that's why clearing the Northshire Cleric does starve Zhangbo out of cards and potentially getting to those Dragon Synergy he needs to actually put out value minions.
Certainly not the ideal Holy Nova here, but Holy Nova is a relatively low impact card in this matchup in general, so might as well sneak it in now while you have the mana, and at least does a little bit of work clearing up that Edwin. Obviously 5 mana, deal 2 damage, not what you're looking for, but does heal his 1/4 up as well, and Velen's Chosen here could potentially let him assert his position over the board a little bit more effectively than he currently is. And like I said, he's got to close out this game relatively quickly, or shenanigans like we see this Malagos in Breath's hand might be just around the corner.
Yeah, usually we see Priest, 4 attack minions, very, very hard to deal with, but with the addition of Velen's Chosen in this format, really helps it out. But instead, we're going to go with the Entomb, not wanting to use the Velen's Chosen that hastily and trading it off onto the Azure Drake.
Yeah, high opportunity cost here using the Entomb on something like Azure Drake. There's no way, really, I think, from what we've seen so far out of Breath, that Zhangbo could have a read that this is Malygos Rogue in particular. I don't think we've seen anything that we wouldn't have seen out of regular Miracle Rogue, so he doesn't know the Malygos is going to be coming down here, but Malygos is impossible for Priest to deal with without exactly the card Entomb, given its 4 power and 12 toughness.
Alright, we're going to see... possibly the Bookworm looking pretty nice right now, just because we do see 2 3/3s on board. Really not a bad choice, especially you do have a dragon to activate it, fortunately enough. And next turn, I guess you can even set it up with a pretty good balance to trade off the board as well at the same time. And Breath hasn't really been developing too many minions. You have seen kind of removals being used, so very difficult for Breath to actually clear off most of this board, especially at 3/6 in general.
Yeah, Zhangbo just a bit shy of being able to put his rogue opponent down to 15 life this turn, so it looks like Bookworm is a fairly clear option. Gonna go ahead and clear off the SI. Probably doesn't matter which of the 3 drops that he takes out here, but on Breath's side, it is going to be the Malygos into a 7 damage backstab. Very easily deals with the Bookworm. Gonna go ahead and take out the 1/4 as well with the face trade and the healbot trade, and all of a sudden, we need a second Entomb right now to win this game.
Yeah, that's why previously before, I thought it was really strange that he used Entomb onto the Azure Drake when he could have actually used the Velen's Chosen onto Whelp to trade it off. Just because earlier in the game, Breath did use 1 Shiv. Usually when a Shiv is used, it's kind of like a pretty good indicator that Malygos is being played in the deck, and not really the Cold Blood version, since the cheap spells that they do run are Conceals and Cold Blood in order to draw through the deck, and possibly even Deadly Poison to control the board. But definitely there's many kind of variants, but I guess like that maybe could be a kind of good tell to have Malygos in the deck or not.
Oh, we are seeing a sap here. Breath doing everything in his power to preserve this Malygos on the board, given that he doesn't actually have any way to take advantage of the spell damage +5 right now. And that could be game-breaking if he finds something like a Fan of Knives. Oh, and there's a Deathwing. That could be a huge deal here.
Very, very big deal. Oh man, this Deathwing is gonna do a lot of work, especially when Zhangbo doesn't really have like a high value type of hand right now. I don't feel bad dropping down Deathwing against something you can't really clear very easily, staring down that Malygos.
And Breath ran out a Tempo Malygos, and understandably so given the board state at the time, but right now it looks like it's gonna do pretty close to nothing except for that 1 spell damage bonus on the backstab, and yeah, he has to sap the Dr. Boom or he's at risk of just losing his Malygos, and I think he needs that card to win here. The question now is it time for Deathwing, or do we just continue to contest with the Dr. Boom all over again?
This is actually a very interesting type of choice, but we're going to see the Deathwing dropping down here. Oh! You do know there's 1 coin in his hand, though, so you know that there's only...
Oh, and there's the Fan! There's the Fan that would have synergized with the Malygos, so Zhangbo absolutely rewarded for his choice. And there's the Auctioneer! Okay, we can do some serious card drawing here. The question is Breath going to be able to find some value to synergize with it? I'm not really sure what he's looking for. Sap isn't fantastic.
I believe 2 saps are already used in the game, right? Didn't he have 2 saps in the beginning of the game?
Yeah, he absolutely did, so I guess he's just looking for damage at this point.
Yeah, he does. He is on a 2-turn clock, so he can actually wrap up some damage and potentially maybe look for lethal, but Malygos is already gone from the game, so very interested to see what he's actually looking for.
Shadow Strike going to be a dead card here. He's going to deal 3 more damage with the Sinister Strike. Also has the Preparation in hand, but
we can
you kind of have to deal... Oh, that's a bit of a whiff off of the Swashbuckler. That could have, or Burglar, that could have changed the game on its head in its own right, but yeah, we just saw both Sinister Strikes being used, and I just don't know how Breath's going to find the last few points of damage unless maybe he has Cold Bloods left in his deck.
Yeah, it would have been beautiful if that Swashbuckler actually got that Entomb. I would have went nuts. Even Shadow Ward Death would have been crazy, so there's actually quite a bit of outs from that Swashbuckler. But on Zhangbo's point of view, I would probably just go face here, since you did see 2 saps being used. But actually, you also have to consider what kind of priest card that Breath actually got from the Swashbuckler, and would it be a very, very big deal, because he can potentially be punished from that.
Yeah, you've seen both players playing very quickly over the course of this game. Zhangbo actually slowing down for a moment here, as this could be a game-defining decision between presenting lethal next turn or getting this Gadgetzin off the board. Zhangbo, I'm sure, going through all the cards that he could think are left in Breath's deck, given that he knows in general what a Malygos list looks like. And I do like the option to trade here. I'm just not sure how Breath actually pieces together these last 16 points of damage to win this game.
Yeah, this is actually very, very difficult for Breath, just because he can start clearing off the Azure Drake with the Shadow Strike. I feel like going with the Auctioneer first, but maybe he doesn't even have that 1 damage to kill off that Strike Meister for a 2-turn clock for Zhangbo. But yeah, as we see, Breath doesn't really have the answer and concedes, staring down that Deathwing.
So I'm here eating my words as we do see the Rogue conceding to the Priest. Priest now taking 2 games off of the Rogue and the Shaman, and Zhangbo looking to make a run with this Priest deck. Dragon Priest seems pretty well positioned against Breath's decks. I believe have concealed their Paladins to us thus far, so those may be coming up in the near future. But for now, Zhangbo is going to continue to try and make a run with things with this Dragon Priest, which is 2-0 right now. Breath choosing to attempt to counter with what looks like a N'Zoth Control Warrior.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel bad putting out the Control Warrior against the Dragon Priest in general, just because Brawl pretty much handles most of the Dragon Priest kind of board and put them really, really behind and single targeting down with the powerful single target kind of spells that Warrior has. And in your late game is definitely better than the Control Beast. The Dragon Priest in general.
Absolutely. Control Warrior, not always a matchup where you want to run out the Northshire Cleric on 1. Now, granted, Zhangbo doesn't know what kind of Warrior Breath is running, so it could potentially come out here, but I think I'd like to see him save it. The value that you can gain off of that card in a matchup like this one is very, very relevant as opposed to the tempo. But Zhangbo disagrees with me, going to go ahead and run it out, potentially risk losing it to something like a Fiery War Axe, but again, he doesn't know exactly what kind of Warrior Breath is on here.
Yeah, if it was, maybe he's afraid that it would be an aggressive type of Warrior deck, that's why he played the Northshire Cleric, but if it wasn't, he is losing a lot of value there because you do need to draw into your cards against a control matchup. You want to put your threats out there before the Warrior does exhaust his resources and try to beat him down before it reaches late game. But he definitely gets a little bit of value out of it. He is going to go full Northshire Cleric here and playing it both of them down and healing it back up. I hope he doesn't overdraw with this later on in the game.
Yeah, Breath possibly thought he was pretty content with the 2 cards he was looking like he was going to get off of Acolyte here, but it turns out Zhangbo also gets 2 of his own and is in a position to draw many more if these Clerics aren't dealt with, so potentially getting rewarded for the fact that he ran out the Cleric on 1.
Yep. Very powerful hand for Breath here. He has most of the utility to handle even the worst of kind of Dragon Priest kind of board. We do see a double execute, shield slam, even revenge, including the brawl. Very, very, very active type of hand. And we see Zhangbo consistently putting up the pressure, stacking up the board, playing down the Twilight Guardian, trying to beat the Control Warrior down, which is mainly your game plan against this matchup.
Now that Holy Nova, which is a relatively dead card in this matchup, could look like a serious card draw engine next turn if these Clerics aren't dealt with, so this could get very interesting. I wouldn't be surprised to see Zhangbo working with a full suite of resources in the near future, especially given that his hand has 2 Drakes and a Dr. Boom. That's just a ton of value.
Yeah, definitely a ton of value. And on Breath's turn, he doesn't really have to play too reactively. He can just play it slow just because there isn't that much damage on the board. The Warrior Hero power definitely very strong. You can definitely take a bit of a beating from the Priest so far, especially if there's only 5 power on board.
So we see a second Holy Nova picked up from Zhangbo here, which might not get used in the near future given all of the other plays that he has, but I do suspect we'll see a trade in a Holy Nova this turn, clearing Breath's board and drawing 3 cards in the process if he does trade first with the Twilight Guardian this turn.
It would actually be 6 cards, right, with the 2 Northshire Clerics.
Oh wow, yeah,
he's going to overdraw.
Northshire. Yeah, so he is going to go ahead and avoid overdrawing by not trading first here. Heads up play by Zhangbo, a nice catch by you there, Hermes.
Yeah. Sometimes putting 2 Northshire Cleric is a little scary. I have seen people overdraw and losing a lot of value just because it's a little annoying using cards like Holy Nova, even Circle of Healing with 2 Northshire Clerics on board.
Yeah, he is going to go ahead and fill to 9 cards, with which on his draw step will make it a full suite of 10, which interestingly could deny him the play of Azure Drake, but he picks up 1 drop to help fill in his curve. So if he does want to draw the Drake here, he will not overdraw due to that. And on Breath's side, he's wondering, how am I about to get 3-0'd by Dragon Priest? And what can I do to combat this board state when my opponent has a ton of resources still available in hand?
I don't really see that you have to do much on this board. Maybe you can get rid of the first Northshire Cleric with the Ravaging Ghoul, but since Zhangbo drew so much, it really denies the Holy Nova from Zhangbo, just because you don't really want to heal his minions anymore, just because your hand is just so full. But then again, Zhangbo can consistently get a lot of value out of it, but yeah, pretty sure Hero Power is enough, just because the power on board is really not that threatening, so definitely Hero Powering past is all you need to do.
Yeah, only 5 power for the time being, and could get a lot worse, might be about to get a lot worse, depending on what Zhangbo chooses to develop onto the board this turn. Obviously, when you see a hero power pass in this kind of situation on Breath's side, Brawl has to be on the top of your mind as a potential play from your opponent, so he's going to be very deliberate about which threats and how many he chooses to run out this turn.
Yeah. Just because he has the Dr. Boom in hand, I feel that it's kind of okay to overextend just a little bit, just to bait up the Brawl and then just slam down the Dr. Boom after the Brawl, which is definitely not bad. And he only decides to play 1 minion. I definitely agree with that. Maybe he could have played the double Twilight Whelps instead, but I like this so far just because it adds a little bit more pressure down on the board and doesn't look like a good Brawl at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely, and even though they're just 1 drops, keeping the maximum number of dragons in your hand for the time does work out pretty nicely to ensure that these dragon synergies are going to be active later on in the game, but in the meantime, there might not be much of a later on in the game if Zhangbo is continuing to be able to apply the kind of pressure that he is right now. This board state demands a Brawl, and I don't really know how Breath gets out of this one, to be honest. That's just so much value against a Control Warrior in Zhangbo's hand.
Yeah, the Onslaught is pretty deadly right now, especially we can see so much value from Zhangbo's hand, and obviously Breath knew that Zhangbo drew a lot of cards. If he used something like Brawl here, he definitely has to be prepared of the second wave of minions, especially when Dr. Boom does act as 3 minions, which is pretty annoying for Breath to handle later on. So he has to be really, really aware of that since Dr. Boom is in play in this format.
And notably, Zhangbo put Breath to exactly 13 here, which is a big difference from 13 and 12. It denied Breath a play here, such as Revenge everything for 3 damage into a Ghoul, which would have cleared almost all of the board. But as it turns out, Revenge only deals 1 when he's at 13 health, so it is going to demand exactly the Brawl from Breath. He is able to fully clear this board, but like we noted, the board will not be cleared for long, as here is a Dr. Boom alongside a Twilight Whelp for a total of 11 power right back on the board directly after Breath brawls.
Yeah, we can see there's a pretty easy clear here with the Ravaging Ghoul and possibly just an execute on the Dr. Boom. Breath can decide to use the bash onto Twilight Whelp if he actually finds it threatening. I would probably remove the Twilight Whelp because Valen's Chosen is a card and can apply a lot of damage later on in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Valen's Chosen is a card he has already seen out of Zhangbo's Dragon Priest build here. And he is going to go ahead and fully clear this board, but takes another good chunk of damage to the face in the process from the Boom Bots here. And on Zhangbo's side, I suspect the Blackwing Corruptor possibly trades very effectively with its Battle Cry into the 3/3 Ravaging Ghoul from Breath. But awkwardly, there are a lot of 5 drops in Zhangbo's hand, and on 9 mana, he can't play 2 on the same turn, so he is going to go for the Bookworm instead.
Yeah, this is definitely, Bookworm is really good. It is a very sticky type of minion. Something like a Fire War Axe can remove it. It also plays around the potential Revenge too, so it's gonna stick for quite a while. And if it does stick, you're able to apply a lot of pressure. You can follow the Blackwing Corruptor to the face, just apply a little bit of damage, follow up on turn 10 with a Zerdrick and Holy Nova to finish off the game potentially. But from Breath, we do see a lot of stabilization from it, especially with the Shield Maiden comboing out with the Shield Slam, removing the stickiest minion on board.
Yeah, Shield Maiden into Shield Slam offering a ton of favorable tempo here. Breath looking like potentially he could stabilize after all, but we're going to see what these Drakes find, as there are many, many more high-value minions to come. Zhangbo going to take the board back with the Shadow Word Death and push some damage with the Shrinkmeister along the way. And now it is Gore Howl time.
Yeah, Dragon Priest really suffers against Control Warrior when it gets later on in the game where they're capable of stabilizing. Just because Dragon Priest doesn't have burst damage. The kind of burst damage they do have is about 5 damage, I believe, with the Valence Chosen and the Holy Nova. It's just right on in one turn, so it's actually not that much damage if you think about it. And Breath, as long as he's not in lethal range, he can consistently rejuvenate back with the Shield Maiden, and when we see Revenge in hand, that can clear essentially the whole board from the Dragon Priest.
And Zhangbo potentially has a read here that Breath's hand is removal light, given that Breath is working with a low life total, and he just face tanked a minion with the Gore Howl in order to get it off the board here. So seems to him like a good time to develop the Felon's Chosen, and it looks like that might work out for him unless there's a top decked removal spell. Shield Block could help.
Yeah, Shield Block could definitely help, especially a combo with the Shield Maiden, gaining tons of health. Not just yet, but like Breath isn't going down just yet, so looking pretty good right now. Let's see what he gets with the Shield Block first, I would assume, since he does need health first to sustain out of the lethal range that Zhangbo has at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Something like Sylvanas could line up pretty effectively against this board, but as we see, there's already 8 power on Zhangbo's side, so Breath weighing all of his options here as it feels like he's right on the edge of the razor. Gonna have to be very careful on how he navigates through these next few minions. Is going to go down to 3 before going back up to 8 from the Shield Block.
The shield Maiden is definitely not bad here. You can actually bring down the... Oh, actually decides to not get the 5 armor, but possibly playing the Shredder instead. I kind of like that. It does allow you to armor up at the same time, and it's also a very sticky minion. And you can also combo it off with the Revenge later on too, just to essentially clear off the whole board. But do we have lethal right here, counting... I believe we do, with the Corruptor and the Holy Nova, leaving off the last few damage to actually clear off all of Grev's health. So going down once again by the Dragon Priest from Zhangbo's side.
Yeah, that is going to be exact lethal from Zhangbo, and Dragon Priest now 3-0 in this series, and Zhangbo gets to queue it up again. So I have to ask at this point, Breath, what is your Dragon Priest counter?
Dragon Priest counter. There is something called the Secret Paladin, though. Although I thought Control Warrior was actually the best kind of deck to actually counter out this Dragon Priest, but unfortunately, Breath got beat down during that match, so that's very unfortunate. But Secret Paladin is a thing, could potentially bring the win back. And I don't think Zhangbo is actually running Light Bomb from what I've seen, since I haven't seen it for a long time. And that's one of the crucial cards against Paladin, at least Secret Paladin in general. But Hunter might suffer against Dragon Priest just a little bit.
Yeah, Breath choosing the Hunter over the Paladin here leads me to believe that this could be a high-value Death Rattle build of Hunter. We see an injured Cavaldier in Breath's opening hand here, which also signals something like the Desert Camel. It appears that Zhangbo does have 1-drops in his deck, so Camel might not be fantastic here, but having high-value minions will be in this matchup.
Yep. Ooh, injured Cavaldier. Having 2 in the opening hand is not what you want to see. So those camels are not going to be doing too much work later on in the game.
Yeah, that might literally be every 1-drop in Breath's deck for all we know. There is potentially a second Fiery Bat as well, of course, but you're definitely not looking to actually draw these injured Cavaldiers. Drawing both of them is particularly ineffective.
Yeah, very, very ineffective. We can possibly see the Shrinkmeister going down here, just to have a little bit of efficient trade onto the Fiery Bat, and then you can also play Twilight Whelp with the buff with the Power Word Shield. I definitely like the Power Word Shield here, just so you can draw a card and see what you get. Yeah, and you can possibly get another dragon to curve out your Twilight Guardians way better later on in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. A few different options here from Zhangbo, and it looks like he is going to go with that Twilight Whelp here. I assume Power Word shielding something as well, but let's see where this... Okay, so that was a pretty favorable outcome, I would say. Overall, didn't snipe the 1-1 there, with the juggle from the Fiery Bat. Now we're going to see an Animal Companion come out here, and it's going to be a Leok, which doesn't do a whole lot of work on this board state. Probably looking for actually Huffer or Misha over the Leok, so not exactly the greatest Animal Companion.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's just one off from the Velen chosen to remove this, I believe. Yeah, it buffs by 2/4, so yeah, unfortunately just a little bit off, but he's doing it anyways, just putting it into damage in right now, just because the Leok can't really trade efficiently into this Velen's chosen Nether Spite. But we're going to see the Houndmaster being played on curve here to potentially just remove this 3/3 on board.
And it also gives Zhangbo some very nice setup here in terms of dealing with the Houndmaster minion. And perhaps Houndmaster was on his mind going into the turn 4 here and effectively played around it, and now has the Twilight Guardian to line up very well against the 4/3 body of the Houndmaster from Breath's side. Looks like we are going to see the 1-drops finally come out here, and it turns out, yes, Breath is actually out of 1-drops on his side, whereas Zhangbo picks up a nice one in the Northshire Cleric.
Breath is sending a message right now. He was like, I'm having a terrible hand, go easy on me. Double injured Cavalier playing with the Camel all in one turn. Unfortunate. Zhangbo can kind of benefit off this. He could heal the injured Cavalier. Just kidding. Don't do that. It's actually not good for you. Yeah, but he could probably do some very efficient trades right here. Yeah, with the Shrinkmeister onto the Houndmaster and trading off with the Twilight Guardian.
As long as he's got these taunt minions up, it looks like with the second Northshire in hand, that there's a decent chance he's going to be drawing a lot of cards here to come. But Savannah Hyman is a huge pickup from Breath, potentially getting him back into this game with the curve of Hyman on 6 into Boom on 7. That was the value that he needed.
Yeah, Breath's hand was looking really lackluster. At least he got the curve on 6 and 7 for the following turn, so definitely not bad. But Zhangbo recognizes that he does need to get value, so he is going to go full Northshire once again, and drawing the cards he needs to react for the potential board that Breath has later on in the game. And Breath just concedes.
And that's just a concession. Doesn't even want to boom on 7, so frustrated by the fact that he is getting continuously wrecked by Dragon Priest that he is just going to scoop it up and avoid that turn 7. Look at that man's face. That is a man who is wondering what is going on in this series of Hearthstone right now. A little bit disheveled here from Breath.
Yeah, just a little bit. Alright, the last deck of Breath is going to be the Paladin. Now, this is actually a very interesting class for this format right now. It could be a lot of things. Since Murkai is in play, he might even play Murloc Paladin. I've seen him play Murloc Paladin before last round, where it was only Naxx, I believe, so it was very effective, so he might actually go for that once again. So we're gonna see. Oh, it's not gonna be Secret Paladin. Interesting kind of matchup. It's not like 100%. I guess Priest does have is favored here just because of the addition of Light Bombs. Also, Shadow Word Death is a really good card in clearing most of these kind of minions, and you also have a pretty strong early game too. And just to note, Avenge is not in the Secret Paladin deck, so Mysterious Challenger just might be a little weaker since the secrets are easier to play around.
Yeah, and Breath actually getting pretty good value out of the Repentance on turn 1 here by hitting the Wormrest Agent. It was essentially a 1-mana deal 3, which is going to let this Annoyatron actually trade rather effectively into the Wormrest Agent, and Breath picking up his second Mysterious Challenger does have some value going into the mid to late game, but potentially a whiff or two in the next couple of turns unless he picks up a turn 3 or turn 4 play to complement this piloted Shredder.
I also wouldn't mind seeing Zhangbo actually playing the Northshire Clerk here. Is really well protected behind the Wormrest Agent, and you're going to turn 4 and turn 5 and 6 on curve too, so you don't really have a chance to play this Northshire Clerk later on. And we're going to see the Coin Pilot Shredder here really well in terms of contesting against this Wormrest Agent.
Yeah, Piloted Shredder needs to do some work here for Breath. He is obviously behind in this game, and like I mentioned, he doesn't really have a great another play this turn. Yeah, that's not going to be one either. I don't know. The Consecration here doesn't actually clear any minions. I suppose he could Shredder into the Twilight Guardian and Consecration to clear one of them off, but that's not ideal. Looks like he's reaching for his secrets. It's going to be a rough next turn or two here from Breath.
Yeah, lots of inefficient type of clears. The best thing I would probably see is probably traded in the Vermis Agent developed into Redemption. Hopefully, Zhangbo plays into this, and hopefully another Pilot Shredder spawns. We're possibly going to see a removal from the Corruptor here. I definitely like that. There's a more efficient type of play. He can sacrifice the Northside Cleric into the Pilot Shredder, but he might want that draw value because his hand does look good against the Mysterious Challenger on 6 because he does have the Shadow Word Death in his hand right now, where he can actually remove it, the proc on the Secrets, and remove at the same time. So it actually isn't too bad if you're sacrificing your Northside Cleric into this Pilot Shredder, using the Corruptor to remove whatever's inside.
Yeah, I don't really think there's any way that Zhangbo trades here. The reason being that Breath chose not to use his hero power this last turn and float that 2 mana instead, which is a very clear read, in my opinion, that Redemption is the secret that is down. So I would be surprised, and it looks like he is potentially going to trade here, but I have to imagine he can assume that that secret is the Redemption.
Mm-hmm. So, going to the face with the Corruptor instead. Very, very interesting. So he is playing around Redemption, so pretty heads up from Zhangbo. Ooh. Alright. We do see a very interesting card that's not normally... Well, is it normally being played at the moment? Probably not, since we see a lot of the Control Paladin nowadays. I actually forgot the name of this card.
I believe Steward of Darkshire is in fact going to come down here and has synergy with the hero power, but awkwardly has anti-synergy with the Redemption here. So, gonna go ahead and run it out. He needs the additional board presence, and ultimately the Redemption isn't going to be fantastic anymore if you are popping your own piloted Shredder anyway.
Oh, beautiful pick out. The Holy Nova, being able to trade everything out and using it to clear the whole board. Plays around the Redemption too. But let's see how the trade actually goes. I wouldn't mind trading the 5-4 into the 2-3 possibly, and then this Holy Nova using the Twilight Guardian to clear after the Holy Nova. Definitely not bad there.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be a very high value Holy Nova, even essentially clearing up the Redemption, as the Steward is going to come back on the board, and Zhangbo, drawing 3 cards here, can even fill out his curve with the Twilight Whelp. Once again in a commanding position. Let's find out just how much work Mysterious Challenger can do, but you can look at Breath's face again, been very expressive throughout this match. This man looks like he is about to get 5-0'd by a Dragon Priest, and you can see that on his face.
Very true. Mysterious Challenger isn't as strong as before. Avenge is not in Breath's deck, so very, very unfortunate. So the secrets are a lot easier to play into. It's not as difficult when Avenge was actually in play. Definitely a lot of things can actually go on here, just in case that there's another Redemption. You can trade in with another minion in first, and then after all the secrets are procced, you can use the Shadow Word Death onto the 6/6 Mysterious Challenger and essentially moving everything off the board. Crystal clear, and Dragon Priest taking a lead again ahead on this board.
Yeah, there is the Redemption on the Noble Sacrifice creature, and Zhangbo going to go ahead and follow that up with a Shadow Word Death on the Mysterious Challenger, continuing to stabilize this board presence while pushing some damage to the face. A quick count shows 11 damage on the board, plus 2 more potentially from the Velen's Chosen. So I don't think Zhangbo is presenting lethal necessarily here, but that being said, Breath is running out of outs very quickly here, unless this double consecration can do some serious work.
Yeah, definitely. So, even having Dr. Boom in Zhangbo's hand right now, so smacking that down because he kind of recognizes that Paladin doesn't really have a lot of efficient removals, clearing a big 7/7, and especially with Boom Boss. But he's definitely slowing things down. Instead of playing Dr. Boom, he doesn't necessarily need to be too hasty since he is ahead on board. So definitely using the remaining minions to hit the face, and especially ignoring the Mysterious Challenge since you have a taunt to protect yourself with, and representing lethal damage on board.
Yeah, a relatively conservative play there from Zhangbo that is actually going to let Breath take the board back at least for 1 turn, so maybe a glimmer of hope, but you can see Zhangbo quickly moving through his turn as he knows what that last 7 mana is doing this turn, and it is going to be Dr. Boom, which is theoretically presenting lethal in its own right just from the Boom bots, let alone that 7/7 on the board.
Yeah, it's gonna seal the deal just because the boom bots are gonna probably finish Breath off, and we see the last game going to Zhangbo, winning of this best of 17. So Dragon Priest, quite good in this format of Wild with GVG and no Naxx. And Breath look a little bit defeated at the moment.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, this best of 17 is a little bit different from the one earlier in the week. Earlier, there were Naxxramas cards in the Wild format and no GVG, and now we've switched it up. You'll see GVG cards and Naxxramas is out. So here we start things off with a Zoo versus Hunter matchup, typically thought to be favorable for the Zoo, and Flame Imp might get things off to a good start here for Lovelychook.
Ooh, very good looking start. Let's see what Thijs actually brings out with his Hunter deck. I know that a lot of people are bringing a Hunter deck with very heavy secret, like very heavy secret oriented, and isn't working like too well so far in the best of 17, just because they keep drawing all these secrets but not developing any minions. And developing minions is really crucial against this matchup, especially the Zoo.
I do suspect we'll see double 1-drops here from Lovelychook potentially, setting himself up for a turn 2 Peddler. Peddler, based on the rest of the contents of this hand, likely going to be fishing for a Soulfire, as we do see 2 Silverware Golems so far drawn by Lovelychook, and no discard effects to activate them.
Yeah, as long as he empties his hand and potentially draw into Doomguard later on, it definitely doesn't feel too bad to have double Silverware Golem. But if he is pressured on the board, he might even think about playing a 3 for 3/3 just on curve for 3 mana. And for Thijs, he is staring down at the board and a lot of reactive type of cards. There is a Snipe, but I don't think it's that useful for next turn. He might even draw the Quick Shot here just to remove the Flame Imp, just to relieve a little bit pressure off the board and able to develop the Cloak Huntress next turn uncontested.
Yeah, he is going to go ahead and use that Quick Shot here this turn. Not too much sense in using the Snipe when you do have that Cloaked Huntress to drop next turn, so it will be free shortly here. And Snipe, not necessarily a high impact card against Zoo because of their minions like Possessed Villager, for example, but if you can hit something like an Imp Gang boss, or maybe even just this Malchezaar's Imp, that'll actually be pretty solid value.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Blood Imp also helps with a lot of efficient trading, especially when board is very important in this kind of matchup. Maybe there's a reasoning for the Runic Egg too. There is activators such as Abusive Sergeant and even Argus in order to combo it down, getting you that extra card draw. But you are, interesting enough, Reliquary Seeker, not necessarily one of the cards I was thinking about, but I guess if you swarm the board big enough, you do get that benefit off.
Yeah, I do like the pickup of the Reliquary Seeker here. I've played actually quite a bit of Zoo in my day, and unless there's an Unleash the Hounds on the Hunter side, which we do not see yet, it's actually fairly consistent they are able to assemble 6 minions on the board at one time, given that the Hunter AoE effect is just Unleash the Hounds, which I mentioned, and the Explosive Trap, which lets you develop and widen out your board before you proc it. So I wouldn't be all that surprised here if we actually see this Reliquary Seeker active somewhat down the line, but obviously a little while away from that given our current board state.
I actually forgot that GVG was actually in the format right now. Implosion is definitely a card that actually helps with this card quite a bit. So that's one card that I forgot about. So definitely one thing to note, Implosion is back. Could be rolling floors later in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a huge inclusion in these Zoo lists. And for now, we're going to see that Cloaked Huntress and the Snipe come down as we suspected here. And headed back over to Lovelychook's side, Thijs potentially faking that he has additional secrets here and acting that he is uncertain whether or not he wants to play them. As it turns out, it is all a bluff, but heads up play perhaps just to try and get more value out of your turn by playing a little bit of the mind games here.
Yeah, very awkward turn for Lovelychook right here. Having a trap on board right now, he might even want to test it out for his Snipe just by playing the Possessed Villager here, maybe attacking first and see what it is. If it's freezing, you don't necessarily feel too bad, but it just depends which minion you would go for it. Maybe you want a little extra Peddler value, so you might actually go for the Peddler first. That's exactly what it does. Attacking the face just because it helps test for both explosive and freezing. Now he can actually opt to play the Possessed Villager to test for the Snipe. I actually don't feel like it's too bad.
Yeah, Explosive Freezing and Bear now confirmed off of the table here for Lovelychook. So that does leave Snake or Snipe or Cat potentially. Cat incredibly insignificant in the Zoo matchup. So the two Lovelychook is considering here should be Snake and Snipe. And I imagine with that on his mind, we are going to test. It looks like with the Reliquary Seeker over the Possessed Villager here, so preserving the 1/1 Death Rattle effect to maintain long-term board presence over, of course, widening your board with additional 1/1s right now.
I definitely like this, preserving the Death Rattles and just using the Reliquary Seeker to test for the Snipe, just because this does play around the Unleash the Hound. He has a very sturdy board, so even if Thijs wants to gain board with the Unleash the Hound, it doesn't look too hot on this board right here. And right now, Thijs' hand is looking a little awkward. He can definitely play on curve, going with the Secret Keeper into Eaglehorn Bow. Houndmaster not getting too much value, but we can possibly see it play on curve, but it will be traded out efficiently by Lovelychook. Yeah. Definitely trading off the Malchezaar's Aim. Definitely too threatening if you have a discard card in your hand, and getting too much value out of it. It's definitely really bad for Thijs right there.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and eagle down the Dark Peddler here, just to ensure that there isn't an extremely clean trade onto the Secret Keeper, but Knife Juggler picked up by Lovelychook. Of course he's going to tap first just in case, but that could potentially clear off some creatures alongside these 1/1 Shadow Beasts, so let's see what comes out of the juggles here, and it is going to be one to the face. Looks like we're going to proc the second one as well. This could be a big deal. All right, it does hit the second juggle, which allows the juggler to trade into the Cloaked Huntress.
Yeah, Thijs' hands is not looking too good right now. But I guess the Cloaked Huntress itself is a very, very sturdy type of minion, and he doesn't have the Eaglehorn Bow to contest the board with. Just developing, yeah, all he can really do now is just Eaglehorn down the Knife Juggler since it's the highest kind of threat target, and just playing the 3/4 down the board and just contest the board that way. Although not really looking too good for Thijs at the moment though.
Yeah, certainly not. Spider Tank, not exactly the ideal card, of course, but the body is actually very relevant against Zoo in particular. This is one matchup where just the Spider Tank isn't too bad to have here. Thijs going to go ahead and trade off with the Damaged Cloaked Huntress, and on Lovelychook's side, we're going to see a pretty straightforward Shredder into Voidwalker here, I imagine.
Yeah, Lovelychook's hand is like a ticking time bomb. The moment he draws top decks the Doomguard, the moment this is kind of gonna be a Lovelychook's game, just because he is saving the Silver War Golems in his hand. I definitely like the development of the Shredder here. Not 100% sure if Voidcaller really needs to be played. It does protect the Shredder, but the Shredder doesn't really necessarily need to be protected since it does spawn another minion at the same time. And the Voidcaller is probably just gonna, or Voidwalker is just gonna be traded in for free. But he does use it to protect his Shredder right here.
Yeah, and Zoo has so many dispensable minions, you might as well just throw this speed bump down while you have the mana to do it. There's a very high likelihood in Zoo, even through the tapping, that you're going to be using all of your mana every turn anyway, and not exactly going to be running out of resources here. So I do like the development of the 1/3 taunt, despite the fact that it is going to be very cleanly traded through. And like you said, Lovelychook really digging for Doomguards. Even a Soulfire would be fantastic here, and there is the Soulfire. That was a crucial draw to help Lovelychook keep control of the board as his life total does decrease against the Hunter.
Yeah, very, very interesting here, although it's not that mana efficient, and unfortunately his 1 mana off from playing the second Silver War Golem, only generating a 3/3, but at least this allows him to bring back the board just a little bit. Thijs last turn he played a Houndmaster just as a naked Houndmaster without any beast synergy, because he wants something on the board to kind of contest it, and also playing the Dr. Boom on curve, making it harder to Lovelychook to actually move it, and this is going to do a lot of work. Pretty sure you choose Dr. Boom over Animal Companion this turn.
I am fairly confident that you do. Perhaps an argument could be made if it was the other way around and you were Animal Companioning and had the Houndmaster in hand, but given that the Houndmaster's on the board and you have 7 mana, it's pretty hard to not justify slamming Dr. Boom. Interestingly, Lovelychook went to clear the 3/3 Cloaked Huntress over the 4/3 Houndmaster, which prevented Thijs from potentially top-decking a secret here, which could have allowed him to Dr. Boom plus secret, so potentially taking 1 extra damage to the face to limit Thijs' top deck value options here.
Oh, I like this, going to face. Smart. Ooh, Doomguard.
There is the Doomguard. And
right.
Lovelychook kind of needed it in this position. He is going to fall behind to the Dr. Boom. Now he's got a lot of math to do in terms of in what order he casts these minions, trades these minions, if he's tapping, which feels fairly essential here, but you have to factor in that these boom bots could deal damage to the face, so a lot of different scenarios to consider here, and it looks like he's going to start off by slamming this Doomguard.
Yeah, I wouldn't find it too bad, just because if you are planning to trade off the Boom Bots first, the Doomguard does help us soak up the damage, and since the Dr. Boom does trade into the Doomguard so efficient anyways, you don't really mind it taking damage, unless the Boom Bots really take out the Doomguard straight away with just 3 and a 4 damage double Boom Bot massacre against the Doomguard. But we're probably going to see the Houndmaster being traded out with the Flame Imp, and possibly trading with Boom Bots. The scariest thing about Dr. Boom is not really the 7/7 body, but most of the time the Boom Bots, especially when you're playing Zoo, especially when you want those little minions that you have to stay alive.
It looks like he's going to go for the value trade with the Doomguard, running over the Houndmaster and pushing all the rest of the damage to the face. He sees 11 damage on Thijs' side, but 11 conveniently is not 14, but when you add the Eagle Horn Bow, that is exact lethal in conjunction with the hero power, and game 1 is going to go to Thijs' Hunter.
Yeah, just way too much damage on board. Maybe it was correct to trade it off, but definitely going face, I understand that, because then you are trying to raise the Hunter, and definitely a lot of damage on board just leaving the Dr. Boom up by itself. So definitely try to put in clock, very tight game between the both players.
And on Lovelychook's side there, I can kind of understand his reasoning. He basically took the line that allowed him to deal the most damage, while from the damage that he could see on his opponent's side of the board would leave him with just enough life points where he could squeeze in one more tap next turn, assuming that he was at 3 after the Thijs hero power. So I could see what he was going for there, essentially giving himself 2 top decks to find the last few points of damage rather than trying to play the value game against the Dr. Boom. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. The burst was found by Thijs, and we are headed to game 2 with a 1-0 lead for the European player.
Yeah, very, very well played from Thijs, and Lovelychook gonna figure out a way to counter out this Hunter. We've seen previously in the last best of 17, Dragon Priest has been doing quite well. It actually dominated the Hunter quite efficiently, so maybe we might see it here, but we're gonna see the Mage instead, and it's gonna be Mech Mage. Something that's very popular back in the days before Standard was implemented into Hearthstone. We see it right here in the nostalgia. A little bit in the nostalgia, just a little bit.
Yeah, Mech Mage typically in the past had a good matchup against the Hunter. It's possible that the tempo gains from Cloaked Huntress could swing things back to a little bit more of an even matchup, but here we do see the Huntress picked up. It's just the lack of secrets that's the problem right now for Thijs. He does have the double Secret Keeper, but currently those run the risk of just being cleanly value traded into if Lovelychook has any spell in hand, which we see that he does.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad if Thijs had a secret in hand that I can actually find a reason of playing a double Secret Keeper, but just because there's no secrets, maybe playing 1 Secret Keeper, saving the coin for the Eagle Horn Bow for next turn for that temple play to remove the Mana Worm. So I feel like that's a little bit of a better play, or even going to another 3-drop rather than just going all in with the 2 Secret Keepers this turn.
Yeah, definitely. And we do see the options such as coining out the Eagle Horn next turn if he does hold the coin here, which is a pretty clean answer to Mana Worm. And sometimes on the Mage side, you just don't have the spell unless your opponent plays a minion that you can cast a removal spell into. So from Thijs, it's not unrealistic to think that maybe he could get away with his opponent only having a hero power pass turn here. But unfortunately, as we do see, Lovelychook does have a bevy of 2-drop options here. I suspect that we see the portal so that we can pump this worm and deploy both of the mechs next turn, given the discount provided by the Mech Warper.
Yeah, I definitely like playing the Mech Warper next turn with the Neutron, as you said. There might be a consideration that you might play the Mech Warper this turn just because you want to set up the Pilot Shredder next turn, but this doesn't guarantee that the Mech Warper will survive because you are going into kind of turn 2 for Thijs with the coin where the Eagle Horn Bow is easily accessible, or even easily a quick shot can remove this Mech Warper. So there's really a lot of ways that Hunters can actually deal 3 damage. So Portal, definitely safest play, and you possibly can get minion out of this too for temple play. And Full Reaper.
Wow! in a mech mage deck already. That is a fantastic top-end mech to use to control the board, potentially even discounting it to 4 mana if this Mech Warper sticks next turn, which it likely will if it hides behind an Annoyatron. So we could see a turn 4 8-drop come down in the next couple of turns here.
Yeah, the sturdy body this Bull Reaver has is gonna be a menace to the hunter, especially the kind of board clears it actually provides. If you guys forgot about this card, it actually deals damage to the minions beside the minion that attacks. So essentially a very, very good board clear in my opinion.
Yeah, and Thijs needs to interact right here, and you're seeing a hand of literally all minions if you take into consideration that Animal Companion will only ever spawn minions here. Doesn't even find the Huffer, so can't clear off the Annoyatron, and this is looking like it's going to snowball out of control very quickly for Lovelychook.
Yep, it is, and we see Fel Reaver, 2 Fel Reavers in Lovelychook's hand, and since such a powerful body is already on board, and also playing another 8/8 the next turn potentially, Thijs probably don't have enough time to actually remove all these big creatures at once, because we actually don't see a deadly shot in Thijs' hand, and by the time he draws it, I think it's just a little bit too late.
Yeah, Fel Reaver actually particularly effective against Hunter, because this kind of game is just never going to go to the point where the fatigue from Fel Reaver is going to matter. One of these players' life totals is going to disappear before the entire deck does here. And based on the way this game has started, it looks like that player is going to be Thijs, unless he can find maybe deadly shots in his deck, or perhaps getting some crazy value off of freezing traps. He's going to need a way to get these massive creatures off the board, which is tough to do for the Hunter.
Yeah, looking at Thijs' face, he doesn't necessarily look too happy. I'm very stressed out, and I would be the same if I was staring down this board. But yeah, he's just trying to stop the bleeding just a little bit, just remove this Annoyatron while he can, just start to remove all the time so you can start putting damage onto this Fel Reaver before it does too much damage, but we will see a lot of damage coming down this turn.
Yeah, Lovelychook's got 2 real options here, which is developing one of the 8/8 Fel Reavers, or using the mana efficiency from the Mech Warper to its fullest this turn by playing Piloted Shredder and Spider Tank. Given that your opponent has a Piloted Shredder of their own on the board, that could potentially incentivize you not to go all in on an 8/8, but the Fel Reaver's ability here is going to come in handy, as it is going to damage both of these minions when it attacks into the Leok.
Let's see what this spawns. A Kindly Grandmother. Wow. I can see the merit of actually just playing mana efficiently here, just because the Fel Reavers does force you to mill cards each time Thijs plays a minion or any kind of cards. So maybe Lovelychook does want to go into those spells where he can keep the board in control. He's still ahead on board anyway, so he doesn't need to accelerate in terms of putting Thijs on a clock.
Yeah, absolutely, and not only finding a sticky Death Rattle minion here for Thijs, but one that is in fact a beast. Activating these Houndmasters could prove to be relevant. That being said, doing a quick check of Lovelychook's board here, I see a total of 15 power, plus a hero power to deal 16 total next turn, and there, I imagine, is quite a bit of burn left in Lovelychook's deck as well, so could even potentially see a lethal next turn, assuming we don't have some solid defenses coming faster than Thijs might be able to deploy them.
Yeah, if Thijs actually considers that Lovelychook does have lethal next turn, he can go for the last resort, going for the Doomsayer of the Shredder. Yeah, just buffing up the... you can do that by buffing up the Kindly Grandmother and just trading it in the Pilot Shredder, but looking at Thijs, he's not giving up yet, trying to develop a board with the Explosive Trap, potentially clearing some of this off, hopefully.
And so a Fireball draw would be lethal here. Frostbolt sets up lethal over the course of the next 2 turns. If we weave in some hero powers, neither of those burn spells is found. So now things get a little bit interesting, as there is a secret on the board, and Lovelychook has to figure out, how do I not mess this up from this position? Running through all of the options of what that secret could be, making sure he maximizes value. Looks like he's going to check Explosive first, confirmed that it is Explosive Trap, and now the question becomes, does he want to push all of this damage to the face to make a top deck burn spell lethal, or does he want to maximize the value of this Foe Reaper ability and clear a large percentage of this board?
Since you don't really have lethal this turn, and since you have such a powerful hand, especially with the Fel Reaver, you can definitely play it slow and clear most of the board. You can probably attack the Fel Reaver first and the Kindly Grandmother, and then trade it off the rest of the board with the Pilot Shredder or the Spider Tank and just playing the Fel Reaver, setting up for lethal next turn.
It looks like he is going to take that approach conservatively, clearing off Thijs' board methodically here. And now, I think, as you mentioned earlier, Thijs may be looking for the prayer here, and that prayer being the Doomsayer off of the piloted Shredder. I suspect this turn starts with a trade into the Shredder. See if we can hit the Hail Mary for the second time here today.
Yep, let's see if this actually spawns the Doomsayer. Oh!
No, not so lucky. That ought to be all she wrote for this particular game, and it looks like the series is going to be tied up 1-1. Thijs, of course, running out his spell as it burns 3 cards off the top of the Lovelychook's deck, so heads up play to potentially get a little bit more information there on the contents of exactly what Lovelychook is running, given that these players do not know their opponent's exact deck lists.
Yep. Oh, very, very swingy game there. If I was playing against Lovelychook and if I was Thijs, I would be a little bit tilted just of how powerful Mech Mage is early in the game, especially with East Portal.
Yeah, yep, the East Portal there was actually just insane. There aren't too many minions in the game that Lovelychook might have picked there, other than the one that he ended up with. A 4-mana 6/9 that repeatedly cleared Thijs' entire board. That was just kind of the nuts. And you see the power of these mechs that we talked about are in GVG now that that particular set is being reintroduced to this round's format.
Yep, definitely true. So Thijs figuring out what kind of deck can I use to actually beat up this Mech Mage. What do you think? What do you think he would put out?
Well, like I mentioned, we also do not know these players' exact deck lists, but in the dark, something like a Reno Lock, if he has it, could potentially line up well against a Mech Mage. Hellfire in particular is very effective against the early board rush of mechs, but maybe something else along those similar lines that has relatively cheap AoE effects packed within it. Or he could potentially see Thijs take an entirely different route and try and play another deck that could potentially race the Mech Mage or fight over the board, something like a Zoo perhaps.
Mm-hmm. And let's see what kind of choice. Once again, the Dragon Priest shows itself early in the best of 17. We've seen it from the last best of 17 that Zhangbo won a lot of games with the Dragon Priest and potentially just sweeping out Breath later in the game.
Yeah, if you're just joining us for this match here, you missed out earlier with a 5-0 run by the Dragon Priest. So let's see if Priest can maintain its dominance over this particular round's format and pick up another win here in Thijs' hands. And he's going to start things off with a Northshire Cleric on 1.
Yep, Northshire Cleric on 1. Pretty good, just because most of the time, most of the 1-drops that make these kind of plays are the Cogmaster and even the Mana Worm. Even if you do tend to coin in a 2-drop, it is probably going to be Mech Warp, but you will be getting benefits out of this Northshire Cleric. Let's see what Thijs draw. A Dragon, kind of just in time, so he might actually opt to play the Twilight Whelp and the Northshire Cleric just to put a little bit of a board pressure and yeah, and just force kind of Lovelychook to trade into these things and try to remove them.
Yeah, I think I would like to see the double 1-drop development here. It denies Lovelychook the opportunity to go off with some sort of crazy Mech Warper turn, as he is going to be relatively forced to use removal in his hand to deal with Thijs' board. Otherwise, Thijs will be able to draw multiple cards off of the double Northshire. So forcing your opponent to play a relatively defensive turn in a deck that is built to be inherently aggressive.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see if the second Northshire is played. It is. So Lovelychook staring into this board, he has to start being reactive. Especially, he does have the Frostbolt in hand. He can actually decide to clear up the 2 Northshire clicks on board. But we do see a Spider Tank being picked up. Also a very good card in terms of contesting this board. Very sticky and resilient kind of minion.
It'll be interesting to see if Lovelychook essentially just throws away this coin to give his Mana Worm +1 power. I imagine the play here will be to Frostbolt the Dragon Whelp, in which case you're left with a 2/3 Worm against two 1/3 Clerics, which doesn't line up as effectively as you'd like, so he might actually just use this coin as essentially a spare part, giving his Mana Worm +1 power so that it can trade effectively into the Northshire Clerics, and that is what he goes with.
Yeah, we contested it very, very well. For Thijs to get benefits off this Northshire Cleric and gain value, he probably has to heal this Mana Worm. But then again, the Thijs have to think about is like, can I actually deal 3 damage to Mana Worms? And for Priest, they don't deal 3 damage quite efficiently unless they're running Excavated Evil. And the reason why Excavated Evil might not be run in Dragon Priest just because it does damage your own minions, and usually Dragon Priest doesn't want that. It's because they do want to build up a healthy board, but he does decide to heal it up, possibly because he does have the Chill Maw in hand.
Yeah, with no turn 3 play here, Lovelychook significantly rewarded for his choice to kind of throw away the coin for the +1 power on the Mana Worm, as now the Mana Worm is going to get to eat 2 Northshire Clerics, and the board burst that Mech Mage is famous for is going to start taking effect here, while Thijs is going to rescind to playing this game from the back foot rather than take things off from the get-go as he started in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, the Spider Tank is probably the obvious kind of choice here, just because for Dragon Priest between turns 1 and 4, most of their minions are probably like 3 attack, doesn't efficiently trade into it, but there are a lot healthier in terms of toughness, so pretty hard to actually take down this board, and Frostbolt is picked up, which is highly relevant in taking down this Twilight Guardian.
Yeah, Frostbolt looks like a great draw here. You could see something like Mech Warper plus the Frostbolt, and you get to sneak in a 1-mana mech because of the synergy with the Mech Warmer's cost reduction. So a value trade from the Spider Tank and a 4-power now Mana Worm due to the Frostbolt that's going to start pushing some damage to the face, and Thijs is potentially going to be looking for some AoE if he has any.
Yeah. Lovelychook might be considering that Thijs might have a Holy Nova, but Holy Nova is not really efficient in clearing this entire board, and I guess Lovelychook does have a pretty good follow-up with the Pilot Shredder, and eventually going into Dr. Boom, but he is running out of steam, so just a 2-1 Mech Warper, if Holy Nova is used, is definitely not a really powerful type of board, but fortunately enough, we don't actually see Thijs holding the Holy Nova.
Yeah, 2 options here. We could have gone with the Priest of the Feast, which trades very effectively into Lovelychook's board state, and added a Twilight Whelp, or the other option is this one, which is Blackwinging down the 4-power Mana Worm, which makes a lot of sense. That Mana Worm was threatening a significant amount of damage, and the Priest of the Feast potentially later could pick up a few points of necessary life gain.
Oh, this is beautiful here. Like just because of the Mech Warper staying alive, being able to fit in that ping and trading it off is actually very beautiful. Very strong tempo play, creating a very sturdy board, also playing around the Holy Nova as well. I love it.
Yeah, we see Dr. Boom's drawn from both sides now. Thijs, of course, the player on the play here, so if he can fend off this board for the next turn without being too far behind, then he will be the player who gets to drop Dr. Boom first. That being said, given the resiliency of the piloted Shredder, along with the annoyance of the other 2 small minions on Lovelychook's board, I feel like he's just going to be too far behind that even the player who bombs first may not be Dr. Bombing best here.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Thijs actually played the Drake here. I actually thought the Priest of the Freeze might be a little bit resilient, and not playing the Twilight Whelp is because he does want the Chill Maw to go off and potentially clearing the whole board. Definitely like that, keeping that Twilight Whelp back in the hand, and not just try to put it down and just contest the board with it.
Novice Engineer here is an abysmal 2-drop, of course, but it's not Doomsayer, and all in all, that's just about the only thing that it looks like could have stopped Lovelychook here. So even though he only gets a 1-1, won't be the end of the world. And he has this Dr. Boom is an excellent follow-up if he can continue to make value trades and control the board for just 1 more turn. That ought to seal it.
Yeah, Thijs is probably going to drop to Chill Maw here. I see like that's the best choice since there's so much small minions and they're forced to trade into it. But where we see Dr. Boom in hand, and we have to see if Lovelychook actually decides to trade everything in before playing it, and we do see it. He might actually just keep up the Neutron alive with his Divine Shield just so it doesn't fall into the Chill Moss AoE board clear and safely just play the Dr. Boom kinda uncontested. Well, Thijs might have a reactive card to this, but he has to spend mana doing it and not developing anything.
Yeah, and that Chill Maul is going to do some good work here, but there really isn't any better follow-up on this turn 7 than the Dr. Boom right here. Cabal's Shadow Priest picked up off the top for Thijs could do a little bit of work, maybe sneak in the Twilight Whelp as well this turn, but ultimately it's looking like Lovelychook is approaching pushing those final points of damage here. Just 9 power and 9 toughness coming down for Dr. Boom on turn 7, triggering my Hearthstone-related PTSD.
Yep, same. I see Dr. Booms everywhere. So yeah, Thijs actually is deciding to play Dr. Boom himself. I guess he is afraid. Well, he is in range of lethal and fireball.
Oh!
Ooh! Yeah.
And there are the last points of damage that Lovelychook needed to close out this game. Going to do a quick check of the math, but he's going to like the final result he ends up seeing. Even 1 point of damage overkill here as he doesn't even have to weave in that hero power. And that's going to be 2 games for Lovelychook to Thijs's 1.
Yeah, you could have debated there that if Thijs is the only way Thijs is gonna lose is just from Fireball, but he needed to play that Dr. Boom to somehow bring back the board to his kind of favor. And I definitely agree with Thijs there. He can't really play all the way safe. He could have used a Cabal, steal one of the Boom bots, and essentially use it to trade the next turn and try to clear off the board. But by that time, he would be really behind. So he had to play Dr. Boom on his own, and take that risk and trade up and try to trade up the whole board with it. And the only thing he's gonna lose to is just a top deck Fireball. But unfortunately, Lovelychook did get it.
Yeah, particularly when you're behind as much as he was in that game like that. You have to take calculated risks, and I'm sure that he was very much aware that the risk of a Fireball coming to his face was on the table, but ultimately he didn't really have any options to play around it, and so he's going to be looking for a new way to counter this Mech Mage after the first Dragon Priest loss of the day here on camera, dropping to only 5-1.
Yeah, definitely true. I feel like in this kind of wild format, Dragon Priest does have his place in terms of being pretty good from the last best of 17 statistically. So losing it might be put at a disadvantage for this best of 17 matchup. But we will be seeing the Zoo similar to the Mech Mage where they try to fight for board. Let's see who comes out on top between these two matchups.
Yeah, I thought the Warlock might have been the initial deck choice to counter the Mech Mage, as Zoo and Renalock were both thought of one of the archetypes that could easily defeat the Mech Mage, but looks like Thijs was willing to try and sneak in and win with his Dragon Priest here. Now going to switch over to the Zoo and going to be looking to control the board flood that Mech Mage is famous for. He does have some nice resources to do so.
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting type of hand here. He can use the Soulfire for a tempo kind of play and then coin out a 1-drop. He might not want to develop a 1-drop first and use the Soulfire because he does have a high value type of cards in his hand, such as the Argus and Doomguard. So maybe he might want to use that Soulfire just because his early kind of plays are a little weak and he does have a clunky kind of hand.
Yeah, ultimately you're not going to really run out of cards in this matchup unless it gets to the very late stage of the game. Ultimately, job number 1, 2, and 3 in the early turns of this matchup are just to control every threat that the Mech Mage plays. Then you can worry about recurring some of that lost value from something like a Soulfire later in the game once you're getting into top deck mode and drawing 2 cards a turn to your opponent's 1.
Yeah, previously we saw the eSporto brought out the Full Reaver, which is a very dominating early in the game. So he actually doesn't decide to do that because he is fully aware that he will get punished by something like Abusive Sergeant or possibly a Soulfire if Thijs does have it. So yeah, definitely removing the Void Caller as soon as possible. So going into Thijs turn 2, he will be playing to Dark Color. He does have the coin to play that 1-drop or even the Soulfire if he wants to.
Yeah, he's got a few different options here. He could drop the Possessed Villager alongside the Soulfire, perhaps go for the Peddler and look to coin out the Soulfire, but I would definitely like to see him cast this Soulfire this turn, just so that this Mana Worm doesn't run away with the game potentially. So he's weighing a few different options on how to best do that, and it looks like he is going to opt to go with the Villager into the Soulfire, which will discard the Peddler, which could potentially make his next turn a little bit awkward.
Yeah, the reason why he didn't want to use the coin there is because he does want to keep that Doomguard. I feel like that Doomguard is probably the saving grace for Thijs here if Lovelychook is able to get his board rolling and developing a very, very sturdy type of board. But right here for Lovelychook, not looking like a really good hand. He just wants to save the Tinkertown Technician with the Annoytron. Picks up a 0 mana Tinkertown Technician. Not as good as last time, but could be used with full value with the Annoytron next turn.
Yeah, interestingly, another card off of Esportal with synergy with the deck that Lovelychook is actually playing, but unfortunately not exactly what he was looking for right here and now. He's actually just going to go ahead and hold on to it and try and have one large burst turn with his mana and get maximum value off of these Technicians, so just opting to not cast anything this turn past the Unstable Portal.
Yeah, true. There's actually a fine kind of selections that Thijs has right there. Very hard type of decision. Soulfire. He does have the Soulfire available, but he might not want to pick it just because his hand is kind of high type of value. But he does have to play it right away since Lovelychook didn't play anything, and you do have the coin going into the Argent Squire and the Argus next turn, or 1-drop and Argus next turn if he wants to.
And interestingly, he positions the Argent Squire in the middle here as he believes that in the event he wants to Argus next turn, that is the minion that he guarantees wants to be one of the 2 minions that gets the taunt buff, given the synergy of the Argent Squire with pump effects. And it looks like, based on the current board state, we might be seeing an Argus to let this Peddler attempt to value trade into the Piloted Shredder, but ultimately, he's a little bit farther behind on board than you would like to be as the Zoo in this matchup.
Yeah, Thijs has to be aware of Goblin Blast Mage. He might actually use this Argus to immediately remove the mech. That's one thing he does need to do. He might actually use the Archer Squire's Divine Shield and the Death Rattle instead, just to have at least something on board after trading up, and potentially using the Peddler to trade into whatever that it spawns. But the other way is also pretty good too. But yeah, I feel like the mech needs to be destroyed this turn just so Goblin Blast Mage doesn't get his value off.
Yeah, I do suspect we see an Argus into the Coin Voidwalker, potentially setting up to slam a Doomguard on turn 5, only discarding 1 card, which, for all we know, we haven't seen Silverware Golems, could even be an advantage for Thijs here. Let's see what the Shredder has in store. It is a 3-2, which makes the trade with the Squire excellent here, and he is going to choose not to actually coin out the Voidwalker, so looking to potentially do both next turn, or isn't in a rush to get out the Doomguard at all.
Yeah, the Voidwalker is actually, well, it kind of dies for free to the Technician, and definitely like using it protecting the Doomguard, as you said. Ooh, so very kind of awkward kind of turn for Lovelychook. He can't really immediately use something to impact the board. Doesn't have the Goblin Blast Mage just yet to remove the board. There's a possibility he might actually just drop down the Fel Reaver and force his opponent to remove it, but just because you're playing against Zoo, drop down a lot of cheap minions, you might be milling a lot of cards, so I definitely like developing small minions here instead.
Yeah, Fel Reaver has to look like a fairly attractive option from Lovelychook's perspective, but does he choose to drop the Fel Reaver, we would see Thijs being rewarded for his choice to actually hold on to this Voidwalker, as now it is going to protect the Doomguard very effectively and wall off this Fel Reaver, and an 8-power minion will have its attack basically absorbed by a 1-power minion, and the mill effects will start to take effect.
Yeah, there is a Malchazar's Imp. You can say that he might actually try to mill off this one Voidwalker just because he does want to get the draw. But I feel like the Voidwalker is a little bit high in terms of value just because we do see a Fel Reaver on board. But instead, Thijs go for a little bit of the more value route and try to draw with the Malchazar's Imp instead.
It looks like he's going to choose to essentially push some face damage here and now and race. And given that he just picked up a Defender of Argus, that option actually looks a lot more attractive here now. So I do suspect we see the trade that he's pointing to right now. And then the rest of these minions, oh, okay, he's going to try and go for the value trade with the Doomguard possibly. He's definitely weighing his options here. Doesn't want to expose that Doomguard to a Frostbolt. He would like to get in essentially 2 trades with that minion.
Opting to use the Doomguard to trade the Tinkertown Technician instead. I definitely like this. You're leaving more bodies on the board, and it's definitely going into the Doomguard unless you have spells to actually, as you said, combo into it. But looking at this, we do see Antonidas, almost the same as the old Mech Mage type of list. Not much different. But I definitely like seeing the Annoyatron being played here just to protect your Fel Reaver and trading into the Doomguard, but you're developing a pretty sturdy board so far.
The spare part could be relevant here. If he picks up, I was thinking of the freezing one in particular that could basically stop the Doomguard for a turn. He does get the one that swaps attack and health. So it'll be interesting to see if he chooses to use that in any way now. It could potentially let the Annoyatron trade more effectively down the road. But as it stands, I don't think I really see an option that's better than just adding 1 power onto your Fel Reaver and going to the Dome. But it looks like maybe he's considering swapping the attack and health on this Doomguard and potentially stopping it from getting a good value trade onto the Fel Reaver at all.
Yeah, I definitely like it. Yeah, he could potentially just save it for the Antonidas, but I definitely like this value trade right here. You don't really need to play that fast, I believe. You do have the Antonidas in hand that you can get value off later, but he does go to the face, potentially putting Thijs on the clock, but yeah, just swapping it out without trading.
Yeah, this Fel Reaver is posing quite a threat as Lovelychook to your own life total, as you will eventually start milling cards off the top of your deck. So clearly understands that he has to be racing in this situation, and that line is going to get a little bit more difficult with this Defender of Argus that we see in Thijs' hand here.
Yeah, definitely. Argus is picked up though, which is a really good counter to this Fel Reaver right here. Also with the Imp Gang Boss pickup, which can be used next turn, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna see the Argus protecting the Doomguard right here. But also the Doomguard's 3/5 right now is not really too high in terms of power, so you can possibly even taunt it up, but there's no real reason to, just because the Fel Reaver trades into it so efficiently. So I would probably like it in between the Possessed Villager and the Argus, since the Melchizar's Imp does have a little bit of value because you do still have a couple of discard mechanics in your deck.
Yeah, although there is merit to actually Argusing up the Doomguard here as well, because you could use it to trade cleanly into the 4/4 minion, and then if the Fel Reaver clears up a 4/2, which would be what was left of the Doomguard, that's actually not too big of a deal, and that looks like the option Thijs is going to go with here, clearing off everything but the 8/8 off of Lovelychook's board. And Lovelychook has the burn, but unfortunately not going to be able to connect just one more time to the face, which I'm sure he was looking to do to try and finish things off with these Fireball.
Yep. So the Fireball right here being picked up, very clunky type of hand. This Fel Reaver is not doing much work as Lovelychook actually wanted to. Yeah, you're probably going to use his Fireball for board control essentially. Or he can actually just drop it down like his Antonidas this turn.
I could go for the Tempo Antonidas, but with the 1 mana spare part in hand, obviously there are rewards to holding on just 1 turn longer. That being said, the 5/7 body is actually very much relevant on this board state, and Lovelychook is pretty significantly behind on the board. He might just need that as a tool to trade with some of these smaller minions, but yeah, regardless, there aren't any fantastic options that I see here, and Fel Reaver trade is not how that card was meant to be used.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, the reason why he's saving his Antonidas, he is going to be milled a couple of cards because as long as his Fel Reaver is on board, so he wants to get as much value as possible. So Lovelychook is really at an awkward position here, not able to utilize his Fel Reaver to his full potential, and we do see the Doomguard being picked up. He can play the Knife Juggler and the Doomguard and drawing 1 single card, getting full value out of it.
Yeah, the Doomguard is huge here. Thijs had the option to either play it immediately and draw 2 new cards, or he could develop the Knife Juggler first and only cycle the Imp Gang Boss, which I think is the line he's going to end up going with here. I do prefer that, as Knife Juggler is, from this board state, one of the more high-value minions that you could actually find. I don't know what you're looking for off the Doomguard if you choose to cycle it.
If you're able to mill out the most of Lovelychook's kind of hand, you can actually essentially just consistently keep the board clear, remove everything, and just win out that way. We can possibly see all of the smaller minions trading into the Spell Weaver, utterly removing it, and possibly just using the Doom Guard to trade into 2-3 if you're really worried about 2 damage on the board. But you can possibly just go face with this Doom Guard, especially when you trade in the Doom Guard into the Snow Chugger. It is not being able to attack for 2 turns, so you may be wanting Lovelychook to trade into it instead. But we do see the juggle in onto the Fel Reaver right now.
Yeah, definitely the juggle that Thijs was looking for here, as it allows him to preserve his Malchezaar's Imp for any future discard synergy that he finds off the top of his deck, such as his Soulfire. He would certainly be looking to cycle away this Flame Imp, as that is the worst card in his deck from this point of the game. But ultimately, Thijs is coming pretty close to just pushing lethal damage in his own right, and just has to survive a flurry of burn, which Lovelychook is looking to get started here with this Antonidas in combination with the spare part. He's going to actually freeze the Doom Guard, which currently leaves Thijs with not enough power to trade into the Antonidas at all.
Yeah, very, very rewarded here for Lovelychook, saving the Antonidas with the spare part, hoping this Antonidas will stick, and it definitely does. Let's see if Thijs can pick up something like a Power Overwhelming to remove this, but unfortunately he doesn't pick it up. Not even the power of Direwolf Alpha can actually remove this Antonidas, so Lovelychook rewarded. Ooh.
Just one juggle here will let Thijs trade in combination with this Direwolf into the Antonidas here, so he just needs one. Ooh. And there it is. And actually, I take that back. Actually, both of the minions would have died, so Direwolf would have pumped both the 1-1, which turns into 2-1, and the Knife Juggler. So he could have traded into the minion with his entire board regardless, but ultimately, still, Juggle's working out pretty effectively here.
Yep, definitely. As long as Antonidas doesn't live right here, he will be in a very, very good position, since Lovelychook's deck, there's the last card, which would be Dr. Boom. Pretty sure that's not going to be enough, because once it's played, it's not going to be enough. This is just a lot of damage on board.
Yeah, and Dr. Boom, obviously a very strong card when you're in the late stages of your turns, but unfortunately this might be a little bit too late into the late stages, as it looks like Lovelychook is just going to die here to all of the damage that Thijs has left, unless there's a miracle Boombot, and there is not, so Lovelychook going to scoop this one up, and Thijs ties the series back at 2-2.
Yep. Trying to use the Boombots, just having some kind of miracle, but then the high-power minions on Thijs' board is at 5 health, and Boombots unfortunately only does 4, although it does do a lot of damage in general. So Thijs pulling out ahead against his mage. Probably want that out of the way just because of how swingy that deck actually is with the East Portal, as we saw in the first game from Lovelychook with the Mech Mage.
Yeah, certainly one of the stronger synergy-based decks that the Goblins versus Gnome set gave us was the Mech Mage, so looking to get that one out of the way early, and back to Lovelychook's side is now up to him to figure out how he wants to counter Zoo. Do we see something like a Control Warrior, perhaps?
Control Warrior is definitely not bad. He can also play the board control, or like the board game with the Shaman if he wants to. Like, Shaman is definitely not that bad, just because there is a lot of board clears, such as the Maelstrom Portals, Spirit Claws for the early kind of board, and also Lightning Storm at the same time. So, yeah, Shaman doesn't look that bad against this Warlock deck, in my opinion.
Yeah, Zoo definitely a counterable deck depending on how you built your lineup, but one of those counters typically is thought to be Freeze Mage. Obviously, we just saw Lovelychook's Mage was not of the Freeze variety, so looks like he is going to be leaning on what appears to be a Mech Face Shaman, actually, and just trying to race the Zoo altogether.
Yeah, if you're playing the full-on phase kind of shaman kind of deck, you can essentially remove the board just because of the high power kind of burst that you have in this deck, especially with the whirling Zap-O-Matic. Especially, I'm pretty sure Lovelychook runs the Doomhammer in this deck, just because we have seen Rockbiter in the Mulligan, but essentially a pretty good hand overall for Lovelychook. Especially you can go the Cogmaster, coin in the Pharaoh Spirits to protect it, and just play a mech next turn for efficient trading with the Cogmaster if he needs to.
Yeah, Lovelychook has what looks like appears to be basically the nut draw against a control deck, having all of his sort of early game curve that maximizes the damage that this deck can do, but unfortunately he's playing against a Zoo right now, and the downside of some of these minions we're seeing from Lovelychook is that they don't trade as effectively as the ones that you might find in a Zoo, for example. So Direwolf's going to go ahead and pump up this Imp, which is going to cleanly value trade into the 1-drop from Lovelychook, and now he's on the back foot without great options. I think we could see a coin Feral Spirits here.
Feral Spirits wouldn't be that bad just because it does contest the whole board in general, but he will be overloaded unfortunately. But Rolling Zappomatic, such a high threat type of card just because of the Whirlwind effect and potential Rockbiter that can be on it, just deal tons of damage. So Thijs is kind of gonna be 100% removing this. He can use the Soulfire with the synergy with the Malchezaar's Imp right now just to remove the Zappomatic just to get kind of tempo out of it. So wouldn't be bad just playing that right here right now.
Yeah, obviously the risk with the Feral Spirits play is that you don't guarantee you have any play for your turn 3 with only 1 mana and no 1-drops in hand. The risk of this play is that you really are at the mercy of hoping that your opponent doesn't just snowball this board state out of control, as Zoo does have the ability to do much of the time here. So Thijs is going to continue to push a board advantage, and it'll be interesting to see if in this mech face shaman build, if Lovelychook was able to sneak any AoE effects into the deck.
Yeah, I did say Shaman would be really good against this matchup, but since it's a little bit more aggressive, where you're relying on burst damage more than board, then I'm pretty sure Lovelychook cut off a lot of the AoE board clears from this deck. I could be entirely wrong, but he looks like he's gonna be having a hard time getting this board back. So he's probably gonna play Pilot Shredder as he does right now and try to contest the board this way.
Yeah, Piloted Shredder at least potentially offers some amount of favorable trading here for Lovelychook. We do see a Defender of Argus there in Thijs' hand, so though that doesn't necessarily allow him to trade into the Shredder cleanly with any of his minions, perhaps he could deal with the back half of the Shredder more effectively, but instead is just going to go with the route of tapping, developing a 1-drop, and I suspect cycling this Soulfire onto the Shredder. That is what we're going to see here.
Yep, I definitely like this, and see what the Shredder actually spawns. Even though if it's Doomsayer, he can trade it off anyway, so it isn't too bad. And we do see a taunt, unfortunately, so you can't ignore this either way.
Yeah, the Frost Wolf Grunt here, not ideal, but at least gets a pretty clean trade into the 2/2 Imp, and that's going to leave Thijs still considerably far ahead on the board, and now it looks like it's time to get these Feral Spirits to deploy, get some actual reasonable value trades going here, and pump this Tunnel Trog up to a 3/3 minion for future trades down the line.
Yeah, at least the Tunnel Trog is kind of protected. You can use it for efficient trades later on, at least, giving you a small window of hope against this matchup. And we do see the Argus in Thijs' hand can be used for very efficient trading, especially against these Feral Spirits, putting you in a very good kind of spot. Thijs might be considering that there might be AoE board clears just like Maelstrom Portal, even Lightning Storm, but since Lovelychook is playing such an aggressive type of deck, there might actually not be in it, so it's actually a very good risk to actually take right now.
Yeah, these look like very clean trades here for Thijs, and I don't think he's going to pass them up. Pumping both of the Wolves here into 3/3s to eat both of the Wolves actually on Lovelychook's side, and then trading a Flame Imp into an accelerated 3/3 Tunnel Trog here. Those are all pretty favorable situations for Thijs, and yeah, I do like just avoiding playing around AoE altogether. It looks like he's actually going to taunt up the Flame Imp, though, and opt to give up one of the Direwolf Alphas here.
Just because he's just so behind on board, and we assume that he doesn't really run AoE kind of board clears, he does have a lot of kind of spells that does single target kind of damage. We did see Love Burst, we did see the Crackle, so he might actually want to draw in those in order to control the board. There is Dr. Boom in hand, he might just need to stay alive a little bit longer to play this and hopefully fight back the board that way. Noishram wouldn't be bad, does contest the 2 minions on board.
Yeah, it does contest here, but we keep coming back to this. At some point, Lovelychook's going to need to be able to actually flip this board, or Thijs is just going to methodically make all of the value trades here as Zoo, and it doesn't look like he has it right now, unless potentially Ancestral Knowledge finds a Lightning Storm that, honestly, I don't suspect is really in this build.
Yep. It's just really looking unfortunate for Lovelychook, staring down at this big kind of board. Mech Shaman does like previously, do pretty poorly against Zoo, especially just something with taunt. But back then, Naxxramas is very, very aggressive. You can normally just ignore the board and just consistently go to face, but it doesn't seem like it in Lovelychook's kind of build, so he is at a disadvantage here. There is taunts blocking away from going face, but there's also not minions that really gear towards face, but more towards board, so I'm surprised that there's no AoE board clears in this deck.
Yeah, and even in decks that are looking to push primarily to the face, they do need chip damage to come in from their early game minions, and Zoo just so good at denying that chip damage here. So Lovelychook looks like he's going to be going for a Hail Mary, digging with this Ancestral Knowledge, as the cards he has in his hand are not going to get him out of this situation, and neither are Rockbiter or Power Mace, so that is going to be Game 5, headed back to Thijs. He's going to reclaim the lead of this series.
Yep, that's from what I've seen from Lovelychook's Mech Shaman deck. It's a really kind of hybrid between the very aggressive version and the mid-range version. So he's trying to do a little bit of both, but didn't work out too well from that time. And then,
let's see what we have for this next round.
Yeah, let's see what he picks. Oh, we do see a warrior, and we will be Dragon Warrior. Dragon Warrior is essentially not that bad, just because we do have the addition of the Fire War Axe, as we know, that can remove most of the early aggression that Zoo puts out.
Yeah, and that hand is pretty much perfect from Lovelychook. I think, yeah, if you literally got to pick the 4 cards in your opening hand, it might be those 4, as he has the weapons galore, he has a cheap early drop dragon, and he has the Naxxramas champion to take advantage of that dragon in his hand. So great start, it looks like, on Lovelychook's side, and let's see what Thijs can do to counter.
Oh man, this Lovelychook's turn is actually pretty insane. I would say his curve is pretty good, having the Naxxramas champion being played on board, trading efficient into this 4-collar, and pushing that additional damage.
Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and hit the face with the Rusty Hook here, given that he has the Fiery War Axe in hand. Going to be going through a lot of weapon charges in the early stages of the game, so opting to push the damage here. And in response, Thijs is going to coin out the Imp Gang on turn 2, perhaps the best play in Hearthstone on turn 2 to compete over board presences.
Yeah, I like the development of the Imp Gang boss here. From whatever we see on board, it can't really contest it that easily, and those 1/1 can potentially trade off to a lot of the other minions the Dragon Warrior can put out. But we do see Ravaging Ghoul most of the time into this Warrior deck, so we might actually see that, but unfortunately Lovelychook doesn't have it, so we're probably going to play the taunt, protect the other minions from efficient trading from the Imp Gang boss, and just leave it off there.
Yeah, Lovelychook continuing to push the damage with this Rusty Hook, interestingly. It could be used to pretty effectively clean up a 1 toughness remaining Imp Gang boss, so I think he might be getting a little bit aggressive with the weapon, but probably is planning on dropping the Fiery War Axe fairly soon. Just hate to see him dealing with imps with his minions down the line when he could have been using that Rusty Hook.
Yep. Not the best picks of the Peddler right there. We do see a Corruption, Flame Imp, and the Gadgets and Jouster, I believe. Yeah, Corruption is probably one of the better bets. You don't really want to trade your minions into it just because it's very inefficient. So Corruption is probably best pick there, in my opinion.
And now you see Lovelychook getting rewarded for swinging away with this weapon, as he is just chock full of weapons in his hand right now. And it'll be interesting to see if he goes for equipping the Fiery War Axe after using the 1/1 what's left of the Rusty Hook here, and possibly also developing this Fairy Dragon, or could just try to set up a massive Frothing Berserker to accelerate the pace of this game.
Yeah, since you're not going to since it's not 5 mana yet for Thijs, Doomguard is not really going to come out, so you can actually make a very big Berserker here, performing very efficient trades with the Frenzy Monkey into the Imp Gang boss, and using your 1/1 into the Imp Gang boss and clearing the 1/1 minions, essentially trading out the Naxxramas, but he's actually preserving. Oh, he's actually trading the Peddler instead, not clearing Imp Gang boss right away. I kind of like that, just because the 1/1 might be very crucial in clearing your entire board, but your taunt will be away, but it will be a little bit punished with just a simple Abusive Sergeant, though, just to remove this Berserker.
Yeah, but as we see, there is no Abusive Sergeant in hand, and in fact, there really isn't any way presently to get this Frothing off the board unless there are some favorable Knife Juggles that happen in the near future. And I do suspect we see the Knife Juggler and the Possessed Villager this turn from Thijs, given that he just needs those Juggles to trigger and needs to find ways to immediately take back control of this board.
Yep. Argus looking pretty juicy right here, but yeah, I think he might actually try to actually develop other kind of minions. Essentially just 2 minions with Argus, getting kind of full value out of it, but he can actually do a trade into Alex Jazz Champion and just just Argus the 1/1 Imp and the Imp Gate Boss itself, which is definitely not bad. Does to protect you from the Berserker from hitting the face.
Yeah, and he is going to go with that line. He is thinking that if he puts up these multiple taunt minions here, that there's a good chance that the frothing doesn't connect with the face anyway. And quick scan of Lovelychook's hand, it looks like he might be able to get in that one hit due to the Fiery War Axe in conjunction with the Blood to Ichor. The N'Zoth's first mate can trade into the 2/2 Imp here, so Thijs perhaps a little bit punished. He's going to take a large amount of damage this turn, but if he can stabilize after this attack, it might not be the end of the world, as Dragon Priest isn't necessarily known for direct face damage that isn't in the form of its weapons.
Yeah, looking very awkward for Thijs here. Ooh, in-game boss. No, I mean, the implosion is picked up. Rolling it for it is actually really good here, and see if he gets it. Only
2. That's the implosion that I knew all too well. Yep. I can remember quite a few games in my early days of Hearthstone, turning the game off at these exact moments, but it looks like it will be a 2 this time around. Lovelychook currently has 8 damage, so he can go all face and deny Thijs any more taps for the rest of this game, and he is going to go ahead and push that damage. He does have the second weapon in hand, so unless Thijs finds his second Argus, I think is his only way to not die here.
Yeah, he definitely needs a taunt, and even with taunts, Lovelychook has a pretty powerful type of board, and the Peddler as actually picked, he can actually look for a taunt, but I don't feel like that's enough. Even if he tries really hard to actually roll for like the perfect kind of juggles, I think he has to roll at least one onto the Fairy Dragon. Like, he can clear out the two smaller kind of minions, but definitely not the Shredder, and he definitely needs to taunt to protect from the Shredder from going to face. But then there's a Fiery War Axe in hand, so really hard for Thijs to actually get out of this one, and probably sealing the game right here.
Yeah, and it looks like the Dragon Warrior counter was a bit more effective this time around than the Shaman pick was, but just an absolutely fantastic draw out of Lovelychook this game for the Dragon Warrior. Thijs going to go ahead and try and put up the Void Walker and stave off lethal one more turn, but given the way the board looks, doesn't look like that's possible, so there is lethal damage there, and Lovelychook going to go ahead and tie up this series once again.
Yeah, very unfortunate. There could be a small chance of the Pilot Shredder if it was like a 0 attack kind of minion, like such as the Flame Tongue Totem, not being able to trade into the taunt that Thijs actually put down, but it only buys one more turn, and 1 HP is not really that hard for a warrior to actually deal. So very unfortunate there for Thijs.
Yeah, that's true. There actually are other 2-drops with 0 power besides just the Doomsayer, which of course also would have represented lethal by clearing the board, but something like Lorewalker Cho as well could have been hit there. I believe the Healing Totem actually is live in this format as it is wild, so that's another example of a 0 power minion. So it wasn't absolutely game decided in that situation, but was able to find a minion with power on Lovelychook's side and takes the game down.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate for Thijs, but Dragon Warrior, very unexpected as a pick, but we have seen last best of 17 that Dragon Warrior is actually pretty popular, since from yesterday Temple Warrior is popular, Patron Warrior is popular, played by Reynat. So Dragon Warrior, a very new addition to this kind of format right now. So we're gonna see the counter to this deck, and it will be the Paladin. We have Seer Paladin. The Murloc Paladin is also not bad too, but we're probably gonna see a little bit more control base since we do see the Ivory Knight in hand, and Loot Hoarder as well. So looking a little bit more like the Murloc Paladin type of deck.
Yeah, unclear as of yet. It could maybe be some sort of N'Zoth build, which are popular on just Wild Ladder. I know N'Zoth is a big presence in the Wild format in general, but given that you see the Loot Hoarder, that would indicate more to me that this is more likely to be the Murloc Paladin as opposed to a N'Zoth variant. But haven't seen any Murlocs yet, so we'll get a more definitive answer in the next few turns, I imagine.
Yeah, and Dragon Warriors might have a pretty good chance against the Control Paladin in a sense, just because solely of the addition of the Pilot Treasure just making it so strong in around the mid game, just because of the very sticky minion. Most of the time, Paladins might have a trouble actually clearing the whole board entirely. Don't really want to leave a minion for the Dragon Warrior to kind of push damage just because of that one death rattle. But we'll see how this matchup actually turns out. And we do see the Quartermaster in hand. This could actually be a mid-range Paladin deck.
Yeah, it could just be a bunch of high value cards. Obviously, Quartermaster and Tyrion are both cards that are very high value in their own right, and the addition of the Ivory Knight in this format is not something we saw in mid-range Paladins prior to Standard, so perhaps there are just enough late-game minions at this point that you don't need some sort of gimmick to finish out the game, and we see a Muster for Battle picked up as well. Yeah, this just looks like old-fashioned Control Paladin.
Yeah, since Control Pally is kind of like, I guess a Murloc Pally in general kind of little suffers against this matchup because you're not really developing a lot of minions early, but since you have Muster for Battle in the deck, I feel like this matchup is 10 times a lot better because you do have Shooting Mini Bot possibly in the deck too to help up the early game. So I can actually see this Paladin deck surviving the early game against this Dragon Warrior.
Yeah, makes sense. And Micro Machine, not actually a bad pickup here, as Lovelychook does have two options at the 4-drop spot that could potentially stave off the 3-4 body of the Keeper of Uldaman. He could just trade into it with his charging Kor'kron Elite and then go face with the Micro, or he could just play a 3-6 taunt in the form of his dragon here and hope to essentially deny all trades altogether and continue to push damage that way.
Yep, if Lovelychook finds a way to actually protect this this mech right here, it can potentially snowball and potentially deal a lot of damage too. But I see, if we've seen from Thijs' hand, he does have a lot of kind of answers, and especially when you're playing against some kind of mid-range Paladin deck, they're gonna have a lot of answers. Actually, we don't even know if it's Control Paladin or mid-range Paladin deck, but we do see the Quartermaster, but I'm 100% too sure on it.
Yeah, it's just a high-value Paladin build either way, and we do see one of the iconic cards of the Paladin class, the True Silver Champion, being an extremely high-value card in the mid-game. Going to use that to go ahead and clear off the Twilight Guardian, and now he has effectively a removal spell up going into his following turn for something like a Blackwing Corruptor, because he still has the True Silver equipped. But this Micro Machine, as we noted, is continuing to push more damage to the face and is going to need an answer relatively soon.
Yep, definitely. This mech has a very high attack damage, and Thijs may be looking into actually trying to remove this with the True Silver, but definitely going with the Corruptor first is definitely ideal. But Elder is in hand, though. But if you're planning to use the Elder onto one of these minions, it's probably going to be Corruptor, since over time it's not going to gain attack, and you can use the True Silver to remove it. But instead, he actually opts to go for the Corruptor instead, and possibly just play the mini bot, and just to contest this mech in general.
And as high value as the True Silver Champion is, Thijs is taking damage to his own face in the process as he clears off of these minions, and it's unclear, given that we don't know exactly what's going on in Thijs' build, if he found room to include something like a Forbidden Healing, or perhaps Ragnaros Light Lord, so not sure exactly how much life gain is being packed over there, but in the meantime, Lovelychook's just going to continue to push big bursts of face damage and hope that it could pay off down the line, especially with something like this Rag.
Yeah, I really like clearing this big mech last turn, but when I said it was going to be protected, I was just kidding a little bit, but it seems like it's getting protected quite a bit, and it's going already 7-2 attack. But we do see the Consecrate being picked up, and essentially a full board clear here. It just, if Thijs really decides to use the Quality Consecrate to conserve his minions on board, but I feel like there's no really reason to, and just using the Consecrate is more than enough. He can just use the Equality here just to trade off the minions. I definitely like that too. You can save the Consecrate for a later turn. Quartermaster is also really, really good here, especially when you get Hero Power and gain additional 3/3 with the Quartermaster as well. There's also options that Thijs can actually do here.
Yeah, he can actually get a full clear with the Quartermaster here. So he's weighing the option of using Quartermaster versus what it looks like he's going with, which is Equality plus Consecration, which is a full clear in its own right, or he's just going to go with Equality plus Quartermaster, which makes sense. Reduce the toughness on all of these opposing minions, and then buff up your own, maximizing his board presence, and we'll worry about his life total later.
Yep. Alright. Alright, full board control. I kind of miss Quartermaster. It's one of my most favorite cards in Paladin, and I definitely love to see it here. We're going to see the Korkan Elite going to face. Possibly, if this entire board is removed, Lovelychook is possibly relying on the turn 8 Ragnaros, and we see the Light Lord being picked up.
Huge draw there from Thijs, as that is going to allow him to gain 8 life, so long as he doesn't have any damaged minions that will be guaranteed life gain. But it looks like he is going to go ahead and make some trades with his minions, which means there's a chance that the Ragnaros does not actually connect to Thijs' face, presenting a possible lethal from Lovelychook's Ragnaros on the backswing here. So it looks like actually Thijs isn't going to develop his Ragnaros at all, potentially, which could expose him to potential lethal, like I mentioned, from the Fiery Rag.
Yeah, Lovelychook was relying that since the beginning when we saw the Korkan Elite go to the face. But we can actually potentially see the Ivory Knight instead, just for the rejuvenation and getting out of lethal range from the Ragnaros. But Thijs not playing around the Ragnaros potentially on turn 8, because he thinks that Lovelychook has to have exactly Ragnaros on turn 8 and has to win the 1 and 4 in order to win the game, of course.
Yeah, and I believe that is what we're going to see, and Lovelychook is going to roll the dice here. Let's see what happens. He's reaching for the Rag. Obviously, if it hits the Tyrion and just pops the Divine Shield, that's very low value. He could at least clear off one of these other minions, but obviously the goal is to hit face, and he just narrowly misses it. It was headed right down the middle of the screen there. I thought for a second that Lovelychook just ended the game, but not quite this time, and now potentially the Rag Light Lord is going to be able to pull this game out of reach. Or, now that you've seen the Ragnaros out of the way, there's no guarantee that 7 isn't enough life total for you to begin with.
Yeah, he can actually start developing minion, but just the Ragnaros Light Lord, just a huge presence on board, and such a big body at the same time, can actually put Lovelychook on the clock. So definitely too good not to play at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go back up to 15, and of course, there are no ways to deal 15 points of burst damage immediately from the warrior here. 15, notably though, is just low enough to activate these Draconid Crushers, but at this stage of the game, you can see just the loads of value that are in Thijs' hand, given these late game oriented creatures, and gonna start getting paid off for, you know, the late game way that he built his deck here. I suspect maybe in Aldor, but he's got a lot of options on his next turn.
Yeah, for Lovelychook's turn, it's not really kind of good way to actually try to contest the board. Everything seems small compared to the Ragnaros Light Lord and the Tyrion, so even if he went Korkan lead and execute, it also doesn't feel good because Thijs has the Ashbringer. But Thijs going for the Ivory Knight, gain a little bit of healing. Muster for Battle is probably the best card in the hand, I believe. The other secret seems a little lackluster. You could maybe use the Sacred Trial, but Muster for Battle, too good to actually turn away.
Yeah, absolutely, and all sorts of good options here from Thijs in regards to how he wants to dictate his trades, as opposed to, valuing the 8 life gain to the face here from Ragnaros, which doesn't seem like it's overly relevant here. So I do suspect we're going to see a couple of value trades clear off Lovelychook's board and really start to assert dominance over what's left of this game. And ultimately, Thijs actually has a very quick clock of his own here, presenting lethal on the backswing.
Yep, even removing this Tyrion, 5 damage is gonna be carried, and if potentially healing the Tyrion as well. So looking very tight on Lovelychook's side of the board. Very difficult for him to actually come back just because he doesn't have the removals to do so. Even if he tried, he can possibly just use the Ravaging Ghoul, activate his Execute, remove the Ragnaros Light Lord, and then trading. And you can't really even remove the Tyrion with the Drake on board unless you're willing to use the Korkan Leech and using the Zerg Drake to trade into this Tyrion, which has a lot of resources used and not looking too hot right now.
Yeah, I don't really see a way that Lovelychook comes back from this one unless maybe there's a Deathwing in his Dragon Warrior build, but even then, there's Aldor's in Thijs' hand, and that's just going to be the game, as lethal damage is pushed by Thijs, and he's going to reclaim the lead in the series.
Yeah, very, very powerful Paladin deck, especially the inclusion of Shielded Minibot and the Muster for Battle. So, yeah, it's very nostalgic seeing Muster for Battle and Quartermaster back. I love that combo since when I played mid-range Paladin. Definitely love to see it back again. Might even play Wild a little bit just because I saw this combo back.
Yeah, absolutely. All sorts of opportunities to explore in Wild, and interestingly, Celestial giving us different chunks of Wild here between Wild minus Naxx and Wild minus GVG, and all sorts of just unique formats that are making these deck archetypes come back to life that perhaps we missed from our early days of Hearthstone.
Yeah, definitely. So we do see the Paladin kind of deck. We do see it's like a form of a mid-range Paladin. And mid-range Paladin most of the time does have a weakness, and it's just combo decks in general. So we might actually see a rogue deck actually coming out here. So possibly something kind of like a Malygos rogue deck, or even a Malygos Druid deck wouldn't be bad against this matchup as well, since Swipe is very efficient in clearing a lot of the 1/1s that prevent Quartermaster combo later on in the game.
Yeah, we have seen Lovelychook sort of favoring the mech builds in a couple of his different decks already, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a mech druid actually as another one of his decks, which I don't think would line up particularly well with the late game oriented paladin build, so I'm with you. I kind of suspect to see a rogue here.
Yeah, we see a priest instead.
A priest! Alright. Looks like it is time for the priest, which leads me to believe that this is a control priest from Lovelychook, as opposed to some of the dragon priest builds that we've seen out of other players today. Yeah. And seeing a wild pyromancer, I'm guessing that assertion is correct.
Yeah, I guess like control priest in general can run mid-range paladin into fatigue, just because there's so much removals, you don't have burst damage, and it's actually pretty slow, long enough for priest to actually gain most of its reactive type of cards. And we do see the addition of Light Bomb, very good against the Muster Quartermaster combo, so very nice in terms of playing the priest into the mid-range paladin.
Yeah, they have a nice clear for Muster Quartermaster. He has that Entomb there, which is one of the cards in Hearthstone that lines up most effectively with Tyrion, of course. Tyrion being one of the strongest, most iconic cards in the Paladin class. So if his answers line up effectively with the threats that Thijs presents here, this could actually be a favorable matchup for the Priest that he snuck in.
Very, very interesting here, playing Loot Hoarder on turn 2, because Lovelychook right now, he does have the Pain in hand, but he might actually not want to use this just because there's such other better targets, such as the Eldar and even the Ultimate that we see in Thijs' hand, for instance. So yeah, so he might just heal and pass.
And it looks like that is going to be the play, and on Thijs' side here, a few different options, but he is reaching for the coin and the Barnes. There are definitely some high impact cards that Barnes could hit, so let's see what Thijs rolls here. And an Ivory Knight is certainly one of the whiffs.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, we do see Velens too. Also a very good combination with the Pyromancer later on in the game. He could use it right now with the Pain, but Velens, very good combo with the Pyromancer as always later on in the game. That would be very useful. And if Thijs doesn't remove this, a lot of the 1/1s on board, especially something like Muster for Battle, would be instantly removed.
And here we do see the Angry Rag drawn from Thijs, which was one of those high-impact minions that I mentioned that he could have pulled off the Barnes, but unfortunately instead he did get the 1/1. Now he adds that card to his hand, and this looks like a Hero Power plus a Shielded Mini-Bot turn from Thijs just to effectively fill out the curve, sending things back to Lovelychook, who has a few different options here depending on how he wants to deal with his board state.
Yeah, when I said that Velen's gonna be pretty powerful, it could be used right now. It can, you can maintain the Pyromancer on board. It does get rid of Divine Shield and also the 1/1. You can also use the Shrinkmeister to trade into the Shielded Mini-Bot after Divine Shield is away and just maintain the Pyromancer on board without taking any damage. So I believe this is actually a pretty good play right here, and I feel like that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, it is potentially going to line up pretty poorly against Thijs' True Silver Champion here, which I'm sure is a card that Lovelychook considered, but given just how high value this play is, if your opponent doesn't have the True Silver, he does opt for the Velen's play, and I assume in response we will see that True Silver developed on Thijs' side.
Yep, definitely. So we're going to see an easy True Silver with the removal right here. Yep, clear the Pyromancer as fast as possible just because you don't want to clear the massive kind of boards later on. So we're going to see the Creator. Let's see what he gets. Ooh.
Could go for the Major Domo. is an option here. I'm trying to think of ways. Obviously, we see Ragnaros in Thijs' hand that could present that final 8 points of burst. Plus, against a Paladin, you have to assume there are a lot of weapon classes. So this isn't exactly a control mirror where you can assume that the 8 points on Ragnaros is safe. So I think he makes what is objectively the correct pick with the Anubis Sentinel, just giving him a body to fill out his curve here. Unfortunately, today is not the day for Major Domo.
Yeah, we can possibly see the Ultimate come down here just to get the instant removal on the Priest of the Feast. It's just such a hard minion to actually deal with. But Pilot Sky Golem is pretty good too, just because it does contest the board entirely.
Yeah, Sky Golem's great here, fills out the curve effectively, and there's a decent chance that it draws out the Entomb from Lovelychook, which will then free up the Tyrion a couple turns from now in Thijs' hand if that is his turn 8 play. So anytime you can get your Priest to use an Entomb on something that isn't Tyrion, that's sort of a moral victory for the Control Priest in this matchup.
Yeah, that's why Pilot Sky Golem is considered one of the better death rattles on turn 6 just because of his high power and what kind of value it actually provides. So we're probably going to see it in Tomb here just because it is quite threatening and contests most of the board anyways.
Pick up a couple of points of life gain along the way thanks to this Priest of the Feast, sending things back to Thijs' turn 7 where he doesn't have any spectacular plays, but can fill out his curve potentially with an Aldor plus one of these 4-drops. Obviously, these aren't the ideal Aldor targets, so maybe we see something like a Piloted Shredder plus a Hero Power possibly here.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe Thijs does think that the Priest of the Feast might have a lot of trades later on in the future. He might actually try to clear it off now. But yeah, the Aldor with the Pilot Shredder definitely not bad too. Putting Priest of the Feast at 1 and potentially trading it off later. But Hero Power with the Pilot Shredder is definitely not bad as well.
Yeah, a couple different options here. It just depends on how Thijs values this Keeper of Uldaman effect. I'm sure right now in his mind he's running through all of the different minion options that could be found in the Priest class realistically, and instead actually just goes for the Consecration here, assuming that card will be low impact in the matchup overall. Obviously it still does have high synergy even against control decks in conjunction with Equality, but Thijs doesn't have one of those right now, so he's just going to preserve his creatures and run out the Consecration while it's relatively convenient.
Yeah, since there's only... And Lovelychook doesn't really need to overextend at the moment. He can just heal up right now, or even just play the heal up and just play the 5-drop that he has in hand that's really not really in high of value. He possibly just wants to save the Shrinkmeister and Cabal Shadow Priest combo to get higher targets such as the Piloted Shredder. So I definitely think he's going to save that for later turns.
Yeah, a lot of targets that you can suspect from a mid-range Paladin for the Shrinkmeister plus Cabal Shadow Priest combo. You've already seen Keeper of Uldaman, and you've already seen Ivory Knight and Quartermaster, so those cards are cards that that combo works on very effectively, or you can just pick up something like the Quartermaster even without needing the Shrinkmeister and gain a lot of board advantage that way. So I do like the patience here from Lovelychook.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, a lot. You could play the Tyrion right now just because it does put down to more pressure on the board, so definitely wouldn't be a bad play here.
He's just going to go ahead and develop the Tyrion. As we mentioned, he has already seen one Entomb in this matchup, so probably relatively hopeful that this Tyrion sticks. And if it does, which it appears it will, obviously worth a lot of value right here and now on this board state. Lovelychook probably looking to expand his board presence to attempt to get some value here off of the Death Rattle trigger of the Anubis Sentinel. So he's mousing over the Piloted Shredder here, but just running a little bit low on options these turns, especially when you look at his hand in comparison to the embarrassment of riches over in Thijs' hand.
Yeah. The Entomb for the early of the game really hindered us quite a bit, so yeah, not really too good of a choice. You can play the Pilot Shredder just to develop something on board, hopefully contest this later on. Light Bomb is also a choice too if you do want to waste it on just such a weak board, but yeah, very, very difficult place from Lovelychook at the moment.
Yeah, and on Thijs' side, he's going to see this Piloted Shredder, and how does he progress into his next turn? He has a few different options here, but I imagine Light Bomb is a card that is on the top of his mind being one of those Goblins versus Gnomes cards that are reintroduced to the format here. And Lovelychook's actually just going to go ahead and take this trade to pop the Divine Shield right now and get the trigger from that Anubis Sentinel. It can't feel great here, sacrificing an entire 4/4 body into a Divine Shield, certainly, but Lovelychook just analyzes the board state and decides this is the best value I'm ever going to get out of this card.
Yeah, it's not like Thijs can't handle this anyways, but he is going to trade a Tyrion into the Pilot Shredder instead of preserving it on board. I wouldn't really mind that too much. He does have an Ashwing trading off the second Death Rattle that the Pilot Shredder actually puts out and guarantees reg for the shot to the face.
Certainly a favorable 2-drop there off of the Piloted Shredder, but ultimately more or less irrelevant as it could have just been a 3/2 and Ashbringer would have cleared it up either way here. We do see a Shadow or Death picked up from Lovelychook, which is a nice convenient answer to this Ragnaros without commanding him to use a Light Bomb on essentially just a 1-for-1 trade here, so not a bad draw there, but again, he's going to need to be able to do something proactive eventually, or he's just going to get ground out by all of the value in Thijs' hand, and he just hasn't found it yet.
Yeah, he really needs to keep these light bombs later in the game too, but the thing about Paladin is that they do generate 1/1 with a very high, like very cheap minions that you don't really want to use AoE board clears but yeah, like those light bombs can eventually be very beneficial in the later in the game when the priest can potentially drive the mid-range biology into fatigue. But we're probably gonna see a Shrink Meister and a Cabal here just to steal the Shredder.
And we do finally see a minion on Thijs' side worth using that 2-card combo against, so a nice stabilization mechanism from Lovelychook, and he kind of needed it right here and now given that Thijs actually was theoretically presenting lethal given his board presence plus this Avenging Wrath in hand that he picked up from an Ivory Knight. And now he's a little bit weapon loaded even.
Yep, definitely. So considering how to actually deal with this board kind of efficiently, you can kind of isolate the Pilot Shredder if you want to. You can use Ashbringer removing the 4/5 and just trading the 4/4 into 3/2 and just using the Eldor. It could potentially even use the Cog Hammer just to create a taunt as well.
Yeah, for sure. Unclear exactly which option he's going to go for, but again, Light Bomb has to be a card on the top of his mind, as we see multiple copies in Lovelychook's hand, but Lovelychook has had a number of cards stuck in that hand for quite a while now, and Thijs, I'm sure, is making that read, which is one incentive to clear off the 4/5 minion, one that would survive through Light Bomb. It looks like Thijs is actually just going to attempt to clear the board entirely, does clear most of it here, and if he chooses to trade, actually does get the whole thing, so gonna go ahead and force Lovelychook to have more threats off the top of his deck and put him on the back foot.
Yeah. Majorly later on, all Thijs really needs to do is just hero power, since Lovelychook is not really providing that much on the board, and yeah, mostly what Lovelychook is holding on is just a bunch of reactive type of cards and not doing much. So a lot of these Silver Hand Crews, as long as they keep generating, the Quartermaster is going to be very powerful later on in the game.
The second Cabal Shadow Priest here from Lovelychook could certainly be a relevant play in the next turn or two here, but you're probably looking to get a little bit more value off of that than just taking a Silver Hand Recruit. So he's going to actually need Thijs to sort of play into that card, and it's hard for Thijs to do so unless he plays this Quartermaster, which in and of itself is going to be such a massive board swing at this stage in the game that the Cabal Shadow Priest might not even be enough.
We're going to see the ultimate here just gaining a little bit of value just because Power Word Shield is going to be used on this, and you haven't seen Lovelychook developing much after all, so just removing most of the minions and try to create as much Silver Hand Recruits as much as possible, and over the couple of turns you can have burst damage with Quartermaster, and these 1/1s are going to be pretty threatening to Lovelychook eventually, so these Light Bomb eventually, when they're going to be used, you can actually burst a lot down from Lovelychook with Quartermaster.
As Thijs is going to go ahead and clear the board once more, definitely valuing the ability to keep the Priest player's board empty. And actually, let me do a quick check at the math here. We have 11 damage plus 2 from the weapon and 2 from the Consecration is 15. So theoretically presenting lethal here once more, assuming that Lovelychook doesn't hero power. So under a lot of pressure yet again, and might need this Museum Curator to do some serious work.
Yeah, right now Thijs here is playing a little bit around the Light Bomb, but he is planning to steal the Quartermaster first and then just removing 3-4 to see he has a better setup than Light Bomb later on.
Yes, he does somewhat stabilize the board here, but Lovelychook does have the interaction that he needs. And on Thijs' side, wow, another 8-8 body picked up off the top. The value train just isn't stopping anytime soon, it seems. Again, the one thing he has to consider from this spot is the Light Bomb, as Lovelychook has multiple minions that would survive it, and if Thijs does develop his threats the wrong way, he might have none. So that looks to me like the one way that Lovelychook secures his position back in this game.
Yeah, he doesn't really need to play the Light Lord to actually win the game here. There's actually another route where he could have used Consecration to actually remove most of the board, with also using the minions on board as well, such as the 2-3-3 he has. So that's also a full board clear, and also having 1-3-3 and also a 4-4 developed, which is not bad, and kind of pressures down Lovelychook just a little bit since he is holding the 2 Light Bombs. And Thijs kind of knows that he's holding on to board clears just because he hasn't played 2 cards for just so long.
Yeah, I do suspect Thijs is going to be able to effectively navigate his way through this without ever really putting himself in a position where he loses to these AoE effects. Picking up a second copy of Avenging Wrath is certainly relevant here, as now even if Lovelychook does opt to use one of these Light Bombs and preserve his 2 minions with higher toughness than power, Avenging Wrath is just going to clean him up very cleanly and effectively here, and ultimately Lovelychook's life total is approaching 0 here. I do expect that this game will end in the next turn or two.
Yeah, Lovelychook holding those Light Bombs is the very beginning, but it's not really doing him much. So he can definitely just trade off the 2-5 into popping the Divine Shield and just Light Bomb here. He has to. At least this actually gives you a little bit of benefit of just keeping 1 minion on board. You also have the Creator as well, looking for a possibly late game minion to allow you to stay more, like a little bit more into the game. A taunt would be nice, such as Chill Mob, but Skeleton Knight is actually not that bad too. It's a high attack type of minion, can potentially, you know, just pressure Thijs down, hopefully.
Yeah, theoretically we talked about the Priest's lack of threats these last few turns, and Skeleton Knight might represent a continual threat that gives him something proactive to do with his mana for turns to come, but unfortunately that plan is not going to come to fruition, as Thijs sees the lethal between his Consecration, his Avenging Wrath, and he doesn't even need the hit from the Coghammer here. That is just going to be it. So Thijs pulls ahead 5-3 in this best of 17 series.
Yep, losing out the Priest, but looking at this mid-range Paladin, I definitely do miss it. Since this is one of the most played decks I played back when, and GVG and Naxx was in play, so definitely a little bit of a nostalgia, but definitely love seeing the mid-range Paladin and doing so well in this meta, especially the inclusion of Ivory Knight, which does help out a lot of the healing and giving you more utility against a lot of the other matchups, because you can potentially get like quality and stuff like that.
Yeah, it seems really well built, just a ton of high impact cards in Thijs' list. Paladin gained a lot over the course of Hearthstone history, apparently, as we're seeing all of the highlights in Wild here, from the Shielded Minibot and the Muster for Battle, all the way to new inclusions that definitely want to make it into the deck, like the Ragnaros Light Lord and the Ivory Knights you mentioned. So all the way along the curve, you're just seeing very high quality cards.
Yeah, I would like to see that Paladin might actually just sweep Lovelychook, just because Paladin just so a little bit kind of strong right now. But it's, well, from what I'd like to see is like, as long as it's not Mysterious Challenger coming out with like Secret Paladin, like what I'm trying to say is like Secret Paladin is kind of like the popular picks with the last best of the 17 and also yesterday. So it's nice to see mid-range Paladin coming out today from Thijs.
Yeah, and looking at the remainder of Lovelychook's classes here, I have to imagine that Rogue is the next pick. I don't see too many other guaranteed favorable matchups here just based on the classes, and we do see Rogue after all, so this could definitely be a deciding game. It feels like Lovelychook needs to win this game to prevent this Paladin from just getting out of hand.
Yeah, definitely. So Lovelychook does decide to use a combo deck against mid-range Paladin. As I said before, possibly mid-range Paladin does have a certain weakness, which is two combo decks, and Malagos Rogue does have a really good chance, but that's previously. So let's see how this this Rogue deck deals against this Paladin deck.
And another weakness of the mid-range, more late-game oriented Paladin build Thijs has brought is that it does run a lot of expensive late game oriented cards. And you see that Thijs has drawn a number of them here in the opening hand. And Reg, the Fire Lord, is thought to be an excellent card against Rogue in general, but that certainly doesn't mean you want it in your opener, especially alongside more 7 and 8 drops in hand. And Thijs is the one ultimately that has to kind of apply some pressure here, or the Rogue is just going to be able to deal 30 damage in one turn, as it looks like it's probably a Malagos Rogue, given that Shiv in hand.
Yeah. Possibly Lovelychook is going to apply a lot of pressure right now. He does have the coin as disposal, playing the Tomb Pillager, so Thijs probably has to react to this, but Pilot Shredder is probably the best play here, since he doesn't really have much to do. And ooh, pick him to True Silver, but I like the Pilot Shredder a little better. But True Silver could be a good possibility right now, just to get the quick tempo from right now.
Yeah, Thijs definitely picking up a couple of different options here to sort of fill out that curve and transition into the late game of this Boom on 7 into one of these Ragnaroses on 8. So hand came together somewhat. The bigger concern is that we've seen these muster for battles and these shielded mini-bots that are in his deck are going to eventually start coming off of the top of the deck. So Lovelychook might be able to close this one out in time here, but for the time being, I think this will be a coin Drake and continuing to cycle into some of those more combo-oriented pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, Thijs developing the True Silver early is to actually contest the Drake on 5 because he does have the coin, but Lovelychook definitely is aware of that, so he's going to play the SI Agent right now. But Thijs going to play the Piloted Shredder, so you're going to take down this SI Agent. But we're going to see this Pilot Shredder is going to be contesting the potential Drake on turn 5, so...
Yeah, Lovelychook does draw out the second half of the True Silver Champion on a 3-3 rather than a 3-4 here, as it looks like he is looking for to play Drake this turn. And now we do see the Gadgets and Auctioneer enter Lovelychook's hand, so relatively soon we will see sparks start to fly, but ultimately Lovelychook does have time here. He's not in any sort of immediate rush to start getting the ball rolling right now, and the longer you can hold that Auctioneer, the higher value it will be once it is in play.
Yeah, when he played the Drake, he had the possibility to prep into the Sap, which might have been a little better because it does protect your Drake, and Drake are pretty in high value since you can combo cards like Shiv and even the Shadow Strike later on in the game for the higher kind of more healthy kind of minions later on in the game. But I guess don't necessarily need to. Most of the time Paladins do develop like small minions, small 1 health type of minions, so the spell power is not too relevant, but I definitely like protecting the Drake. As long as you have power on board, you can essentially combo down with the Eviscerate to potentially burst down your opponent later on in the game and putting a lot of firepower down on board.
And if Lovelychook does go for the auction here, which he doesn't necessarily have to, the card that he is certainly looking for off the top would be Fan of Knives as he begins to cycle through his deck, as Thijs has certainly exposed a large amount of his board presence to Fan of Knives. Granted, the Loot Hoarder will cycle anyway, but you know, Thijs was just trying to fill out his curve here, and there is a potential punish in Lovelychook's deck. We just don't see it yet, so let's see if we can find a Fan of Knives off of the next few cards here. I suspect we start with the coin, and it looks like that is what Lovelychook reaches for. Dr. Boom, high impact as it may be, is not quite ready to enter the fray here. Neither is Healbot, so he's going to go ahead and cycle this Shiv and potentially run out of mana and cycling shenanigans earlier than he would have hoped, but there is a backstab. That is going to keep the train rolling here, and I imagine we see that cast. Interestingly, not on the Loot Hoarder, it looks like, and we might be experiencing a bit of a spectator bug here as we have switched sides of the board. Okay, and now we are back on Lovelychook's side, and I don't know exactly what's going on, but we'll get this fixed out for you as soon as we can here. Yeah. Looks like we're now on Thijs' side.
Yeah, unfortunately we couldn't see the the Fan of Knives no matter how hard Lovelychook actually drew. Yeah, we're probably going to trade out the Auctioneer here and just slam down Dr. Boom. It just does put a high pressure on board, and when you're playing against Rogue most of the time, you don't really want them to have minions stick, just because you are vulnerable to something like a Cold Blood type of combo with Conceal possibly, depending on what kind of Rogue deck they're playing. And Dr. Boom is really good against Rogue just because there's no really efficient way of clearing Dr. Boom, just because they can't clear it all at once completely. You have to waste a lot of resources like the Eviscerate, Shadow Strike, and Sapping never feels good on Dr. Boom, but previously, before Standard, we have seen a lot of people do it just so they can combo out like Tinker Sharp Sword Oil combo, but the inclusion of Shadow Strike now is definitely really, really good. Oh,
yeah,
the
Rogue is one
Consecrate
of the...
up. Whoa.
Yeah, Consecration's actually huge here. That's a big pickup off the Swashbuckler, as it is actually going to be able to clear the Dr. Boom, which is something that Rogue historically has struggled to do. Taking 7 damage in the process to Lovelychook's face definitely could be relevant over the next few turns of the game, as Thijs is going to look to close things out as quickly as possible, and he is going to start with Rag the Fire Lord to deal 8 more damage to Lovelychook's face, punching 1 more in along the way with the weapon.
Yeah, we're going to see the Ragnaros, also a very difficult minion that the Rogue can't really handle. Lovelychook right now can definitely go wide on board, just playing the 2 piloted Shredders. They're also very sticky at the same time, so it's probably going to spawn something and potentially actually contest this Ragnaros in general.
Yeah, there was even a way to go a little bit wider, which is just to play the Dr. Boom, obviously, and put 3 minions on the board. One of those, of course, would get cleared up by Thijs' weapon here, so 2 is the maximum number of minions that are going to stick. And ultimately, if Thijs chooses to use the Consecration this turn, this could actually be a guaranteed Rag lethal. I'm trying to put together double Consecration if he weapons once. I don't think there's any way to actually fully clear, but he can at least give himself a chance to have the Rag hit the face to end the game here.
Yeah, he can definitely go for the 1 and 3 for the double Consecration. He can definitely play a little bit slower. He can start developing kind of the minions like the Pilot Shredder and also the mini bot. There's actually a lot of options here. He can, yeah, development minions definitely doesn't feel too bad, but yeah, as you said, you can give him a chance, play the dude Consecration, and potentially go for the 1 and 3.
He's just going to play it a little bit safe here and just develop the Rag Light Lord. As we're trying to piece together lethals here, he does actually have to consider his own life total in that process as well, as the Rogue is threatening him more than it may seem on the board. Thijs, one of the Rogue experts as well, obviously very cognizant of that, and we do see a Leroy Jenkins in Lovelychook's hand. Unfortunately, no ways to add extra damage along to it, so he's actually quite a ways off lethal, and Thijs has a massive board presence now. Yeah,
I guess Thijs does decide to play the Light Lord just because if Lovelychook does decide to play the more cold blood version of the Rogue deck, these Pilot Shredders will deal a lot of damage, but the Mana Addict is highly relevant just because of the amount of spells that Rogue can play, and if you put Cold Bloods on them, it can actually potentially be lethal with a huge combination of spells.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Lovelychook is threatening his own lethal, and now Thijs is piecing together how to most effectively use his removal suite. Obviously, he does have this Equality and Consecration combo, but who knows what happens with those boom bots. This is a tough situation to navigate through for sure, so Thijs weighing all of his options, but for sure we are going to see some number of these minions removed, if at all possible here.
Yeah, we might even see the Consecrate first. Let's see where the boom bots goes. From what I've seen, boom bots might actually clear Rag, but just kidding. Just goes all to the face, which is really, really good. But actually not really, just because you do want the Rag to actually soak some damage, just because Rogue is just a heavy burst type of deck, and you don't want to take too much damage. But we're probably going to see the Equality Consecrate for the full board clear.
Yeah, it turns out these boombots do know the place, and as does this Rag, as Thijs is going to be able to put Lovelychook down to 1 point of life here, and even if that is game over, excuse me, I did the math wrong there, Sapcasters, alright, Thijs is able to take that one down and pull further ahead in the series.
Yeah, lethal with the full board clear with the Rag finish. Definitely well played by Thijs here. Being able to actually beat the counter matchup, which was the Rogue. Very well played from Thijs there. So,
yeah, absolutely. And looking through Lovelychook's remaining classes here, I don't see any in particular that you would think would be favored inherently against a control paladin. So this sweep that you mentioned might actually possibly happen over the next couple of games.
Yeah, definitely. So paladin you don't necessarily need to go Secret Paladin to do well with Paladin, so Thijs going on something a little different this time around. So countering out this Paladin, I did say that combo deck does kind of beat out the Paladin deck, but from Lovelychook, the Rogue definitely failed. We might actually see Druid here, but instead we go for Hunter.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be the Hunter, and we haven't seen a ton of life gain actually from Thijs here. I mentioned the Forbidden Healings. It doesn't look like any of those made it into his deck, so maybe the Hunter could get the job done if it's particularly face-oriented, but Thijs has a ton of board controlling options at his disposal, and unlike last game, this time around we do see a shielded minibot and a muster for battle, the two cards notorious for very effectively controlling the early game board states from the Paladin shell.
Yeah, previously we have seen Muster for Battle being very, very powerful, and especially when we look at it now, it does help Thijs actually develop a very, very powerful type of board. But the curve is actually pretty good for Thijs. He actually might potentially save the coin, just play the shielded minibot, just because the Muster for Battle doesn't really do much here. The Light's Justice doesn't remove anything, so yeah, minibot definitely the better choice here.
And it looks like it is going to be a minibot, and probably followed up by a muster, but time will tell. Back on Lovelychook's side, he's weighing the options between a Glaive Zuka and a Snipe. The Glaive Zuka, of course, would potentially let him pop this Divine Shield conveniently, but if he develops Snipe, then he could trade his Beast into the shielded minibot and clean it up with the then 2/3 Secret Keeper, so looks like he is going to go for that option. Exposes his board state a little bit more to AoE effects, but for the time being, has it under control. Muster for Battle, though, is going to help clean that up.
Yeah, I like the development of the Snipe. On turn 4, potentially Pilotless Shredder is going to be played. Like, at turn 4, definitely something is going to be played and does help you win the board a little that way. But Muster for Battle, very, very big presence on board, doing its work. And we're going to see the Barnes being played. Let's see what it gets. And it does get a high main. Whoa.
Wow, that is potentially the best option in Lovelychook's deck, and factor in the fact that he's holding one copy of Samana High Main. The odds of actually hitting a High Main off of the Barnes here were very, very low. That being said, Thijs does have Consecration, which lines up particularly effectively with the High Main's 2/2 Hyenas, so this isn't necessarily the end of the world on his side of the table either.
Yeah, we can easily spot a very, very good removal here, just trading 2 1/1s into the Barnes and from Light's Justice into the High Main. But that's kind of like Caster's Vision right here, just because Thijs didn't really test all the traps yet. This can actually be Catrick, for instance. Catrick can kind of play around the Consecrate, since Consecrate doesn't remove it since it spawns afterwards. So you might actually take that into consideration instead. So he is playing around with certain secrets rather than just full board clear with the Consecrate.
I believe Thijs did confirm that the secret is not Catrick when he did cast the Muster for Battle. So that one I think is scratched off of the option list, true. But certainly could be playing around others such as Freezing or Snake. I definitely have to consider all the different options that secret could be, and ultimately it looks like he's considering playing this a little conservatively. You saw him hover over the trade with the Big Bad Wolf. Looks like he does go for that trade, and now let's see what he does with the rest of his turn here. Looks like it's going to be a Keeper and trading into the Barnes to kill it off in conjunction with the weapon.
Yep, trading it off right away. So, yeah, my bad on the part that the Muster for Battle testing out the Catrick. I totally forgot about that. But, yeah, developing another Snipe here, gonna potentially trade into. You're gonna remove whatever is gonna spawn out. So, interesting enough that he didn't use the Consecrate the previous turn to actually remove. Maybe he's actually valuing the Consecrate very highly, especially when he does have the quality in hand. But this Snipe gonna do a lot of work later on.
Yeah, using the coin first here to check for the cat trick, of course, and now afterward developing a token along with the 3/4 body, which he is going to lose this to as well, to the second copy of Snipe. Thijs probably did not predict that the second secret was a 1 remaining copy of Snipe, but it looks like it's going to be a second High Main here from Lovelychook, and he's going to try and push some damage here and end the game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we can see a full board clear here. The equality can be used here in using the 3/3, attacking into the 6 attack high main and using the Light's Justice to punch the 2/1 and just consecrate for a full board clear. It wouldn't be too bad, and Lovelychook is kind of out of resources, and I feel like you don't necessarily need a development after the full board clear, but instead he goes for the Elder and developing more minions instead.
Yeah, it looks like instead of trying to actually deal with these high mains, he's essentially stopping them from dealing damage of their own and preserving this consecration here, setting up for one large turn where everything on Lovelychook's board gets answered by a consecration. And Lovelychook is playing into that a little bit here, but at the same time, he's not overly concerned. He's just focused on pushing some damage and closing out this game. As we see, these high mains are going to, well, one will make a trade. The other connects to the face along with the Lovelychook.
Yeah, these high mains are, even though they're low in terms of damage, as long as they stick on the board, they give activation to the kill command, which are kind of like burst potential for the hunter. So now it's a little bit annoying for Thijs having so many minions on board. Now, especially with this taunt in play, clearing the board is much harder. But he's gonna benefit off of the quartermaster right now. That's what he chooses to remove the taunt with.
Yeah, Quartermaster cleans up the difficulty of those trades theoretically, but unfortunately for Thijs, there is a freezing trap down now, so Misha is going to stick. In a quick check of the math here, we have 7 damage on board, plus Hero Power and Eagle Horn represents 5, so that is a total of 12 damage, and if Lovelychook pushes all of that damage to the face right now, just a Hero Power next turn does present lethal, assuming that Thijs doesn't have life gain.
Yep, true. So yeah, so a lot of damage can be coming down this turn if Lovelychook so decides to instead of board clearing. But yeah, the Lovelychook definitely coming down here. But yeah, he does actually, face is definitely the place here, as we said before.
Yep, he goes with a different weapon option here, but same result nonetheless as he pushes his opponent down to 2 life, and now Thijs needs maybe Rag Light Lord could save him here, but there aren't a lot of options. Muster for Battle is not one of them, and that is going to be Lovelychook finally taking down this Control Paladin here and bringing the series back to 4 games to 6.
Yeah, he definitely conserved the Consecration and Equality combo there, but as the game went on, like, these high mains were able to stick, especially getting benefits of the Lovelychook, being able to push extra damage like chip damage later on and not getting sustained to play around it. Yeah, true. Alright, but we're gonna see a Mech Mage being played instead. With the inclusion of Goblin Blast Mage, I wouldn't actually think this deck is that bad, and you can get off with Mech Mage quite a bit with the aggressive early game that they got, and Blast Mage in the mid game with the inclusion of a couple of mechs on board definitely puts you ahead against the Hunters.
Yeah, definitely pitching the Blast Mage and the Fireball here. The question is whether or not Thijs wants to keep the Annoyatron. He is weighing that option and decides that he does not. And on Lovelychook's side, you see a pretty powerful opening few cards in his hand, and he's got some options on exactly how he wants to sequence out these first couple of turns, but Lovelychook leads me to believe that he will be coining out the Big Bad Wolf to immediately get value off of that weapon on turn 2.
Yeah, we can see how powerful the Lovelychook is, buffing the 1/1 Kindly Grandmother. The Kindly Grandmother, the first stage, is partially very weak, but against something like the Mech Mage, if he actually predicts it, it's actually really good against this Annoyatron right here that's going to come out later on in the game. Very excited to see what kind of, how Thijs actually built his Mech Mage, because we do see the Flame Wakers in the deck as well, so, and we haven't seen it in like the previous version of the Mech Mage shown in this Best of 17.
In terms of what the average Mech Mage list tend to look like, this is a relatively clunky and expensive hand, so not the kind of cards that Thijs was looking for here, but on Lovelychook's side, he is going to trade first so that he can pop the Divine Shield, clear the Annoyatron, and get the +1 power bonus to the Big Bad Wolf, bringing it back to Thijs' turn 3, which can only be Flame Waker based on this hand.
Yeah, I like buffing the Kindly Grandmother here with the 1 attack. It does allow you a lot of the potential traits, like very efficiently, especially like this Flame Waker on board right now. Spawning the 4/4 could be one of the best so far, just because Mage in general, they have so much early kind of removal and handles, and doesn't really handle for health that easily. 2 health, like the Huffer, is very easy, but Frostbolt, if Thijs plans to use Frostbolt now, he has to use his whole turn with the ping, so definitely Pilot Shredder is definitely the play here.
And Thijs goes ahead and plays his Shredder out and sends it back to Lovelychook, who does have a Freezing Trap, which lines up particularly effectively against something like Piloted Shredder. Strange as it may be, a 4-mana minion is actually on the expensive side in this particular matchup, as both of these decks are aggressive in nature, and so I do expect to see Lovelychook now push damage to the face here. He could attack with this Glaivezooka and then play his second one to buff the power on the Misha, but instead opts to weave in a hero power here, which makes sense, and he has weapons for days in the next handful of turns.
Yeah, definitely true. So he might actually want to develop the Eagle Hornbow instead, not playing the Glaivezooka this turn. Thijs is planning to test what kind of trap this is with the Pilot Shredder right now. What he can do is that he can start with the Frostbolt and just clear off the 4/4 Misha. This doesn't really allow him to like test out the. Well, he can test the trap out first, but the tempo might be very, very bad that he's gonna get.
Yeah, he is going to pop this Freezing Trap, which is a certainly tempo negative play for him here, but he does have a decent chunk of follow-up here in the 8/8 body of the Fel Reaver. You noted earlier the Fel Reaver is particularly potent in a metagame where BGH no longer exists, and so gonna definitely provide a lot of board presence, but honestly, depending on what this animal companion rolls, I don't know if the size of Thijs' minions is gonna matter, and it is the Huffer, so damage immediately pushed to face here. He is already down to 11 with an Eagle Horn Bow, a kill command in hand, and of course the Steady Shot hero power. This is gonna be tough to climb back from.
Yeah, that's why I didn't really like playing the Fel Reaver too much last turn, just because there is a taunt on board. Maybe the Goblin Blast Mage might be a little better and just pass on the Pilot Shredder just so you don't lose it on the board, and potentially just test the trap, the Freezing Trap, the Goblin Blast Mage, and Lovelychook kind of has to isolate the Shredder if you want it to be Freezing Trapped anyway, so I felt like Fel Reaver, I guess a taunt, doesn't look too good in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm looking at best case scenarios here for Thijs, which would of course include this Frostbolt, probably dealing with this Huffer, getting off a trade with the Fel Reaver, and in Thijs' position you almost have to look to set up a 2-turn lethal here, as you can't expect to get 3 more turns on your side. So Frostbolt is a must, and then the other option is between the Blast Mage or the Flame Waker. Is going to go for the Blast Mage, and he misses the Huffer. So that could prove costly here. Actually ignoring the Frostbolt altogether and potentially trying to set up a situation where he can Frostbolt face and stave off lethal damage.
Right now, there is a kill command that can actually remove the Fel Reaver. I definitely like doing that a little bit more, just because you want to relieve off the damage, but probably mill him first, play a minion, possibly the Kindly Grandmother, but I feel like the Cloaked Huntress is just a little better, just because it's a little stickier, but it does die for free to this Goblin Blast Mage, so Kindly Grandmother might be a better choice, and just use a kill command on the A3 on board, just to stop the bleeding just a little bit.
Yeah, this potential Frostbolt to face might actually do some work here, as I'm looking at the different ways that Lovelychook could potentially kill over the next 2 turns based on his hand alone, and I don't really see one that doesn't involve him attacking with a weapon next turn. So freezing, no, he did find one. Okay, so he's going to use his weapon and his hero power, develop the Cloak Huntress, and now next turn he has the option to play the Kindly Grandmother with the kill command and the hero power, which will be guaranteed lethal here. So setting up for absolute lethal next turn, and I don't think Thijs is going to be able to deal 26 on this last turn of the game that he has.
Yeah, true. Saving the beast for the kill command and for the finish for the next turn. So Thijs must think, like, removing this minion is probably what I need to do right now. 8 in the face is to extend the race, just to race down the Hunter, and possibly just slamming Boom on turn 7 and just removing this Cloaked Huntress. Hopefully that Lovelychook doesn't have the potential damage to actually put Thijs into lethal.
Yeah, I definitely predict we see a trade here. The only question is how to use the rest of your resources to reduce the chance that you are dead on the backswing. I think that probably involves frostbolting your opponent's face to take weapon options away from him. But there's also the consideration of Unleash the Hounds that I'm sure Thijs is going through. He is going to use the Frostbolt to the face, set up that lethal damage, but he's about to get the bad news that, alright, Lovelychook not only has lethal, but has overkill here, and we might be experiencing some technical difficulties on his side. I see an admin helping him out here, but there is lethal damage so long as Lovelychook gets to play out his next turn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure even if he disconnects, he does have lethal. We do see it. So even if he disconnects, I'm pretty sure the admins would probably give Lovelychook the win here. It's clear as day with the Kindly Grandmother into kill command and hero power. Not sure what the problem is, though. Maybe he can't click his cards, but we do see lethal right away, right here, right now.
Looks like Lovelychook potentially reconnects there, and from Thijs' perspective, probably just looks like some classy BM waiting to almost rope out that lethal damage here, but he's a good sport nonetheless. It looks like he gave the well played there, although I do not speak Chinese, so it's tough to say exactly. But anywho, Lovelychook is going to take down this particular game nonetheless, and the Hunter keeps rolling.
Yeah, definitely. Hunter doing his work, putting down tons of damage. Yeah, the freezing trap definitely helped Lovelychook a lot there, just because something like the Pilot Shredder, when you're only playing 1 minion at a time, well, to be honest, Thijs' opening hand wasn't actually that good. He didn't really get his early kind of minions, his 1-drops, his 2-drops, but only playing down something like the Pilot Shredder and playing into that freezing trap, which definitely swung the game to Lovelychook's favor.
And so now on Thijs' side, maybe we do see that Shaman I mentioned earlier as a potential answer to this Hunter build from Lovelychook. Looking at his other classes, I see Rogue, which is notoriously not good at lining up against Hunter. Something like Warrior, which depending on the build could either get outvalued or not by this particular Hunter list. So tough to say exactly, but I think Shaman, based purely on the classes I'm looking at, would be the best matchup against mid-range Hunter.
Yeah, especially with the cards like Hex being able to deal with high main and also lots of board clears such as like the Maelstrom Portal and Lightning Storm, and seems pretty good. But it depends what kind of Shaman deck that Thijs actually plays, just because we do see a lot of Mech Shaman, so maybe Thijs might favor the Mech Shaman instead, but we gotta have to see later on.
Yeah, we saw the Mech Shaman earlier in this tournament already today, so that is definitely a possibility. Thijs known a little bit more to favor controlling or more late-game oriented shells, so based purely on his personality, I think it's unlikely we see the Mech Shaman, but you never know. In these kind of tournament settings, you have to certainly avoid being predictable, so maybe he made an out-of-character choice to mess with his opponent's head a little bit here and sort of dictate the strategy.
Yeah, we might even see a hybrid like what Lovelychook actually did. From what I've seen from his Mech Shaman deck, he didn't really play like a full aggressive type of Mech Shaman that consistently went to face, really vulnerable to taunt, so maybe that's why he built it more mid-range. So Warrior wouldn't be bad too, Dragon Warrior, but when Control Warrior does suffer against the Hunter just because of the stickiness of the minions and lots of death rattles where it exhausts most of the Control Warrior's kind of removals.
Yeah, it looks like based on the pauses from our players here that the technical difficulties may be persisting, but working to get that sorted out. And in the meantime, we're down to our last leg of what has been an excellent series, 6-5 here in a best of 17. And any preferences, do you think? Does one player have a strong advantage right now, or is it just the fact that Thijs is just 1 game ahead?
Oh, well, Thijs being 1 game ahead does allow him to have a lot of options. Both players does have the Beast Priest being defeated, so it's definitely not the last deck, as we see Priest might actually be kind of weak. But then we did see Dragon Priest later on, like before in the best of 17 with Breath, getting beat down by the Dragon Priest, so might be a disadvantage there. But both players not having Priest right now. So.
And both players, interestingly, preserving their Druids thus far in the best of 17, which is a class in general that could be built a lot of different ways based on the card pool that we're working with in this particular round of the tournament here. You could see something like an all-in aggressive Mech Druid given the Fel Reaver in the absence of BGH metagame. Could still definitely see something like a Malagos Druid if you want it teched more towards the control, or even we saw earlier on a token-oriented build of the Druid, taking advantage of the Violet Teacher synergy with all of the spells in the Druid build alongside being accelerated out by Innervate. So a lot of different ways that could be positioned, and it just depends on what decks in particular each of these players is targeting with their Druid.
Yeah, true. Thijs also has well, yeah, I thought Thijs had a 100 deck, but he used that since the very beginning with a secret 100 deck that wasn't really that effective early on. But yeah, Warrior being kind of like one of the only options against this 100 deck if it's very aggressive, like with the Dragon Warrior. But Shaman, obviously, as we said before, very effective. But we're gonna see what he's actually gonna pick. And it's gonna be the Shaman as predicted, just because of the utility it can actually provide counteracting this 100 deck.
Yeah, we do see the Shaman now, and right away we look at some cards that Thijs assuredly is going to mulligan, but give us a good indication of what his overall list looks like. And there is the aggression he was looking to mulligan into, as we see the double Tunnel Trog into Totem Golem draw, potentially, depending on how he wants to sequence these plays. But Secret Keeper certainly complicates things a bit.
Yeah, to add on to that, he does also have the Pharaoh Spirits to protect them as well later on in the game. And one thing that Hunters can't really do effectively is to board clear such a healthy type of board like this. But we're gonna see... the Snipe is actually not that bad this turn as well. It does buff your Secret Keeper, but it also prevents the potential Totem Golem too. When you see two Totem Trogs, you're probably going to predict that the Totem Golem is going to come down. Because if you don't have Totem Golem, you're probably just going to play one Totem Trog and probably save that coin for something else, like something at turn 3 to play. So I'm 100% you're going to guarantee that Totem Golem is going to come out the next turn.
Yeah, and the Flame Tongue Totem doesn't actually preserve the Totem Golem from the Snipe as effectively as you'd like, because if you go for the Flame Tongue, which it looks like he is going to go for, it'll get sniped and he won't have a trade available to him at all here. This could actually be devastating in terms of losing the board state from Thijs here.
Yep. Ooh, just wanting to, well, just it does play around the Snipe, and then does probably gonna give you value with the Totem Golem afterwards. And Eaglehorn Bow. Oh, but with the Cloaked Huntress being picked up, buffing it up, the Secret Keeper with the Cat Trick is actually very, very beneficial. Any kind of like Pharaoh Spirits buff protecting this Tunnel Trog will definitely get affected, and this is gonna activate the Cat Trick.
Yeah, that's actually a huge tempo swing, that Cloaked Huntress, because not only do you lose a Tunnel Trog, but you're about to lose the rest of your board presence that you just overloaded your mana crystals to assemble, just because the Pharaoh Spirits, being a spell by nature, is going to proc this Cat Trick. So now we see one wolf being eaten by an Eaglehorn, another being lost to a Cloak Huntress, and that Cat in the Hat is going to connect for 4 damage to the face, and Thijs, with no answers in sights, is going to hope that this Totem Golem can climb him back into the game.
Yeah, this is not really what Thijs is looking for, and that Cat Trick was very unfortunate in providing another body on the board contesting Thijs. So, just because he was overloaded, he can't really play the Violet Shredder, which is really, really unfortunate. And rolling the Leok could potentially just want to hold the Huffer just to push more to the face, but that is vulnerable to certain AoE kind of removal. So having a 4 health minion from the Random Companion is actually very kind of crucial, playing around the Lightning Storm and potentially the Maelstrom with the inclusion of spell damage, such as spell damage hold'em or even Thanos in hand.
Yeah, Huffer pretty much always the animal companion that you're looking for in these situations, but Leok actually doing a decent chunk of work in its own right, effectively pumping up the Cloaked Huntress to get the full value trade. Meanwhile, Lovelychook is pushing a significant amount of damage here. Thijs already down to 14, and there's another weapon to back up this board presence that Lovelychook has assembled.
Yeah, Thijs really has nothing to really impact the board. He needs to like remove all of these damage, but each and every turn Lovelychook is just widening the board, pushing damage, ignoring the Pilot Shredder, doesn't necessarily need to trade, and just work the face and having lethal next turn with just simply hero power. So even if this board is moved, there's nothing really Thijs can do about this hero power, just because Shaman doesn't really have sustain. So a lot of the classes that has a lot of chip damage is really effective against Shaman in general.
At turn 7 lethal, yep, we do have that here for the Hunter, and Lovelychook is going to tie up the series, and he is got a nice little win streak going with this Hunter now.
Yeah. Although we did thought that the Shaman did have a good chance, but with that snipe countering out the Totem Golem, Lovelychook has to be 100% expected the Totem Golem to come down too, just because of the double coin with the Tunnel Trog. So I'm very unfortunate that Lovelychook had a perfect answer for the upcoming Totem Golem turn 2, which swung the game to his favor.
Yeah, and looking at the rest of the classes here from Thijs, he has a Druid, a Rogue, and a Warrior left. And again, depending on the specific builds that he brought, none of these 3 classes necessarily have a favorable matchup against mid-range Hunter. So Lovelychook might just not be done with this deck. If he can keep drawing the aggressive starts that he's looking for, there's a chance he just finishes this thing off with the mid-range Hunter build here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Rogue is known to be really weak against Hunter just because the weapon alone deals damage to itself, just because you normally use it for board clears. But we're going to see what he actually picks to actually play against this Hunter, and it will be Dragon Warrior. Fortunately enough, it's not going to be the Control Warrior, and we do see a Fel Reaver in the deck, so Thijs is probably going to be playing very aggressively against this Hunter deck.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a hybrid mech Dragon Warrior or if he's just jamming Fel Reaver into a Dragon Warrior shell. This is definitely an interesting inclusion that we have not yet seen, but Lovelychook critically sneaking in a cat trick before Thijs is able to use his coin, guaranteeing that he'll get value off of it at some point, which isn't always the case because Dragon Warrior plays so few spells.
Yeah, they do play so few spells, but the coin definitely helps it out. But also the potential Twilight Guardian also helps out fending off the potential cat trick as well. So using the coin around turn 3 is actually not too bad, in my opinion. But he's planning to use the coin right now, seeing what that trap actually is. But cat trick right off the bat, he definitely really wants to pop the Argent, like the Divine Shield. So, but at least he has the board to actually contest this cat right now.
He's going to go ahead and clear both halves of the Argent Squire here, and on Lovelychook's side, you're going to be playing this Animal Companion, and Misha is the dream here. Let's see what he finds. It is, in fact, the Misha, which is going to go a long way in staving off Thijs' board progression, as now he doesn't have any way to clear the Misha and has the choice of trading both of his minions to get it off the board, or letting Lovelychook push another big chunk of damage.
Yeah, this early Cat in the Hat is going to be pretty annoying for Thijs. He does want to develop that Berserker, but just because he used the coin early, wanting that board control, removing the Divine Shield, didn't really pay off for him, just because right now the Cat in the Hat is isolated into taking down this Berserker if he does plan to use it. He can actually use it to just get it removed, since a 4 health type of minion is kind of hard for hunters to deal with in general, just because most of their kind of removals are in 3 attack or even 2 attack with the Glaive Suka. So definitely pretty good just playing the Berserker and forcing Lovelychook to react to it, but unfortunately the kill command is picked up.
Yeah, that's just a huge draw there, because it's one of the few cards that actually lets you deal 4 damage, as you mentioned, as the Hunter player here. So a big draw, maybe getting value off of some X3s like this Ravaging Ghoul down the line with these quick shots, potentially cycling them, but every time that Lovelychook is able to clear this board with removal spells, 4 more damage is getting pushed with this cat.
Yeah, I don't think Thijs is going to use the Korkan Elite to the face right now. I'd rather use it for board clear. You do have the Corruptor coming up next turn, which can help you control the board. You're like, Lovelychook is going on turn 5 or 4. You can actually potentially just use the Corruptor to remove anything he puts out. And we're going to see the Barnes coming down, seeing what it gets, and a Piloted Shredder.
Wow, that is huge board presence for 4 mana, and an interaction we had not seen yet, but I hadn't considered Piloted Shredder in addition with Barnes and Wild. That is just insane, and I don't think Lovelychook particularly minds this Fel Reaver. He's going to ignore it. He knows the place.
Yeah. Thijs wanting Lovelychook to actually react to this Fel Reaver. Not gonna happen. Just gonna go to face, develop that high main, just because Lovelychook's going like, I'm ahead on board. This board is more threatening. You have to react to me instead. So very, very nice from the Barnes.
Yeah, and high main obviously great value on the board, but also these minions don't have to connect much more before the double quick shot in Lovelychook's hand is going to represent lethal damage here, And Freezing Trap, not the most relevant pickup here, but ultimately he's really just looking for cheap cards that he can empty his hand out. Doing a quick check here, it's 7 damage on board, plus the hero power and 2 quick shots would be 8, so a little bit short of lethal this turn, but next turn he is ready for it.
Yeah, he can definitely weave in his hero power now. He can use his quick shots, one of his quick shots now, and then also hero power. Yeah, just keep the board in control. You can also isolate the Fel Reaver even if you want to, but I like to go to face here. You also have damage in hand, setting up for the potential lethal, just because the quick shot can get you another damage, but you don't necessarily need to rush. You do have the Freezing Trap to stop most of the attacks from Thijs.
Yeah, ultimately, as close to lethal as you are there, he does opt to go for the quick shot on the 2/2 just because not only is he presenting lethal with damage from hand, but also Thijs doesn't appear to have any way to deal with these minions that he's got, creating repeatable damage here. And you just look at the death rattles on these minions. There's essentially 3 more 2-drops worth of value hiding underneath them. So I don't really see how Thijs finds a way out of this one unless somehow he can survive this turn and push lethal in 2 turns.
If Thijs really considers that he can't actually remove the whole board, and this board that Lovelychook actually developed is gonna produce lethal damage, then he can actually use the Ravaging Ghoul and just hope that the Shredder actually pulls out the Doomsayer. But he definitely needs the Fel Reaver to trade into the High Main first, just so he could clear the whole board. You never know. Take the risk.
Yeah, he does proc the Freezing Trap here with the Blackwing Corruptor, and then he's going to follow this up with an Armor Up and a Finley, maybe even looking for Priest hero power just to survive one more turn. He does find the Priest and takes it. Doesn't have the mana this turn to be healing his face, but he's going to develop a 3/6 taunt, and let's see what happens out of this Animal Companion. Basically all good options. It's going to be another Misha here. Let's go ahead and cycle this quick shot and dig for lethal damage.
Yeah, he's only 1 off damage. Well, like a lot of out damage actually. Just because he had to trade into this taunt. But not enough damage actually for lethal just yet. I think that was one of the worst Animal Companion kind of rolls that he got at the moment, but yeah.
I do believe either one other than that one would have represented lethal damage, but ultimately still representing lethal damage next turn, and Thijs at this point has fatigued through his entire deck, so we know exactly what he has available to him for the rest of this game, and none of these cards are going to be able to dig him out of this spot, and Lovelychook, with this Hunter, is going to take the lead of the series once more.
Yeah, well, we can't really see the number of cards, but that Fel Reaver actually milled a lot of cards very, very quickly. I didn't even realize it. But yeah, Thijs trying to hang in there, not much resources left, and I can say Lovelychook taking this game once again with the Hunter.
Yeah, and I talked about the potential for this Hunter to sweep all of the decks left that Thijs had at his disposal, and ultimately I think the Warrior was the one that was most likely to stop that. You look at Thijs' 2 remaining classes, and it's Rogue and Druid, which are definitely 2 unfavored classes. Particularly the Rogue is notoriously terrible against Hunter, so it feels like Thijs is going to have to stop this Hunter with the Druid if he wants to avoid losing the remainder of these games.
Yeah, there are actually multiple ways of Druid can actually beat the Hunter, although it does recognize it as a bad kind of matchup just because of the sticky creatures, and kind of the removals that Druid have is kind of inefficient at the same time, unless you combo it with something like a Spell Power. So definitely got to be tough for the Druid to actually play against the Hunter deck. I guess the strategy is try to get your ramp, cheat the curve a bit, play down the big minions, but again, Hunter does have traps, something like Freezing Trap to deny the big minions in order for efficient trades or even going to the face for a race. So we do have the Hunter putting up the upper hand against the Druid at the same time too.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly what the Druid build is from Thijs here. If it's perhaps a more Malygos-oriented Druid, then he may have found room for Feral Rages as increased armor to stave off some of this aggression. But if it's a more all-in deck, which is very possible, again, back before the standard days, we did see Mecha Druid popping up due to the synergy of Innervate and early Fel Reavers. That could be what Thijs brought, so he's going to need to find a solution for the fact that he's going to be racing face damage in this next game, as Lovelychook is bringing the Hunter back, and Thijs is actually going to try the Rogue here.
Ooh, the Sylvanas. So we might actually see a Nazov variant of the Rogue deck. So this might be a little different, just because if it's a little bit more minion based, you don't necessarily need to use your weapon all the time for board control. And looking at the Unearthed Raptor is definitely going to be a Nazov version of a Rogue deck. With the addition of Unearthed Raptor, you do get a lot more value out of your Death Rattle. So, and it's also a very good 3-drop as well. So definitely a really good inclusion in the Nazov deck.
Yeah, Raptor Rogue definitely more value-oriented, but it's actually, I think, even worse against a Hunter build in particular than something like a Miracle Rogue that can at least try and race the Hunter, but typically Rogue just doesn't have any life gain unless you found room for heal bots in this list, which means just that Hunter hero power represents so much damage over the course of this game, and Snipe is actually a huge pickup because it allows him to coin out the Huntress, develop the Snipe, pump this Secret Keeper up to a 2/2 so it can't die to the weapon charge next turn, and Snipe itself is very effective against rogues in general.
Yeah, Thijs punching into the Secret Keeper, hoping that Lovelychook doesn't really have a secret to actually buff it back up. And this is actually pretty crucial too. He actually really relied on the weapon to actually clear the Secret Keeper, especially when it's damaged now. If he picks up something like a backstab, it's going to be futile, it's going to be kind of useless. And right now, I think he's just possibly going to play just a... Well, he can actually play the Thalnos to test the Snipe. But if he wants to be a little bit more risky, he can develop the Unearthed Raptor, since it is a stickier kind of minion. Does contest a lot of the board, but it is going to get sniped. The reason why he didn't really want to play SI there is because he can combo with the Journey to Below with the SI agent the next turn to clear off this Secret Keeper.
Yeah, and ultimately, if the secret was anything but Snipe, that was just a strictly better play than playing the Thalnos. So from our seat, we could have thought maybe he could have tried to run the Thalnos out into this board state, but that's just not the correct play objectively. It just happens to be that that secret is Snipe. There was no way to get a read on it, so it's an unfortunate punish that he couldn't have really avoided.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate, and just because of that, he's really behind on board. And the initial hit onto the Secret Keeper, it's gonna be a little bit punishing because he did pick up the backstab and unable to being used. But at least the SI can actually help clear off the Secret Keeper with the backstab onto the big bad wolf.
Yeah, SI is going to go a long way in staving off some of this aggression here, but you do see a pretty clean value trade with the Cloaked Huntress onto the SI on Lovelychook's side, and there are a parade of piloted Shredders waiting in the wings to continue to assert dominance over this board state and push damage. It looks like Lovelychook is actually just considering ignoring the SI altogether and forcing Thijs to make the trades. Ultimately, it does opt to clear the SI.
Yeah, since Lovelychook doesn't really have much in his hand, I feel like board control is a little bit better rather than just going to face. He doesn't have to necessarily damage in hand to actually represent lethal just yet, so board control is definitely pretty good there. And you don't even know if Thijs actually runs taunts, but we do see the Invested Wolf in hand.
Absolutely, and it looks like Thijs is going to have to clear this Huntress the hard way regardless, taking 3 more damage to the face in the process. Cleared it up just in time, though, to prevent his opponent from developing a free cat trick here. So that is of note, but ultimately I see 5 more damage to the face this turn if Lovelychook wants it. He's going to go ahead and take the time to make one trade here, but developing the Eagle Horn and using that to push face damage in the process. And I think there could be a potential turn 6 lethal if Thijs can't find a saving play.
Yeah, I like this cat trick here. It does prevent Thijs a lot of options. He can possibly use something like a backstab with spell power to actually remove this first stage of the pilot shredder just to relieve off some damage, or even a potential kind of turn 6 auctioneer play with the preparation. And spawning just a 4 attack minion on board is kind of more than enough for lethal, especially weaving in the hero power and the Eagle Horn bow at the same time.
I believe Huffer is lethal here if he can nail the roll, and it looks like he is considering going for it. He could also make the mana-efficient play of using Piloted Shredder, but he is going to go for the Huffer, and unfortunately it doesn't work out this time, but Leok is going to push 1 additional damage in its own right, which is enough to give a guaranteed hero power lethal next turn for Lovelychook, and that's going to bring him to 8-6 lead in the series.
Yes, yeah, not like as we said before, Thijs' remaining decks aren't really good against Hunter, and the last remaining deck Thijs has is the Druid, as we explained before. Also weak against this Hunter deck just because of how resilient all these minions actually are, especially with the addition of Pilot Shredder, having 4 attack, being able to push a lot of damage, and very sticky minion at the same time. Putting down another minion can also push damage at the same time as well.
Piloted Shredder revealing an Ancient Watcher BM, showing that he does not even need the creature that comes off of that minion to close out the game, as the Steady Shot does represent the last 2 points of lethal damage. I talked about how, in general, Rogue is so unfavored against Hunter builds, and that really came to fruition in that last game we just watched.
Yeah, Thijs has to be really relying on this last deck he's gonna play, which would be the Druid against the Hunter. Gonna be really interested to see what kind of Druid deck Thijs brought. It could be something like a Beast Druid, as we've seen previously in the best of 17. It could be Mech Druid. Mech Druid kind of wouldn't be bad just because it does have a strong kind of early game. They can contest the early board the Hunter kind of has. A lot of the cheap minions to test for Snipe and possibly Freezing Trap as well, so you won't lose that huge of a tempo. But if it's going to be like the standard kind of Malygos Druid, you definitely need to cheat the curve of the Innervate, Wild Growth, and put something big down the board for Lovelychook to actually react to.
Yeah, and ultimately it's going to take a heck of a Druid build to be able to beat a Hunter, a Paladin, and also Lovelychook's Druid all at the same time. Those 3 classes in particular offer a wide variety of different archetypes, so he's going to need something, a miracle here. It looks like potentially this is a more ramp-oriented Druid build.
Yeah, there's a couple of Druid builds that Thijs can be playing right now looking at this hand. He could play the token variant of the Druid deck, or it can be the Malygos version, but looking deeper into the deck still doesn't give us any kind of information, but looking like it's a standard kind of ramp Druid, we have to really rely on Thijs keeping the board in control early, and hopefully he can get ramp soon enough to put something heavy on board just to kind of raise the Hunter.
And unlike some of the games we've seen previously in this series, this Hunter draw is pretty bad. I think Lovelychook's been on the favorable side of the opening hands over the course of the last few games, and that looks like it's not the case in this one. So he might need some of his more late game focused cards like High Mane to do more work, but Huntress being picked up goes a long way in terms of counteracting the tempo loss that happened by missing your 1-drop there.
Yeah, using the 2 1/1s, they have a lot of utility too. Can help you test out traps, also contesting the board. Lovelychook recognizes that using the Glaive Zuka to move on the 1/1 just so that the traps are much harder to test for on Thijs' sort of the board, because you're isolating just the minions, just so the Freezing Trap or even Snipe going to be a lot more effective later on.
And on Thijs' side, it looks like he is weighing his options here on whether or not he wants to innervate out a Mire Keeper. Looks like that is going to be the plan here. I imagine this is going for a crystal, which will allow him to effectively swipe next turn if he so needs to.
Yeah, Thijs' hand is not bad. He does have the removals for the Cloak Huntress that he's going to be playing right now, but going to play the double secrets with the Catrick and the Snipe. This is going to be really crucial, just because if Thijs does really, or is going to use the swipe onto this Cloak Huntress, the Catrick's going to activate Cannon Hat, 4/2, and it's going to push some damage to Thijs' face and can potentially race him down too.
Yeah, the Catrick's certainly an impactful draw off the top there, as we do see it procced immediately in response to that swipe. It'll be interesting to see if Lovelychook goes for, well, that changes the game plan entirely, as I'm sure the play now is Eagle Horn. I was weighing the options between kill commanding the minion versus trading the cat, and it looks like he doesn't have to worry about that. He's got the best of both worlds here now that he picked up the Eagle Horn, and you can anticipate that this Snipe gets good value when this Barnes almost assuredly comes down.
Yeah, definitely. So, Lovelychook having the Eagle Horn board is actually very crucial, or else Thijs wouldn't be in such a bad position right now, trying to pick up what he can, possibly some removals just so he can clear off the board later on just to stop the bleeding just a little bit. Only being able to weave in the hero power, he can go very aggressive right now with the kill command, but I don't feel like he necessarily need to, because in a couple turns he doesn't really represent lethal. He can fully use the kill command even after he plays a high main, so it doesn't really need to be too hasty there.
Yeah, interestingly, Thijs opts to just nourish there, which basically, from his perspective, is an acceptance that he's going to take 4 more damage off of this cat in the hat here. And he didn't really nourish into the resources he was looking for. There's not a ton of interaction in these draws. There's just a lot of late game value. And the more important part for him at this stage of the game is just to get to that late game. So he's going to go ahead and drop the Sylvanas, which is going to force a trade out of this cat in the hat. But look at that. It looks like there's going to be high main on 6 into high main on 7 from the Hunter side of the board.
Although Thijs, hopefully that it forces kind of Lovelychook to actually trade into this Sylvanas and try to clear his kind of resources, but this knight really helped it out and bring down this high main, the only minion on board, uncontested, which is going to be pretty annoying for Thijs to handle. Since 6 damage to the face, going to be really crucial, especially with kill command in hand from Lovelychook.
Yeah, and Thijs is going to have to get creative here to try and clear off this board while also proactively developing some sort of board presence here. His best option might just be to drop Thorson and reduce the cost of the rest of his hand because it's so clunky, but then he accepts that he's taking a total of, well, at least 9 more damage from just the high main and the Eagle Horn, plus the hero power is 11, almost lethal when you factor in the kill command. So his margin for error here is nearly non-existent. I don't know if he can find his way out of this one.
Yeah, he's planning to use the Barnes right now. I'm not 100% sure what he's going to pick up from there that actually will be relevant, but he could possibly just use some mulch here just to use it on the high main and just relieve the damage off the board. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is what he's going to do, but getting the Pilot Shredder is good, but I don't think it's going to be too relevant. And a Sunwalker is picked up. That's really good for Lovelychook, as it can protect his board and deal tons of damage later on.
Yeah, but ultimately, I don't think there's a 6-drop in the game as the Hunter that you slam over this second copy of Savannah High Main. You see the reaction there from Thijs as he fell back into his chair, understanding exactly what that high main is almost assuredly going to mean, which is the end of his run in this tournament. He is running out of turns to find a solution to these threats.
Yeah, I definitely felt like the Torzen play last turn was a little bit better, because this turn you can use the Drake and the Swipe for a potential kind of clear, which is a little bit more efficient. As you said, his hand is really clunky. Freeing up his hand off with mana is a little bit better, so Drake and just Swipe is always good in terms of board clear, so that might have been a little better last turn, I mean.
And ultimately here, I'm just looking for ways that he can avoid taking lethal damage this next turn, and they are tough to find. Oh, but that might change the equation here. Now if he can deal with the high main, then the Swipe will deal 2 damage to all of the hyenas. It looks like he will actually have to go ahead and swipe the front half of the high main, though, out of necessity here. So I assume that is followed up with a Barnes trade and a drop of the 8/8 Arcane Giant. And let's quick count the damage here. There's 2, 4, 7, plus Unleash the Hounds represents 3 more, and that is lethal damage. And Lovelychook is going to take the series over Thijs 9-6 on the back of a 5-0 end of the series with mid-range Hunter.
Yeah, unfortunate, but Hunter doing his work, working the face all the way, sweeping Thijs, remaining line of once Lovelychook actually played out this Hunter deck. Well played from Lovelychook, beating down Thijs.
Yeah, it just felt like even when we got to those 5 decks that were left for Thijs toward the end there, that none of them seemed like they presented a favorable matchup against the mid-range Hunter in general. So maybe pigeonholed himself with his lineup there, but yeah, it's tough to say. The Hunter did some work.
Yep, I believe these are the matches for tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure who's playing against Sixo, but we're going to see Jason and Joe play against Lentos after Sixo's game, so definitely stay tuned tomorrow. These are the matches, and I guess after this is going to be going to the break and into the interview, so this will be our last time going to be here. So in the meantime, we can thank Twitch for sponsoring this tournament. If Twitch didn't sponsor, it would not have happened.